Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
American Comics. When the Warhammer Imperium and the Stellaris Empires arrive. Part 1. Chovy. Where the hell did this bring me? Is this still back home? Luo Sa stood on a street filled with the smell of urine and unknown stenches, looking down at the ragged coat on his body that had lost its original color and was stiff enough to stand on its own, completely bewildered. He suddenly looked up, raised his middle finger at the gray sky, and let out a roar so loud that even the homeless man napping in the corner climbed up and gripped his knife. The cause of this must be traced back a few minutes. Luo Sa, a red-blooded youth of the 21st century with no bad habits, his only merit being his love for Paradox games and the Warhammer series. Recently, he had been tortured to the point of death by his doctoral thesis, with his supervisor's comments being longer than the thesis itself. By the 58th draft, he felt the string in his brain was about to snap at any moment. So, he decided to reward himself. That was to open Stellar Tech and play a stress relief game. His save file was in the golden stage, the bitter days of early development were long over. Now, his Federation held various top-tier technologies. If he saw a planet he didn't like, a click of the mouse would directly convert it into bioelectric energy, profitable and easy. This feeling of controlling everything was more stress-relieving than anything else. As a result, when he opened the game, his hand slipped and he clicked the wrong line. What popped up on the screen was the startup screen for Open Double Angle Bracket Warhammer 40k, Space Marine 2 Close Double Angle Bracket. Fine, since it's open, let's go. Luo Sa leaned back in his chair, his mindset quite good. Anyway, it's all about purging heretics, changing to a bolter is just as satisfying. He waited for the game to load into the main menu, but he waited, and the screen remained stuck on the black screen after the startup splash. Just as he was about to press the task manager, a tab suddenly popped up on the screen, with a golden border, Gothic font, and even a hymn BGM. It read, "The Emperor is summoning you. Do you obey the Great Summoning and go to Terra to judge all heretics?" Two options below, obey summoning and reject summoning. Luo Sa stared at the screen for 2 seconds and burst out laughing. Alright, the officials are playing the loyalty meme too. One asks and all are loyal, one speaks and none will go. He clicked on, reject summoning, without even thinking. Want to mess with me? No way. Who knows what Easter egg will pop up? If the Corpse Emperor wipes out my hard-earned save file, who would I go to for justice? Then, he heard a voice. The voice seemed to come from all directions at once, and also seemed to be poured directly into his brain, carrying a kind of unquestionable majesty, and a hint of displeasure after being offended. Audacious mortal, how dare you reject my summoning? You have violated the imperial law. Now, I shall pass judgment personally. Luo Sa's pupils constricted. This voice, this aura, these lines. Wait, is there really a yellow weasel? Before he could shout a second sentence, the computer screen suddenly lit up with blinding golden light, and a crazily rotating golden vortex appeared in the center of the screen, with an irresistible suction force, dragging him into the screen. The chair flipped, the headphone cable snapped, and Luo Sa only had time to let out a heart-wrenching scream before he was swallowed by the golden light and vanished completely. Only the host fan was still buzzing in the apartment, and a line of small text slowly appeared on the screen. Loyalty that is not absolute is absolutely not loyal. The Emperor of Mankind. Consciousness was falling. Luo Sa felt like he had been stuffed into a space elevator without a decelerator, passing through one layer of twisted golden light after another. It was not darkness around him, but a thick, almost liquid gold, heavy and scorching, pressing down so hard he couldn't even breathe. He didn't know how long had passed, maybe a second, maybe 10,000 years, the feeling of weightlessness suddenly disappeared. He found himself standing in a void. There was no earth under his feet, no sky above his head, and boundless golden mist all around. The air was filled with a scent he couldn't name. Then he saw that thing. No, not saw. It was felt. A presence greater and more ancient than anything he had ever seen slowly emerged from the depths of the golden mist. He couldn't even be sure if it was a person. Maybe just an outline, a giant figure sitting on a golden throne made of light. The figure had no facial features, but Luo Sa could clearly feel that he was looking at him. No anger, no warmth, only a sense of scrutiny that transcended human understanding. So you are the one who rejected my summoning. The voice came again. Same as before, pouring directly into his mind, but this time it was much lower, even carrying a hint of playfulness. Luo Sa opened his mouth and found he could actually speak. His brain spun at high speed for a second, quickly assessing the current situation. He was probably no longer on Earth, and this person in front of him was highly likely to be the Emperor of mankind who had been a human candle on the Golden Throne in the Warhammer 40k world for 10,000 years. What attitude should he use when facing a true god? The answer was, he was dead anyway, so what was there to fear? Besides, he was a 100% pure human. At worst, he'd become fuel for the Astronomicon. I was the one who clicked reject, Luo Sa said dryly. But I thought it was a game Easter egg. The people under you play your memes on the internet every day, and I've never seen you drag anyone away to be a servitor. The golden figure fell silent. The silence lasted for 3 seconds. Luo Sa felt these 3 seconds were longer than the 3 hours he spent being lectured in his supervisor's office. Then that voice sounded again, and there was actually a hint of subtle justification in the tone. Those unfilial descendants, I will eventually send them all to Cadia to guard the Chaos Gate. Luo Sa. He suddenly wasn't sure if he should kneel and repent or laugh out loud. Enough, back to the point. The Emperor's voice regained its previous majesty. You rejected the summoning, which is treason according to the imperial law. But I admire your courage, and I can give you a chance to make amends. Before the words fell, the golden mist suddenly surged, condensing into a small point of light that slowly drifted in front of Luo Sa. The point of light was only the size of a fingernail, yet it radiated heart-stopping energy fluctuations. It was like a miniature star, with countless smaller lights crazily circulating, colliding, and annihilating inside. That was pure psychic energy, the primal power that only born at the intersection of the warp and the material universe. This is a psychic seed, from a fragment of my own will. The Emperor's voice was solemn and cold. You will be sent to an alien world outside the borders of the Empire. Your only task is to judge all heretics on that world. Judge, heretics. Luo Sa stared at the pulsating point of light in front of him, swallowing hard. All existence that violates the imperial law is heresy. The Emperor's speaking speed was not fast, but every word carried unquestionable power. The psychic seed will absorb the merits of your judgment of heretics and convert them into your psychic reserves. The stronger your psychic power, the stronger you will become, and the more things you can summon. Luo Sa's pupils constricted sharply. Summon? Summon what? Everything. Space Marine, Imperial Guard, Grey Knights, Sisters of Silence from the Warhammer world. As long as your psychic power is strong enough, the entire Empire can fight for you. Luo Sa's breathing began to quicken. And what else? Technology, ships, mega structures, shroud powers from the stellar tech world. As long as you have seen it, as long as you know it, psychic power can turn it into reality. Luo Sa felt his heart was about to jump out of his throat. A frigate, a chainsword, a titan, a space marine chapter. An entire exterminatus fleet. The Emperor continued. Whether it is technology or psychic power, as long as it has existed within the systems of those two worlds, it can be reproduced by your psychic seed. The stronger your psychic power, the larger the scale and the higher the level of what you can summon. Luo Sa suddenly raised his head, 2 flames already burning in his eyes. So, as long as I keep judging heretics in that world, I can become stronger. Summon bigger things. And then judge more heretics. Cycle after cycle, endlessly, the Emperor said faintly. Until that world is completely purified, or until you die gloriously in battle and your soul returns to the Golden Throne. Luo Sa automatically filtered out the second half of this sentence. His brain was running at high speed, even more excited than the day he was accepted by his supervisor. Just as he was about to ask, what counts as a heretic, the psychic seed suddenly moved. It turned into a streak of light and slammed into Luo Sa's chest. No pain. But there was a more terrifying feeling. It was like someone had dripped a drop of ink into the depths of his brain, and that drop of ink was spreading at an alarming speed, dyeing every one of his blood vessels and every nerve ending. He felt that there was something extra in the depths of his consciousness, a living, pulsating existence that was fused with his soul. At the same time, dense information poured into his mind. The legal provisions of the imperial law, the general outline of the definition of heresy, the scope of the Inquisition's authority, and the methods of using psychic power. A few of them were particularly clear. Any technology system without imperial permission is heresy. Anyone who believes in gods other than the emperor is a heretic. Anyone who allies with, mates with, or colludes with Xenos is a heretic. Anyone who alters the sacred genes of humanity without authorization shall be guilty of an additional crime. Anyone who uses unauthorized psychic power shall be executed on the spot. Luo Sa's eyes widened, and an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. Wait, what do you mean by altering human genes without authorization? What do you mean by believing in gods other than the emperor? The Emperor did not answer him. The golden mist began to recede rapidly like a tide, and the giant figure sitting on the throne was also gradually moving away. Go, my heir. Go and perform your duty. Hey, 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 you haven't made it clear where this alien world is. Before Luo Sa's shout landed, the feeling of weightlessness struck again. Golden light exploded before his eyes, and he felt like someone had kicked him from a height of 10,000 feet. Only the Emperor's final voice remained in his ears, getting further and further away, more and more ethereal. Do not disappoint me. Otherwise, the next time we meet, it won't be as simple as exile. Bang! Luo Sa's back slammed heavily onto the ground full of sewage and garbage. He lay there, staring at the gray sky, panting heavily. The psychic seed in his chest was still slightly hot, and every time it pulsed, a flash of golden lightning would streak across his body. It took him a full 2 minutes to climb up from the ground. First confirm survival. Then confirm memory. Finally, confirm that the seed was really in his body. Good guy, promoted directly from a college student to a prince. Luo Sa stood up holding the wall and patted the sewage on his body. He swayed out of the alley and was about to look at the surrounding environment when he saw the giant electronic screen on the outer wall of the building across the street. Stark Industries CEO Tony Stark announced today. Familiar logo. Familiar surname. Familiar recipe. Luo Sa was nailed to the spot. Marvel. This is the Marvel Universe. His psychic seed suddenly jumped violently, and a strong sense that made his scalp tingle surged from his chest. In the city where he was, there were signals emitted by heretics everywhere. He stared blankly at the big screen, then looked down at the golden lightning flickering in his palm, his mind having already gone through the stellar tech tree and the Warhammer armament list from beginning to end. I Chovy tilde, Yellow Weasel. I'm afraid this job of yours is a bit big. Luo Sa stood at the entrance of that foul-smelling alley for a full 5 minutes before finally recovering from the shock of the series of magical events that had just occurred. He looked down at his tattered coat, its original color indistinguishable, worn over a t-shirt so stiff it could stand on its own. His pants had 2 large holes at the knees, and on his feet were sneakers with the soles falling off, flapping loudly with every step. All his worldly possessions. That was it. This yellow weasel is just too unreliable. Luo Sa searched through all his pockets, but couldn't find a single coin, let alone US dollars or even a subway card. You just threw me into the Marvel Universe like this. Where's the startup capital? Where's the identification? You could have at least given me a social security card or a driver's license as a gesture. He raised his middle finger to the sky again, but this time he didn't even have the energy to curse. After all, cursing the yellow weasel wouldn't put food on the table. Luo Sa walked a little further. The street sign by the roadside was rusted, but the words were barely legible. Hell's Kitchen, 10th Avenue. He paused in his tracks. Hell's Kitchen. He was all too familiar with these words. The worst neighborhood in New York in the Marvel Universe, crawling with gangs, lawless, kingpins territory, and daredevils hunting ground. By day, it was thugs collecting protection money. By night, it was all sorts of monsters and demons coming out to roam. Outsiders who wandered in here were lucky to survive a week. The Emperor had dumped him here, which was equivalent to tossing a level 0 newbie into a max level mob zone. Fine, Yellow Weasel, you really know how to pick a spot. Luo Sa gritted his teeth and muttered, pulling his tattered coat tighter. Although it couldn't stop the November cold wind at all, it was better than nothing. He began to organize his thoughts as he walked. The psychic seed was indeed inside him, he could feel that spot in his chest slightly warm and pulsing from time to time. But that was it. No golden light, no surge of power, no special effects of psychic awakening. He had tried to focus his attention to sense it, but other than turning his face red and neck thick from the effort, nothing happened. It seems I have to kill the first heretic to officially activate it. Luo Sa recalled what the Emperor had told him and quickly reached this conclusion. This created a classic vicious cycle. To activate the psychic seed, he needed to kill a heretic. To kill a heretic, he needed power, and to have power, he needed to activate the psychic seed. Luo Sa stood in front of a closed-down laundromat, looking at his reflection in the glass window. A young man wearing rags, pale-faced, and smelling like a trash can. Looking like this, let alone judging heretics, any random thug could judge him in a moment. Calm down, calm down. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to pull his thoughts back. In Stellaris, a starting position is often just a crummy planet and a corvette, without even Tier 2 tech researched. The key isn't complaining about a bad start, but formulating a short-term strategy. The first rule of short-term strategy is not to judge heretics. It is to survive. The second rule is to fill his stomach. Luo Sa hadn't eaten anything since he was sucked into the computer that morning. His stomach had begun to let out a low growl of protest, a sound loud enough that a passing homeless man turned to look at him. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen someone hungry? Luo Sa retorted irritably, and then his stomach growled again. This time, even he felt embarrassed. He continued walking along 10th Avenue, his eyes scanning around. In this hellhole of Hell's Kitchen, there weren't many decent shops, but pawn shops, bars, and strip clubs were everywhere. Occasionally, there were small vendors on the street selling hot dogs or secondhand phones, but Luo Sa couldn't even pull out a single cent. He now seriously suspected that the Yellow Weasel had done this on purpose, considering how much he had blasphemed against the great emperor in his heart. No, I have to get something to eat first. Luo Sa stopped next to a hot dog stand. Smelling the aroma of fried sausages and onions, his stomach started a full-blown rebellion, rumbling like an air raid siren. The vendor was a burly, bald man who, while flipping sausages, was warily eyeing Luo Sa's beggar-like appearance. The look in his eyes clearly said that if he dared to come within 3 meters, he would call people to deal with him. Luo Sa wisely took 2 steps back, walked to the steps nearby, and sat down to re-evaluate. Odd jobs. In a place like Hell's Kitchen, there were plenty of illegal jobs, but without an identity and without strength, who would want him? Robbery. Setting aside whether his moral bottom line would allow it, with his current physique, it wasn't even certain if he could beat up an elementary school student. Begging. That was the most feasible option, but he was now the successor appointed by the Yellow Weasel. If the Emperor found out that he went begging on the street on his first day, he would probably just reclaim the psychic seed. Is dignity more important, or is life more important? Luo Sa seriously considered it for 0.3 seconds. Life. Just as he was about to stand up to pick a spot to beg, he suddenly heard a commotion from across the street. A few thugs in leather jackets were surrounding an old man pushing a fruit cart. The red-haired leader playfully picked up an apple, took a bite, and then casually tossed the core back into the old man's cart. Protection money, same old rule, 500 a week. The red-haired guy patted the old man's shoulder, his tone flippant. The old man hunched his back, his voice trembling. Wasn't it only 300 last week? I really can't afford it this month. Inflation, old man. The red-haired guy grinned, revealing teeth stained yellow by smoke, and the lackeys behind him laughed along. Luo Sa sat on the steps, squinting as he watched the scene. The psychic seed suddenly pulsed. The feeling was strange, like a hound catching the scent of prey, and his muscles involuntarily tensed for a moment. A heretic. Luo Sa muttered, his brow furrowing. These thugs were street bullies, that was true, but did they count as heretics, defined by the imperial law? That thing's definition was far too broad. From mutant genetic modification to disrespecting the emperor's authority on the street, it seemed like everything could fit in. Before he could figure it out, the psychic seed pulsed again. This time it was more obvious, even carrying a hint of urgency. Luo Sa looked down at his thin arms and legs, then looked up at the burly thugs across the street. Big brother, it's not that I don't want to judge them. Look at my physique. If I rush over, am I judging heretics or becoming an extra meal for them? The psychic seed was silent for a moment, then pulsed a third time. This time, Luo Sa actually read a hint of frustration in that vibration. Luo Sa decided to ignore the psychic seed's urging for the time being and continued to sit on the steps to observe the situation. In Stellaris, when you are blocked at the door at the start, the correct approach is not to charge in, but to develop stealthily. What he needed now was intelligence, resources, and timing, not hot-headedness. The old man had been pushed to the ground, the fruit cart overturned, and apples and oranges rolled everywhere. The red-haired guy fished a worn-out wallet from the old man's pocket, counted the cash inside, spat in disgust, and turned to leave with his lackeys. Luo Sa watched the retreating figures and silently memorized the red-haired guy's face. You'd better pray that you don't count as heretics. He said this in a low voice, not knowing if he was saying it to someone or making an excuse for his own retreat. His stomach growled again. Luo Sa sighed, stood up, and walked toward the fruit rolling on the ground. He prepared to help the old man pick up the fruit and see if he could trade that for a couple of apples to satisfy his hunger. This was probably the most realistic plan for now. A successor personally chosen by the Emperor, shouldering the mission of judging and purging the entire Marvel Universe. On his first day in office, he was picking up apples to eat in Hell's Kitchen. Luo Sa felt that if this start were written into a novel, readers would definitely scold the author for torturing the protagonist. Luo Sa bent down to pick up an apple that had rolled to his feet. The apple was bright red, with water droplets on its skin, shining with an alluring light under the street lamp. His stomach immediately let out a low moan, and his salivary glands started working uncontrollably. He stared at the apple for 3 seconds and resisted. No, he had received a higher education after all, his bottom line hadn't been breached yet. He put the apple back on the old man's stall, then crouched down to start helping the old man pick up the scattered fruit. What's the deal with those guys just now? The old man was scrambling on the ground, frantically scooping fruit into the basket, with water stains on his back from when he was pushed down. Suddenly hearing someone speaking beside him, he shuddered violently, reflexively clutched his wallet to his chest, and looked up, shouting, "I don't have any money." Then he saw who was asking. A tattered coat, hair messy like a bird's nest, several streaks of black soot on his face, and the smell on him was even stronger than his own as a fruit seller. This was clearly a homeless man who was doing even worse than him. The old man's shoulders relaxed instantly, and that sense of trust between the poor that needed no explanation arose naturally. He took the orange Luo Sa handed him and sighed. "Thank you for helping me clean up, young man. Are you asking about those guys who were collecting protection money just now?" Yes. Luo Sa stacked the last apple into the basket and brushed the dust off his hands. "I'd like to ask you about the origins of those people." The old man straightened the overturned fruit cart and said in a low voice while rearranging the fruit. "They are from the Three-Face Gang, and they hang around this area. Everyone doing small business on this street has to pay them a cut. If you don't pay, they smash your stall, and paying too little won't work either." Three-Face Gang. Luo Sa's hand froze, and the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Why is it called the Three-Face Gang? Who came up with such a stupid name? This name was just too abstract. He quickly went through the factions of Hell's Kitchen in the Marvel Universe in his mind. Kingpin's Gang Empire, the Hands Ninjas, Hammerhead's Russia Gang, even the Owl's Drug Network. He had never heard of any Three-Face Gang. Could it be another D-list villain that Marvel had stuffed into a corner of Hell's Kitchen? When the old man heard this, he subconsciously looked around to confirm that the leather-jacketed guys had walked away, then leaned in closer, his voice dropping even lower. "Don't go around saying I told you. Their boss, that guy called Three-Face, is not an ordinary person." "How is he not ordinary?" Luo Sa became interested and stayed crouching on the ground. The old man swallowed, and a trace of genuine fear flashed in his murky eyes. That fear was not faked. "That Three-Face, on his head, he has 3 faces." Luo Sa's eyebrow twitched. 3 faces. The old man gestured on his own face with trembling fingers. One on the left, one in the middle, one on the right, 3 faces stacked together, like 3 heads forced into one skull. Every face has a different expression. The one on the left seems to be crying, the one on the right seems to be laughing, and the middle one has no expression at all, just staring straight at you. The old man's account was stuttering, but the imagery was vivid. The image involuntarily appeared in Luo Sa's mind, and a chill ran down the back of his neck. There is a rumor. The old man's fingers began to shake. 3-Face is not human, he is a devil crawled out of hell. If anyone offends him, he will stare at you with those 3 faces, and then eat you. Eat. Luo Sa frowned. Physically eat, or the soul. The old man interrupted him. He uses those 3 faces to eat people's souls. Someone saw with their own eyes that a person who owed 3-Face money and hadn't paid it back was stared at by those 3 faces for a whole night. The next morning, that person was still alive, could walk, could eat, but there was no spark left in their eyes, as if they had become an empty shell, not even remembering their own name. Later, that person died a few days later, and when he died, there was a smile on his face, exactly the same as the smile on the right face of 3-Face. Luo Sa fell silent. If these words had been said before he transmigrated, he would only have thought it was some urban legend or street ghost story. But he had just seen the Emperor's golden throne with his own eyes, and seen the psychic seed burrow into his chest. The supernatural was real in this world. And he himself was part of the supernatural. The Marvel Universe, New York's Hell's Kitchen, a monster with 3 faces that could devour human souls. This was not a street gang leader, this was some creature from the dark dimension. A mutation, a demon, or some unrecorded supervillain. Whatever it was, Luo Sa had already categorized it in his mind. Non-human form. Devouring human souls. Self-proclaimed devil. A heretic, a nailed-on heretic. The psychic seed in his chest pulsed violently, more intense than any time before, as if his heart had been squeezed hard by someone. A hot, burning current spread from his chest to his limbs and bones, and a visible golden lightning bolt darted across his fingertips. The arc was as thin as a hair, but it made the surrounding air emit a faint, zizz, sound. The old man was startled by this sound and looked around to find the source, but found nothing. Luo Sa clenched his fist, pressing that trace of psychic lightning back under his skin, but his heartbeat was still accelerating. He was now fully certain that killing a heretic would activate the psychic seed, and his first target was locked on. Where do they usually operate? Luo Sa asked, trying to keep his tone calm. The old man looked at him warily. Young man, what are you doing? Don't do anything foolish and go to your death. You misunderstood. Luo Sa stood up, handed the last apple to the old man, and put on an innocent, harmless smile. I was just thinking of avoiding them in the future so I don't run into them. The old man took the apple skeptically, hesitated for a moment, and then lowered his voice to point him in a direction. 3 blocks to the east, there's an abandoned auto repair shop. The one with 3 red circles painted on the door is their territory. Remember, don't go over there at night. Understood, thank you. Luo Sa brushed the dust off his knees and prepared to turn and leave. Wait, young man. The old man called out to him, picked up 2 apples from the stall, and shoved them into his hands. His weathered face showed a shy but sincere smile. Thank you for helping me clean up. Take them and eat, don't mind that it's not much. Luo Sa looked down at the 2 bright red apples in his hand, his Adam's apple bobbing. In this place, Hell's Kitchen, gangs were everywhere, bullies ran rampant, and innocent people were bullied every day. But people who had been bullied their whole lives would still share what little they had left with a stranger who was even worse off than them. He took a bite of the apple, and the juice exploded in his mouth, so sweet he almost cried on the spot. Sir, what's your name? Just call me John. All right, John. Luo Sa tucked the other apple into his tattered coat pocket and waved at him. After a while, no one on this street will collect protection money from you anymore. I said it. Old John was stunned for a moment, not yet realizing what that sentence meant, while the young man, who was dressed even more shabbily than him, had already turned and walked into the night. With 2 apples in his stomach, that gnawing, gut-wrenching hunger finally subsided a little. Although he was still a long way from being full, at least his brain could start working again. He closed his eyes and began to earnestly organize all the information that had flooded into his brain since he transmigrated. The psychic seed the Emperor gave him was real, and the ability to summon things from the Stellaris and Warhammer worlds was also real. But the world he was currently in, the Marvel Universe, was superficially a popcorn movie world filled with superheroes, but in reality, it was a massive melting pot containing all sorts of monsters and freaks. Luo Sa kept his eyes closed and began to make a list in his mind. In New York, let's not even talk about the Avengers. Thor is a genuine Norse god, a non-imperial god, in the physical sense, and according to imperial law, he would have to be burned immediately. Iron Man's arc reactor and power armor, while they could be classified as cutting-edge technology unauthorized by the Empire, weren't really a major issue. But Hulk, a mutant product that unauthorizedly altered the sacred human genome, was a crime among crimes. Looking further afield, Sorcerer Supreme Ji Yi had been protecting Earth for hundreds of years. She used unauthorized psychic powers, and what's more, she practiced multiverse-level psychic powers. If the Inquisition saw her, they would have to go back and hold a 3-day meeting to discuss how to fight her. Her apprentice, Dr. Strange, could eventually negotiate directly with Dormammu, playing with the time stone like a yo-yo. Thinking further to the cosmic level, Thanos, after collecting all the Infinity Stones, could wipe out half the life in the universe with a single snap of his fingers. This combat power, if placed in Warhammer 40k, would likely be on par with the Chaos Gods. Galactus, one of the 5 great cosmic entities, simply eats planets when hungry. Even if the Emperor came, he would first have to weigh whether he was enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. Then there are the Celestials, the Watchers, Dormammu, Mephisto, the Living Tribunal. Luo Sa opened his eyes and took a deep breath of the trash-scented air of Hell's Kitchen. Yellow Weasel has dug a massive pit for me. According to the strict standards of Imperial law, 99% of the beings in the Marvel Universe are heretics. The remaining 1% is highly likely because they haven't been discovered yet. He was just an ordinary person who hadn't even activated his psychic powers, wearing nothing but a tattered coat, thrown into Hell's Kitchen where gangs ran rampant, and his first potential target was an unidentified creature with 3 faces that could devour human souls. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that he actually intended to do it. So, what's most important right now isn't the judgment. It's surviving. Survive first. Then activate the psychic seed. Start farming from the lowest level heretics and climb up step by step. The street thugs in Hell's Kitchen were perfect novice village mobs, and Three-Face, the one who could devour souls, counted as the novice village boss. Whether he could beat him was another matter, but at least he was a target he could reach at this stage. Once his psychic powers were up, he would first summon some basic things. A lasgun from the Imperial Guard would do, a chainsword from a space marine would do, or even a basic research ship or construction ship from Stellaris would work. As long as he had that first piece of equipment, the road ahead would be easier. When he reached the late game, he would max out the tech tree from Stellaris. Arc emitters, dragon armor, Colossus-class planet killers, ring worlds, matter decompressors. Coupled with the Astartes legions from Warhammer, Grey Knights, Sisters of Silence, or even Primarch-level summons. By then, most beings on Earth wouldn't be able to threaten him, and only then could he truly let loose and properly study how to purge this Marvel universe filled with heretics. Let's set a small goal first. Survive the first week, activate the psychic seed, and save up for the first piece of equipment. 3 things, and judging by his current conditions, none of them would be easy. But when he played Stellaris, he loved this kind of hellish start. A 15-tile home planet, with a Raiders empire blocking the door, and he could still play it into becoming the number 1 in the galaxy. The difference between reality and games is just that you can't reload a save, but the principles are the same. Luo Sa leaned against the alley wall and straightened out the jumbled mess in his mind from beginning to end. The conclusion was clear. Three-Face, that thing with 3 faces that could devour souls, regardless of whether he was a mutant, a creature from the dark dimension, or some other monster, was definitely not something he could touch in his current physical state. Charging in head-on would just be suicide, the kind of hilarious death where you die heroically on your first day, at the ripe old age of 3 chapters. But the street thugs under Three-Face who collected protection money were different. Luo Sa had observed those guys in leather jackets very carefully when they were throwing their weight around in front of old John's fruit stand today. Their footsteps were unsteady, their posture was sloppy, and they couldn't even clench their fists properly. They were clearly just guys who relied on numbers to intimidate ordinary people and had never actually trained seriously. These kinds of people were fine for intimidating an old man running a fruit stand, but if they really ran into a tough opponent, they would run faster than anyone. Furthermore, based on the reaction of the psychic seed at old John's place today, these guys were highly likely to count as heretics too. At least the psychic seed reacted to them. You don't have to judge only bosses, mobs are also targets. Let's activate the seed first. What if the first summon pulls an Astartes? That image appeared in Luo Sa's mind. A 2.5-meter tall space marine, wearing power armor and carrying a bolter on his shoulder, knelt on one knee before him, a deep voice coming from his helmet, for the Emperor. The image was so beautiful that he felt his chest heat up just thinking about it. By then, Hell's Kitchen. He could walk sideways through all of Manhattan. Alright, that's settled. No sooner said than done. Luo Sa began to scout for his first prey. He didn't rush directly into the Three-Face gang's territory, that would be seeking death. He chose a safer strategy, staking out. The nights in Hell's Kitchen were never short of crime. Luo Sa needed to find a perfect spot to make his move. Remote, but not too remote. Ideally, a route frequently used by Three-Face gang members, but a stretch with little foot traffic. He needed a target acting alone, not one in a group. He walked east along 10th Avenue for about 20 minutes and finally found an excellent position near the intersection of 42nd Street and 9th Avenue. A narrow alley, flanked by old apartment buildings, with only one street lamp left working at the entrance, flickering on and off. At the end of the alley was a rusty iron gate with a "No Entry" sign, but judging by the weeds growing out of the cracks in the gate, it hadn't been opened in years. The alley was less than 2 meters wide, barely enough for 2 people to walk side by side, but if a fight broke out, there would be no room to run. More importantly, this alley was sandwiched right between a bar that was still open and a laundromat that had gone out of business. People occasionally came out of the bar's back door to smoke, but they couldn't see anything in this alley. And the laundromat on the other side had long been abandoned, its windows boarded up. A perfect location for the job. Luo Sa walked deep into the alley and crouched behind a pile of old cardboard boxes. He curled himself into a ball, wrapped his tattered coat around him, and from a distance, he looked no different from a pile of trash. Then he started waiting. Sure enough, just as Luo Sa was shivering behind the cardboard boxes from the cold, footsteps came from the alley entrance. Luo Sa peeked out through a gap in the cardboard boxes. A dark green leather jacket. Black military boots. It was that lanky guy. The one who had been following behind the redhead at old John's fruit stand last time, the one with the quiet voice but the shifty eyes. At this moment, he was carrying half a bottle of beer in his hand, walking unsteadily. Alone. He swayed into the alley, tilted his head back to down the last half bottle of beer, and then casually tossed the empty bottle against the base of the wall. Then he walked to the middle of the alley, turned his back to Luo Sa's direction, and started unzipping his pants. A good opportunity. There was no better opportunity than this. Luo Sa slowly stood up. His right hand reached into the inner pocket of his tattered coat and felt the fruit knife he had swiped from old John's fruit stand during the day. The blade was no more than 10 centimeters long, but it was sharpened very well. He took his first step. His soles landed on the dusty concrete floor without making a sound. The lanky guy was busy taking care of his physiological needs, humming a tune vaguely, completely immersed in the dullness brought on by alcohol. At the very moment the tall, thin man finished and prepared to shake himself off, Luo Sa moved. The fruit knife extended from behind the tall, thin man, its blade flashing with a cold light under the street lamp at the alley entrance. Luo Sa's left hand simultaneously reached out from the other side, clutching a cotton glove he had picked up from a trash can earlier that day. It was dirty and thick, but perfectly suited for gagging him. Right hand for the throat slitting, left hand for covering the mouth. Both actions were completed in the same instant. The blade precisely sliced open the tall, thin man's throat. The cotton glove tightly muffled the scream that was about to erupt. Blood sprayed out, the tall, thin man's body jerked straight, and a muffled gurgling sound came from his throat. He began to struggle violently, his arms flailing wildly. Luo Sa pressed down hard on his mouth, but the tall, thin man's strength was unexpectedly great. Even when drunk out of his mind, the muscular strength of an adult male was not something a homebody like Luo Sa, who spent long periods sitting in front of a computer writing papers, could compare to. He was almost flipped over, his head hitting the alley wall, causing stars to dance before his eyes. But he didn't let go. The fruit knife in his right hand pushed half an inch deeper. Cannot let go. If he let go, he would die. The tall, thin man's struggle grew weaker and weaker. From violent struggle to twitching, from twitching to slight spasms, the whole process lasted about 30 or 40 seconds. For a weakling, these 30 or 40 seconds felt as long as 34 minutes. Luo Sa could feel the other person's body turn from rigid to limp, finally becoming a heavy mass of unresisting flesh. Then, it stopped moving completely. Luo Sa did not let go immediately. He waited another 10 seconds, confirming that the tall, thin man was no longer even twitching, before slowly releasing his left hand. The cotton glove was covered in a mixture of saliva and blood, emitting a nauseating, fishy stench. The corpse collapsed limply to the ground. Luo Sa caught it, not letting it hit the ground with a sound. He dragged the corpse to the side of the huge iron trash can in the middle of the alley, where a wave of rotting, sour stench rushed at him. But at this moment, the stench actually gave Luo Sa a morbid sense of relief. The smellier it was, the less likely anyone would want to rummage through it. He lifted the trash can lid, took a deep breath, and hoisted the tall, thin man's corpse up. Dead weight, he had seen this phrase countless times in novels, and now he finally experienced it firsthand. An adult male who had completely lost all vital signs was as heavy as a bag of cement. Luo Sa used his knee to brace against the edge of the trash can for leverage, gritted his molars, and shoved hard. The corpse flipped into the trash can, landing on a pile of black garbage bags with a dull thud. Luo Sa quickly pulled the garbage bags from the side to cover it. Rotten vegetable leaves, instant noodle cups, and pieces of moldy bread were all piled on top until the tall, thin man's leather jacket and black military boots were completely covered by trash. After finishing all this, Luo Sa didn't linger for a second. He wiped his hands indiscriminately on his tattered coat, then turned and bolted. Running out of the alley. Turning left, turning right, then turning left again, trying his best to choose routes with no lights, no surveillance, and no people. Better safe than sorry. Until he secured his first life-saving trump card, any carelessness could cost him his life. He ran for a full quarter of an hour, until his legs were too sore to lift, before stopping in a completely unfamiliar neighborhood. This place was near the Hudson River, and there weren't even any homeless people on the street, only the occasional whistle of cargo ships from afar. The struggle of those few dozen seconds and the subsequent frantic run had pushed his long unexercised homebody body to its limit. Only then did the abnormal sensation he had been ignoring surface. Heat. It was as if someone had ignited a furnace in his chest, scouring every inch of his muscles and bones. Luo Sa looked down at his hands. The bloodstains on his palms had dried, turning into dark red flakes. There seemed to be something flowing beneath his skin. It was an extremely faint, pale golden glow, slowly diffusing along the network of blood vessels, spreading from his palms to his fingertips, then flowing back from his fingertips to his wrists. Every cycle made his body stronger. It was the psychic seed. The moment that little thug had completely stopped breathing just now, Luo Sa had actually felt it. The beat in his chest that had been pulsing slightly suddenly shuddered and burst within him. That power collapsed inward, exploding into countless tiny, fragmented points of light that dispersed into his limbs and bones. It was just because his adrenaline had been spiking so high at the time, and he had only one thought in his mind, run as far away as possible, that he hadn't noticed it at all. Now that the adrenaline had receded, the sensation could no longer be ignored. This is, activated. He tried to clench his fist. A sense of power. It was as if a switch that had been dormant in his body had been flipped, the current reconnected, and a brand new system was online and running. He felt his five senses become exceptionally sharp. Every whisper of wind, the rhythm of river water lapping against the embankment, the trailing sound of a distant cargo ship's whistle, and even the rustling of a mouse rummaging for food in a garbage pile 10 meters away, all reached his ears with crystal clarity. Goodness, is this psychic power? Luo Sa stood up and loosened his shoulders, his joints made a cracking sound, the soreness quickly dissipated, and was replaced by an indescribable sense of lightness. He closed his eyes, trying to channel that power according to the method the Emperor had instilled in him. Honestly, this method was both simple and difficult. The Emperor didn't give him some cultivation technique, that 10,000-year-old salted fish on the Golden Throne clearly didn't have the patience to write an instruction manual for a mortal who had been forcibly conscripted. What he gave was more like an instinct, just like how you don't need to learn how to blink or how to swallow, as long as you want to, your body knows what to do. Luo Sa concentrated, sinking his focus into his chest. After the psychic seed burst, it left behind an invisible source of psychic power, and with every breath, he could feel a faint, warm current surging from there. He pushed that warm current outward, along his shoulders, down his arms, all the way to his fingertips. Then he opened his eyes. His hands were shrouded in a pale golden glow. It wasn't a blinding golden light, but a very thin, almost transparent film of light, clinging tightly to his skin, like an invisible suit of armor. As this psychic infusion must test its power. He looked around and saw an abandoned brick wall opposite him. The cement in the brick joints had already started to peel off, but the whole wall looked sturdy enough, at least 20 centimeters thick. Luo Sa walked up to the wall, took a deep breath, and concentrated his psychic power into his right hand. Then, he punched out. Bang! Boom! The first sound was the dull thud of his fist hitting the brick wall. The second sound was the deafening roar of the brick wall collapsing. The 20-centimeter thick brick wall looked as if it had been blown open from the middle by a small explosive, broken bricks and cement chunks flew everywhere. Luo Sa instinctively squinted his eyes, and after the dust settled, he saw a basin-sized hole in the wall. On the other side of the hole was the other side of the river. Moonlight leaked through the breach, shining on Luo Sa's face. He looked down at his right hand. The psychic glow was still shining, and apart from some brick dust, his palm was completely unharmed. He couldn't even feel a hint of pain. Holy crap. He stared at the hole for a full 10 seconds, then slowly grinned, his smile appearing exceptionally brilliant under the reflection of the golden psychic power. In other words, can I punch through a wall now? Luo Sa looked at his fist, growing more and more excited, and had to take several deep breaths to suppress that excitement and calm down again. Up to this point, he finally had the power to fight back in this godforsaken place filled with heretics. Although punching through a brick wall was far from being high-end combat power, it at least gave him a shred of confidence. As long as he didn't run into those supervillains who could tear down buildings at the drop of a hat, ordinary street thugs could no longer threaten his life. He had finally forced his way past the step from 0 to 1. Then, only one thing remained. Summoning. Summoning. That was the only word echoing in Luo Sa's mind. Once that thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. The Warhammer universe and the Star universe, two technological and power systems of suffocating scale, were waiting for him to reach out. What if he managed to summon a Primarch on his first try? Even if his luck wasn't that good and he couldn't pull a Primarch, just getting an Ultramarines would be fine. Even an Imperial Guard veteran or a servitor would do, and if that failed, how about a chainsword? The more Luo Sa thought about it, the less he could sleep. He simply sat up, crossed his legs in the bridge tunnel, his eyes gleaming. He had truly had enough of these days of hunger and cold. Only a few days ago, he had been a PhD candidate huddled in his apartment, drinking soda and playing video games. Now, he was in a bridge tunnel in New York's Hell's Kitchen, hungry and gnawing on an apple, his tattered coat so stiff it could practically walk on its own. He urgently needed to establish a foothold on Earth in the Marvel Universe. He needed a proper place to stay, a bed, a hot meal, and clean clothes that wouldn't get him chased away as a homeless person. Then, he would solve the problem of his identity. Earth in the Marvel Universe was not some medieval fantasy world. This was a modern society with fingerprint databases, facial recognition, and shield satellite surveillance. He had no social security number, no driver's license, no passport, no birth certificate. He did not exist in any database. Lacking an identity meant he couldn't rent an apartment, find a job, open a bank account, buy a plane ticket, or even enter an internet cafe. In this world, a person without a legal identity could barely move an inch. What he could summon would directly determine how quickly he could establish a foothold in Hell's Kitchen. If he could summon someone proficient in technology, wouldn't forging an identity be a matter of minutes? If he could summon an Astartes, then never mind an identity, he could walk right up to the front door of S.H.I.E.L.D., surrender, and be treated as a guest of honor. Since I'm already here, Luo Sa rubbed his hands together, his eyes reflecting the faint golden light of his psionic source. How could I face Yellow Weasel if I didn't try a pull? He took a deep breath, adjusted his state to its peak, and prepared to begin his first summoning. The summoning method the Emperor had instilled in him was very clear. Summoning was most vulnerable to excessive distracting thoughts. If one's psionic power was unstable and one's mind wandered, the best outcome was a failed summoning, and the worst was inviting something from the warp that shouldn't be here. He didn't want to drag some chaos demon into the Marvel Universe on his first attempt. He closed his eyes, sank his consciousness into the location of the psionic source in his chest, mobilized that warm psionic energy, and began to channel it according to the method the Emperor had implanted in his mind. The flow of psionic energy became increasingly smooth, starting from his chest, spreading along his blood vessels, nerves, and bones, and finally converging at the center of his brow. Just then, an image suddenly surfaced in his mind. It was not something he had imagined, it was an image automatically projected into his consciousness by his psionic power. A group of human soldiers wearing gray-blue greatcoats, steel helmets, laser rifles slung over their shoulders, and fragmentation grenades and entrenching tools hanging from their belts, their chest armor emblazoned with the Imperial Aquila. They stood in perfect formation, 10 men in a line, their gazes resolute, their expressions solemn, radiating the composed, murderous aura that only battle-hardened veterans possessed. Astra Militarum. Luo Sa's heart gave a violent thump. Although in the Warhammer 40k setting, the Astra Militarum were often used as background fodder and died in droves, that was because their opponents were out-of-spec monsters like Chaos Space Marines, Necrons, and Tyranids. But here on the streets of Earth in the Marvel Universe, 10 well-trained, fully armed Imperial Guard veterans, equipped with laser rifles and fragmentation grenades, would be like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito against the gangsters of Hell's Kitchen. Luo Sa took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and focused his attention on the 10 clear figures in his mind. His psionic power extended along with his will, reaching into an indescribable dimension in the void, wrapping around the images of the 10 Astra Militarum soldiers, and then pulling them back with a sudden jerk. In that instant, Luo Sa felt nearly a third of his psionic energy drained away. It was as if someone had pulled a plug inside him, the level of his psionic source plummeted, and a distinct sense of weakness spread from his chest. At the same time, the air in the open space of the bridge tunnel, less than 3 meters in front of him, suddenly twisted. Accompanied by a low hum and the pungent smell of ozone, 10 figures stepped out of the distortion into thin air. 10 Astra Militarum soldiers stood in perfect formation before him. The sound of their military boots hitting the ground simultaneously echoed through the bridge tunnel, dull and powerful. Each of them wore standard Imperial Guard equipment. Their gray-blue greatcoats bore clear signs of wear in battle, with some areas still stained by unwashed Xeno's blood. Beneath their steel helmets were faces weathered by hardship, of various skin tones, but all possessing the same calm and vigilance in their eyes. The laser rifles in their hands were not brand new, there were scratches on the stocks and burn marks on the barrels. They were clearly veterans pulled from a real battlefield, not rookies who had just received their gear in a training camp. The leading Astra Militarum was a sturdy man in his 40s, with an old scar running from the corner of his mouth to his ear. After landing, he scanned the surroundings, then locked his gaze onto Luo Sa, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The next second, all 10 Astra Militarum snapped to attention, their boot heels clicking together with a crisp snap. The leader placed his hands flat against his chest, thumbs crossed and locked. 88th Cadian Regiment, Sergeant Griffin Voss reporting for duty. The other 9 soldiers followed in unison, for the Emperor. The sound reverberated through the bridge tunnel several times, making Luo Sa's ears buzz. Holy shit. Luo Sa slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the 10 Astra Militarum one by one. He slowly grinned and laughed aloud. The slight regret he felt about not pulling an Astartes quickly dissipated. One had to learn to be content. Primarchs and Ultramarines were certainly cool, but with his current meager psionic reserves, being able to summon 10 fully armed Imperial veterans was already an unexpected surprise. What did the Astra Militarum of Warhammer 40k represent? They were the largest, bloodiest, and most resilient military force of the Imperium of Man. On a battlefield where the average life expectancy was measured in hours, anyone who survived their first battle was a veteran. These 10 men before him had bloodstains on their greatcoats that had hardened into a patina, and the scratches on their rifle stocks were as dense as the rings of an old tree. They were clearly not rookies who had only seen battle once. Although there were only 10 of them, in a battlefield at the level of a Hell's Kitchen gang war, it was enough for him to carve out a foothold. With territory, he could solve the problems of food, shelter, and his identity. With an identity, he could slowly figure out the timeline and the distribution of power in this Marvel universe. Luo Sa suppressed his calculations and turned his gaze to the scarred-faced sergeant. Griffin Voss, if you were only equipped with melee weapons, how many ordinary humans could you take down? When Luo Sa asked this, he kept his tone as steady as possible, even as his mind raced with calculations. He needed to know the combat capability of this squad clearly so he would have some confidence for his upcoming operations. The punks in Hell's Kitchen might be trash, but there were a lot of them. He hadn't yet figured out exactly how many people were in the Three-Face gang. If the numbers exceeded his expectations, he needed to know just how powerful the card he held in his hand really was. Upon hearing this question, Griffin Voss answered almost without hesitation. Report. If we are only equipped with melee weapons, entrenching tools, bayonets, and combat knives, and the enemy is also only equipped with melee weapons, my squad can eliminate dozens of times our number with 0 casualties. He paused and added a figure. Approximately 30 to 40 times. In other words, if 300 or 400 men with knives come at us, not one of our 10 men will be lost. Before Luo Sa could even raise an eyebrow, Griffin continued. If the enemy carries conventional firearms, pistols, shotguns, submachine guns, and other light weaponry, while we still only use melee weapons, we can eliminate about 200 people while ensuring the entire squad survives. The prerequisite is that the engagement area has sufficient cover and room for maneuvering. If the terrain is unfavorable, such as an open area locked down by crossfire, this number would be reduced. But in an urban environment like Hell's Kitchen, Griffin glanced at the spiderweb-like alleys and abandoned buildings outside the bridge tunnel, and the scar at the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. 200 people, conservatively estimated. The bridge tunnel was silent for 3 full seconds. Holy shit. Luo Sa couldn't help it, the profanity slipped out. He knew these veterans would be strong. The Astra Militarum of Warhammer 40k were an army that had spent their entire lives fighting brutal wars against orcs, chaos rebels, and tyranids. Those who survived were the elite of the elite. But he was still a bit dazed by that number. Before he transmigrated, his impression of the Astra Militarum had been the same as most players. Cannon fodder, background dressing, a line of text in a battle report. When he played Space Marine 2, the presence of the Astra Militarum was basically just spawning a row of friendly units on the map, only to find them all lying on the ground 10 minutes later when he passed by again. But now, 10 living Astra Militarum stood before him, telling him they could hack down 200 armed opponents with entrenching tools. Luo Sa took a deep breath, suppressed his shock, and began to think rapidly. If Griffin's estimate wasn't exaggerated. Given the style of Cadian veterans, it was highly likely not only accurate but actually a conservative estimate. Then these 10 men in his hands were already an assault force capable of going head-to-head with any local gang on the streets of Hell's Kitchen. Kingpin's gang. The Hands Ninjas. As long as super-powered combatants weren't involved, and it was just a pure street brawl, these 10 veterans could sweep through Hell's Kitchen from end to end. His mind began to race. He didn't know how many people the Three-Face gang had, but a small gang that only dared to collect protection money from fruit stands on a few streets in Hell's Kitchen would have, at most, a few dozen members. Even with Three-Face himself, who could devour souls, they couldn't possibly withstand a surprise attack from 10 Cadian veterans. These were all just experience points waiting to be farmed. The corners of Luo Sa's mouth slowly curled up. His mind was already calculating experience points. No, psionic energy. The Emperor had made it very clear. The merit of purging heretics would be absorbed by the psychic seed and converted into psionic reserves. That skinny guy had just been a small-time thug, and yet he had provided quite a bit of energy to the psychic seed. The Three-Face gang had at least a few dozen members, plus Three-Face himself, who was clearly not an ordinary human. If he farmed this wave, how much would his psionic energy grow? The first summoning had pulled out 10 Astra Militarum and used nearly a third of his psionic reserves. If his psionic energy doubled, what could he pull out in the next summoning? An Astartes. Or even more elite troops. Just thinking about it made Luo Sa feel the psionic source in his chest heating up slightly, as if it, too, had been piqued by the idea. Very good. He suppressed his excitement and refocused his attention on the 10 veterans before him. With your word, I have some confidence for the upcoming operations. Griffin Voss snapped to attention, ready for your orders at any time. Luo Sa nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 10 weathered faces of the squad, his voice unconsciously laced with a hint of killing intent. Rest for the night. Tomorrow, we begin scouting the Three-Face gang's territory. Within 3 days, I want all the intelligence on that repair shop. 3 days from now, we wipe them all out in one go. The 10 Astra Militarum pounded their chests in unison, their low, synchronized response echoing through the bridge tunnel, for the Emperor. Luo Sa turned and walked to the entrance of the bridge tunnel. Looking out at the mottled streetlights of Hell's Kitchen in the distance, he had already written the death warrant for everyone in the Three-Face gang in his mind. Whether they were demons or mutants, the trial would reveal the truth. As for the dozens of gang members, being able to contribute a small amount of experience points to his growth would be the only contribution they would ever make to the Imperium in their lives. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Luo Sa truly witnessed what it meant to have Imperial veterans. His original expectation for the Astra Militarum was just 10 capable bodyguards, but Griffin Voss and his squad ended up putting on a textbook operation in Hell's Kitchen. Day 1. Intelligence. Griffin didn't even wait for dawn. That very night, after Luo Sa issued the reconnaissance order, he split the squad into 3 groups. One group was responsible for high ground observation and long-range surveillance. The second group disguised themselves as homeless people and infiltrated the alleys around the repair factory to keep watch. He himself took the rest of the men and, under the cover of night, scouted every inch of the terrain surrounding the repair factory. By noon the next day, a complete reconnaissance report was in Luo Sa's hands. The repair factory's main entrance, back door, side door, underground room ventilation shafts, rooftop firing points, the height differences of surrounding buildings, and the width and escape routes of every alley were all clearly marked. He had also figured out the shift change times and patrol routes of the Three-Face gang, which windows would light up at night, and which back doors had people coming out for a smoke in the middle of the night. What satisfied Luo Sa even more than the intelligence was the reconnaissance result on Three-Face himself. He wrote it very bluntly in the report. The target's ability is to destroy the enemy's consciousness through psionic power, but the startup time is extremely long. It requires concentrating attention and staring at the opponent, with an estimated range of no more than 10 meters. The way to evade it is to avoid direct, prolonged eye contact with him. After reading the report, Luo Sa instantly understood what was going on. A mutant whose ability had a long startup time, short range, and could only turn a single target into a fool. Simply put, he was just a creepy-looking glass cannon mage. Within Marvel's mutant system, this guy's power level probably wouldn't even reach Epsilon class. He was able to become a gang leader in Hell's Kitchen purely because he looked scary enough that ordinary people dared not provoke him. But to Acadia assault squad capable of instantly eliminating a target with bayonets within 10 meters, he posed absolutely no threat. For the remaining 2 days, Griffin started raising money. The order Luo Sa had given him at the time was simple. I'm still sleeping under a bridge, you guys figure out a way to get some funds. It turned out that Griffin's understanding of getting some funds was on a completely different level than what Luo Sa had in mind. Luo Sa had originally expected them to collect a few protection fees or get some money from watching over a shady bar, but Griffin took the whole squad and, over 2 nights, disguised as members of different gangs, raided several small gangs in Hell's Kitchen one by one. They changed out of their uniforms, put on old clothes they'd picked out of trash cans, covered their faces, and specifically chose to strike between 3 and 4 in the morning. In 2 nights, they swept clean the liquid assets and cash hidden in the strongholds of 7 small gangs in Hell's Kitchen. When Griffin returned to report, he placed a travel bag filled with US dollars in front of Luo Sa, his tone flat. My lord, here is $4.7 million in cash. There are still 2 safes I didn't have time to pry open, I'll deal with them tonight. Luo Sa looked at the travel bag, stuffed so full the zipper could barely close, and remained silent for a good while. A few days ago, he was begging for apples at Old John's fruit stand. A few days later, he had nearly $5 million in cash. From a homeless man to an upper-class figure worth millions, it had only taken him 1 weekend. Of course, having money was one thing, but he couldn't spend it yet. Although Griffin's working style was clean and efficient, he had raided 7 small gangs in one go, causing an uproar in the Hell's Kitchen underworld. There had been many new faces on the streets these past 2 days. Every gang was looking for that group of masked robbers, and some gangs even suspected each other, nearly breaking out into a turf war. This chaos would eventually subside, but for now, there were too many enemies. If Luo Sa were to suddenly make a big splash by acquiring property, buying luxury cars, or drawing attention to himself, it would be tantamount to admitting that he was the one who did it. Not to mention that such behavior could attract the attention of some large organizations, like Kingpin's criminal empire, or the more troublesome Shield. This was completely contrary to Luo Sa's plan of developing quietly for now. However, while splurging was out, improving living conditions was acceptable. Luo Sa's tolerance had been frozen through by the cold winds of Hell's Kitchen. Having slept under a bridge for several consecutive days, he felt like his lumbar discs were about to say goodbye to him. Moreover, although Griffin and his men felt that the space under the bridge was already far more comfortable than the Imperial battlefields, a group of Cadia veterans huddled together under a bridge was indeed a pathetic sight. Besides, this bridge had become famous over the past few days. Griffin and his men had cleared out several waves of blind gang members who came to collect overnight fees, with over a dozen bodies piled up by the river. If they kept staying there, they would be discovered sooner or later. Moving, Luo Sa slapped his thigh and made a prompt decision. He found a local small real estate agent on the edge of the Three-Face Gang's territory who specialized in rentals in the gray area, didn't ask about the tenants, identities, and only accepted cash. Luo Sa didn't even have identification, so he simply slapped $20,000 on the agent's table to cover 6 months' rent for a small 3-story building. That night, Luo Sa and his 10 Cadia soldiers officially moved into the building. Griffin spent an hour checking every security blind spot in the building, arranged hidden sentry posts at the front and back doors, and converted the underground room into a temporary equipment storage room. He also led men to set up 2 simple alarm devices on the edge of the 3rd-floor rooftop. To put it bluntly, they were tripwire bombs. If anyone dared to climb over the roof, the whole street would hear the noise. Luo Sa let Griffin assign the rooms himself, then pushed the door open to enter his own. A bed, a wardrobe, a desk, a chair. It was as simple as a college dorm, but when he saw the bed, he almost knelt down. Finally, he didn't have to sleep on the concrete floor. He went to the bathroom and turned on the faucet. The moment the hot water came out, he let out the most satisfied sigh since he had transmigrated. He took a hot shower for nearly 40 minutes, washing all the grime and the smell of blood that had accumulated over the past few days down the drain. He dried his hair and changed into a set of clean clothes Griffin had just bought. Standing in the living room of this 3-story building, looking at the mottled streetlights of Hell's Kitchen outside the window, holding a cup of hot tea, Luo Sa felt that he had finally switched from savage mode back to civilized mode. Griffin stood behind him, holding a hand-drawn map densely marked with every sentry post and patrol route on the Three-Face Gang's territory. My lord, we are ready to act at any time. Luo Sa took a sip of tea, the heat sliding down his throat, warming his whole body. He looked at the map with an excited expression. No rush, let's get a good night's sleep tonight. Tomorrow. He set the teacup on the windowsill. We go to judge the heretics. Luo Sa slept for a full 18 hours. There was no cold wind blowing in from under the bridge, no homeless people sneaking in to cause trouble in the middle of the night, no gunshots or sirens ringing out in the distance from time to time. There were only clean sheets and a mattress of just the right firmness. This was the most comfortable sleep he had had since transmigrating to the Marvel Universe. That feeling of silencing his phone, turning off the alarm, and burying his head in the pillow to sleep until he woke up naturally had finally been rediscovered in this different world. When he woke up, he stared at the ceiling for a long while, and it was only when he saw the gray New York skyline outside the window that he fully came back to his senses. While washing up, with the hot water splashing on his face, Luo Sa looked at the person in the mirror for a long time. The homeless man from a few days ago, who reeked of sourness and had deep-set eyes, was gone, replaced by a spirited young man with clear eyes. Sleep and a sense of security were the most basic yet most luxurious supplies for human beings. By the time he walked downstairs wiping his hair, lunch was already laid out on the dining table. Griffin had somehow acquired an induction cooker and a few pots, and using ingredients bought from a nearby vegetable market, he had managed to whip up a decent meal. 10 Cadia veterans sat around the long table. Seeing him come down, they all stood up in unison to salute. Luo Sa waved his hand to signal them to sit down and continue eating, then pulled out a chair and sat down himself. The meal was eaten in silence, but the atmosphere was completely different from when they were under the bridge. After the meal, Griffin cleared the tableware and replaced it with the hand-drawn map he had marked countless times, spreading it out on the table. The gazes of 10 people focused on Luo Sa simultaneously. Everyone knew it was time to get to work tonight. Luo Sa had reviewed Griffin's combat plan and found nothing to criticize. For Cadia veterans to fight a street gang of this level was like a professional boxer fighting an elementary school student. He only gave one instruction. Griffin, according to Imperial law, Three-Face is undoubtedly a heretic. I think we should judge him according to the laws and procedures of the Empire. He paused, his gaze sweeping across everyone. But conditions are limited now. There is no inquisition, no legal department, nothing at all. But the procedure cannot be skipped. After catching Three-Face, do not execute him on the spot. Arrest him, keep him under control, and then I will pass judgment, and you will carry it out. Griffin Boss did not ask why, nor did he show any expression of doubt. When he heard the words, according to Imperial law and procedure, his spine straightened involuntarily. For the warriors of the Empire, the Imperial law is not a dusty rulebook, it is the very faith they have guarded at the edge of the gates of chaos for 10,000 years. It does not matter if the Inquisition is present, what matters is that someone is still doing things by the rules. I understand, my lord. Griffin struck his chest with his right fist, his voice hoarse and solemn. Although we were not qualified to carry out judgments before, now we are all that is left in this world full of heretics. For the Emperor, we know what to do. Although he, Griffin Voss, was only Astra Militarum and not an Astartes, at this moment, he would lift the executioner's blade for those absent battle brothers. Luo Sa nodded, stood up from his chair, and walked to the window. The sky outside had begun to darken, and the streetlights in Hell's Kitchen were turning on one by one. A noisy sound of music drifted faintly from the direction of the repair shop. The Three-Face gang seemed to be having some sort of party tonight, which was perfect for rounding them all up at once. Action at 11 o'clock sharp tonight. All personnel change gear, prioritizing melee weapons, with firearms as backups. Clear the outer patrols directly, there is no need to leave any survivors. Handle those inside collectively, do not let a single one escape. As for Three-Face himself, bring him to me alive. He turned around, and a pale golden light of psionic energy flashed in the depths of his pupils and vanished. Operation Code Name, First Judgment. 10 low voices converged into a single sound in the living room. For the Emperor. 10:45 p.m., Hell's Kitchen. The night wind swept trash and fallen leaves across the street, and the 3 circles painted in red on the wall at the entrance of the repair shop looked particularly glaring under the streetlights. There were 2 gang members standing guard at the entrance. One was leaning against the wall smoking, and the other was squatting on the steps playing with his phone, the cigarette butt in his mouth flickering in the darkness. A warrior crept silently from the shadows on the flank, carrying an entrenching tool in his hand. That shovel had been with him for 6 years, and the blade had been sharpened to be sharper than a bayonet. It had split open orc heads and pried open rebel bunkers, so using it now against a heretic squatting and playing on his phone was simply overkill. The cigarette butt went out. The phone fell to the ground. The 2 sentries were dragged behind the trash cans in the side alley. The entire process took no more than 5 seconds. Griffin made 2 hand signals from the darkness. The entire squad of 10 was divided into 3 groups. One group would break into the underground room from the back door, one group would block all windows and escape routes, and he would take 2 men and push directly from the front door. All operating personnel only carried entrenching tools, bayonets, and combat knives, with laser rifles strapped to their backs. They were not to fire unless an accident occurred. After all, the noise of laser weapons was too great, and it would attract unnecessary trouble for the time being. The front door was pried open with a crowbar. The moment the door opened, the deafening heavy metal music from inside poured out, which actually became the best cover. More than 20 gang members were drinking and playing cards in the hall of the repair shop. Some were smoking something on the sofa in the corner, and others were gambling and cursing around a table, but not a single person noticed that the god of death had already arrived at the door. Griffin made a forward chopping gesture. Several Cadia veterans moved at the same time. The sound of the entrenching tools hacking down was drowned out by the heavy metal drum beats. The dull thuds of tactical knives stabbing into human bodies and being pulled out were mixed into the bass of the music. Their movements were simple and efficient, with every strike aiming straight for the vitals, giving the opponents no chance to scream. This was not a battle, this was a dimensional strike. In less than a minute, the hall was quiet. The heavy metal was still playing, but it could no longer cover up the spreading smell of blood. More than 20 gang members lay sprawled on the floor and sofas, some were even still clutching their cards, not knowing what had happened when they died. Griffin wiped the blood off his face and led his men to push open the iron door at the deepest part of the repair shop. That room had no windows, and candles were lit all over the four walls. A figure was reflected in the flickering candlelight. Three-Face was sitting cross-legged on the carpet in the center of the room, the middle face expressionless, staring straight at the door. You. Three-Face stood up. The crying sound on the left face turned into a shrill howl, and the smile on the right face instantly twisted into an expression of rage. Who the fool are you? Griffin did not answer. He sidestepped to avoid the direct line of sight, lunged from the side, turned, and swung the backhand of his entrenching tool into Three-Face's knee. The sound of bone cracking was crisp and clean. Three-Face screamed and fell to his knees. Before he could turn his head to activate his ability, Griffin's knee was already pressing on the back of his neck, the tip of the knife pressed against the root of his right ear, and a cold voice rang in his ear. Dare to move, and this blade will go straight through your left face. 30 seconds later, Three-Face was dragged out with his hands tied behind his back and thrown onto the cleared central floor of the repair shop hall. His three faces twitched together, the left face cried until it couldn't make a sound, the right face smiled even uglier than crying, and the middle expressionless face finally showed fear. The bodies of the surrounding gang members had not yet been cleared, and the smell of blood was as thick as a slaughterhouse. But Three-Face could not worry about those dead people now. Standing before him was a young man in a trench coat, with two blood-stained, expressionless soldiers standing on either side behind him, one of whom was a scarred man. It was him who had incapacitated him in less than 2 seconds just now. Luo Sa looked down condescendingly at this mutant with three faces on the ground. It was claimed externally that the three faces could devour souls. In reality, it was just a trash ability for close-range mental attacks, with a wind-up long enough for Griffin to kill him 5 times over. Just such a piece of trash, relying on that scary face to act like a tyrant in Hell's Kitchen for so long. Today was the end of it. Luo Sa spoke. Heretic. Luo Sa lowered his head and looked into Three-Face's eyes. By the authority granted to me by the Emperor of Mankind, and in the name of the Holy Inquisition. Three-Face's body began to tremble violently. I hereby pass the final judgment. Luo Sa's tone was plain, but every word carried unquestionable authority. Charges. Unauthorized modification of the sacred human genome, use of unlicensed psionic powers, harming imperial citizens, and entrenched as an evil entity. The above charges are clear in fact and conclusive in evidence, in accordance with the imperial law. Three-Face's middle face finally broke, his mouth opened and let out a hoarse scream, but his body could no longer support itself. For cumulative crimes, sentence 2. Luo Sa paused for a beat. Death. Execute immediately. He lifted his gaze and looked at Griffin Voss, who was standing beside Three-Face. Griffin Voss, carry out the judgment. As you command, my lord, for the Emperor. He drew the power sword that had been issued to him for 12 years. The moment the blade was activated, a pale blue energy field hummed and covered the entire length of the blade, suppressing all the light in the hall. That sword had cut through the armor of Chaos Rebels and severed the spines of orcs. Using it now to execute a third-rate mutant who couldn't even release his ability was the easiest mission in the sword's service life, and also the one with the most ritual significance. The sword light fell. Three-Faces let out a short scream at the same time, and then all fell silent simultaneously. Luo Sa watched the head rolling on the carpet. The Three-Faces finally unified their expressions, all frozen in the same twisted fear. He felt the psionic energy within him shake violently, and immediately after, a hotter, more intense current than before flowed out from the psionic source, surging through his blood vessels to his whole body. He felt his psionic reserve surge in that instant, as if a small pond had been dug directly into a deep well. It was completely not on the same magnitude as the time with the thin tall man. Judging a real mutant heretic brought psionic feedback far exceeding that of street thugs. He closed his eyes slightly, feeling that power washing through his body. Then he slowly opened his eyes, the pale golden light in his pupils deeper than before. Luo Sa turned around, facing the 10 Kadia veterans standing in a row in the hall. Their military overcoats were half soaked in blood, and their entrenching tools and combat knives were still dripping blood, but everyone's eyes were equally calm and firm. Griffin had already sheathed his power sword and was standing in place waiting for the next order, the expression on his face no different from usual. Luo Sa looked at them, his eyes full of satisfaction. He was already looking forward to the next summoning. Heretics will eventually be eliminated, for the Emperor. When the hot water poured down, Luo Sa stood there with his eyes closed for a long time. After cleaning up those people from the three-face gang today, the smell of blood seemed to have drilled deep into his nostrils. It took several washes before he felt refreshed. He changed into his newly bought clean pajamas and flopped onto the bed, the spring mattress creaking with a squeak. Comfortable. It was fooling comfortable. He now felt that a regular mattress was the greatest invention of mankind. Downstairs, Griffin and the others were packing up their gear, the sound of military boots hitting the floor echoing intermittently. Griffin had originally intended to come up and give a post-battle report. But Luo Sa told him through the door to wash up and go to sleep. Dozens of thugs plus one mutant whose wind-up time was longer than an old lady crossing the street. With 10 Kadia veterans, it wasn't even 4 per person, and the opponents were skewered before they could even draw their guns. If they had to give a serious report for this, would they have to make a PowerPoint when fighting Thanos in the future? He didn't have the heart to think about those things now. The psionic energy in his body was still pulsing. Luo Sa leaned against the headboard, closed his eyes, and tried to mobilize his psionic energy. This wave of strengthening was too important for him. Not only had his physique been enhanced, although he hadn't reached the point of resisting bullets with his bare body, he could already resist cold weapons used by ordinary people. On the way home, he had tested his stamina and endurance, both of which had been greatly improved. Now he could run 10 kilometers easily without panting or having weak legs. Furthermore, he could coat his entire body with psionic energy, so blocking bullets wouldn't be a problem, though the psionic consumption was a bit high. Try something else. He sat up and reached out toward the cup on the nightstand. A pale golden light wrapped around the cup, and with a gentle shake, it floated up. He controlled the cup to fly around in the air, spun it around once, and gently placed it back. Glass hit wood with a clatter, clean and neat. So easy. He turned his gaze to the desk. An iron desk, at least 30 or 40 pounds. Psionic energy surged over, lifting it steadily into midair. There was some resistance, but it was far from being strenuous. He put it back and then set his sights on the bed he was sitting on. An iron frame bed, plus the mattress, was at least over 100 pounds. Luo Sa rubbed his hands, stretched out both hands simultaneously, and psionic energy surged out from both palms. He took a deep breath and pushed upward, the bed legs instantly left the ground. The iron frame creaked and groaned, pressure transmitting from his arms to his forehead, but it was within his control. He lifted the bed to a height of 1 meter and then increased the difficulty. He made the bed slowly rotate in midair. The corners of the quilt swayed gently with the rotation. The scene was as absurd as it could get. Luo Sa laughed out loud. Awesome. A week ago, he was still in his apartment editing his thesis until he was going bald. Now, he was using telekinesis to hold an iron frame bed in midair and spin it for fun. What defense, what plagiarism check, what formatting errors, are they as fun as having psionic powers? He gently put the bed back down, without making a sound. Then he started tinkering with other things. He tried to conjure a bolt of psionic lightning from his fingertips, condense psionic energy into a shield in front of him, and closed his eyes to try to sense what Griffin was doing next door. The result was that apart from making the golden arcs on his fingers jump a few more times, nothing worked. Fine, it seems current psionic energy can only do this much. As for lightning, shields, precognition, and soul-level offense and defense. Those are high-level stuff. At his current psionic level, he couldn't even reach the threshold. To put it in perspective, he was now basically a beginner psionic user who could stably project psionic energy. That wasn't rare in Warhammer, but compared to most ordinary people in the Marvel Universe, it was already quite good. Moreover, he had an advantage that others didn't. His psionic energy surged directly from the psionic source within his body, rather than being drawn from the warp. This meant that theoretically, he was not affected by the 4 Chaos Gods, and he wouldn't suddenly hear the whispers of a demonette in his head while using it. Of course, this was just theory. Whether the seed source given by the Emperor was truly clean, I'm afraid only the yellow weasel knows. He had to become stronger as soon as possible and use actual combat to verify this hypothesis. And there were only two ways to become stronger. Train psionic energy. Purge the heretics. Every time he killed a heretic, the psionic source would provide feedback. Ordinary thugs were like mosquito legs, but a third-rate mutant like Three-Face directly doubled his psionic energy. What about higher up? Kingpin, Bullseye, the Hand, Green Goblin. Even higher, in humans, the three major empires, Thanos. Anything higher than that was not within his current scope of consideration. Luo Sa lay back on the pillow, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. Training starts tomorrow. The matter of purging heretics also needed to be carried out simultaneously. The Three-Face gang had been eliminated, so the next task was to expand outward and ferret out those heretics hiding in the shadows one by one. A few days ago, he was still gnawing on rotten apples under a bridge. Now he had a place to stay, subordinates, his first pot of gold, and had learned psionic energy. Life was finally not so unbearable. But he knew in his heart that this foundation was far from being stable. Hell's Kitchen was just a newbie village. He knew better than anyone how deep the waters of the Marvel Universe were. Intelligence, what he lacked most right now was intelligence. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. My lord, the computer has been bought. Luo Sa lay still, hooked his finger toward the door, and his psionic telekinesis clicked the lock open and pulled the door wide. He was getting more and more proficient with these small operations now. It was easier than lifting an arm. Griffin walked in carrying a laptop and a mobile phone, the expression on his face not as serious as before. Good work, boss. Is the network set up? Everything is set up. Griffin handed the items over and added a sentence. My lord, if there are no other orders, I will take 2 men to disguise ourselves and go out in a while to get some more funds and clean up a few heretics along the way. As for the base you mentioned last time, based on the scale, the money on hand is still quite short. Luo Sa nodded. The matter of the base was something he had mentioned casually while eating last night. This 3-story building was fine to live in, but it was ultimately a temporary stop. If he really wanted to develop long-term, he needed a truly reliable place. Hidden, secure, capable of storing equipment, capable of conducting training, and preferably with a decent intelligence center. It wasn't that such places didn't exist in Hell's Kitchen, but they all required money to secure. The 4 million plus that Griffin had gotten from the black-on-black operation sounded like a lot, but if they really spent it according to military base standards, it was just startup capital. Go ahead, keep a low profile first, only touch small timers. Don't touch the Hand and Kingpin's people for now. Understood. Griffin thumped his chest and turned to go downstairs. Before long, the sound of Griffin communicating with a few people came from downstairs, and then 3 pairs of military boots stepped down the stairs and out the back door. The sound soon disappeared into the alley. Luo Sa opened the computer, connected to the internet, and the first thing he did was search for mutants. Information on mainstream media was pitifully scarce, and the headlines were all worded cautiously, as if afraid of offending someone. It was only after he wandered into a few dark web forums that he discovered some useful information. Magneto exists. Professor X exists. The Brotherhood of Mutants and the X-Men could both be searched. The core settings were roughly the same as those in his memory. Magneto was the leader of the radical faction and had caused trouble in Europe a few months ago. Professor X had a private school in upstate New York, publicly called the School for Gifted Youngsters, which was actually the base for the X-Men. The Mutant Registration Act was being bickered over back and forth in Congress, and the panic and exclusion in society were exactly the same as what was portrayed in the movies. He spent over an hour going through all this information and saved the highly credible ones in a separate encrypted document. The dark web, of course, was also mixed with a lot of nonsense posts. Some said Magneto was an alien, and others swore they had been mind-controlled by Professor X. He automatically filtered these out. After searching for mutants, he started searching for other superheroes. The result was just 2 words: clean. Searching for Iron Man online brought up a rock band. Searching for Captain America yielded only museum materials. Searching for Thunder God Thor was even more absurd, popping up a bunch of research papers on Norse mythology. He switched to a few other keywords. Super Soldier Serum, Green Monster, Arc Reactor. The first 2 were dead ends, but the last one yielded results. An official press release from Stark Industries had a headline about a breakthrough in clean energy projects, accompanied by a photo of Tony Stark himself holding a glass of champagne, smiling with an annoying look on his face, with a huge glowing machine vaguely visible in the background. Luo Sa stared at that photo for a long while. That's right, it was still that playboy attitude, he hadn't been kidnapped, there was no hole in his chest, and the miniature arc reactor hadn't been embedded in his body yet. He flipped through stark news from the last 3 months. It was all business acquisitions, stock fluctuations, and gossip from charity galas. There were no reports about an attack in Afghanistan or Stark's disappearance. This made him feel much more at ease. Iron Man hadn't been born yet, and the prologue of Marvel hadn't unfolded. Ultron, Thanos, Dormammu, these final bosses were all still sleeping in the mists of the future. He had time. But how much time exactly, he didn't know. When would Tony be kidnapped? Next week? Next month? Or half a year later? Had his transmigration caused a chain reaction that moved the timeline forward or backward? These were all impossible to determine. And most critically, he had no idea which version of the Marvel Universe he had fallen into. The coexistence of mutants and Avengers in itself overturned the settings of the cinematic universe. Either this was a mixed world with comic settings as the main focus, or the movies and comics had been mashed together in this universe. Either situation meant he couldn't use the timeline of any single movie to predict the future. What should come would come, but the order and scale might be completely messed up. Thinking too much gave him a headache. Luo saw through the computer to the side and lay flat with his arms under his head. Since he couldn't predict it, he might as well stop guessing. Become stronger to death, strong enough to fight Thanos when he arrives, strong enough to purge the Celestials when they arrive. If he couldn't win, he would hunker down until he could. Didn't the Yellow Weasel say that if you die, your soul returns to Terra? What if the Empire really had resurrection technology? Luo Sa laughed at himself when he thought of this. Before he transmigrated, he was terrified of death, but after transmigrating, he wasn't that afraid anymore. After all, in the current situation, the more you fear death, the faster you die. As Luo Sa was leaning on the bed calculating his next plans, his chest suddenly felt hot. A new force surged from the depths of his psionic source. The increase wasn't large, but the feeling was clear. Griffin and the others had succeeded. Separated by who knows how many streets, he had collected the experience points while lying at home. Having people under you is great, leveling up while lying in bed, it's sweet. Luo Sa lay back on the bed, crossed his legs, and his mouth was grinning nearly to his ears. Not long after, the back door sounded. Griffin led his men into the living room. The three of them were wearing jackets and hoodies casually bought from a second-hand shop. There was no blood splattered on their faces, but there was a faint scent of gunpowder drifting from them. Griffin placed a bulging travel bag on the coffee table and unzipped it. Inside were stacks of bundled US dollars, with a few gold bars sandwiched in between, gleaming yellow. My lord, the harvest tonight was not bad. There is about 40 kilograms of gold. The purity hasn't been tested, but at market price, it's worth at least over 2 million. There is 8.5 million in cash, all old bills, non-sequential. Also, we ran into a gun deal, but that batch of goods was just pistols and shotguns, which are useless to us, so I didn't take them. Well done. Luo Sa picked up a gold bar and weighed it. It was heavy, and the feel was much more substantial than banknotes. It was right not to take the weapons. Our current warehouse is already full just from your standard issue equipment. If we pile up more useless junk, there won't even be room to turn around. Do a few more runs, and the startup capital for the secret base will be enough. Renting houses all the time is not a long-term plan. If we suddenly summoned an Astartes now, the ceiling of this building wouldn't be able to withstand him standing up, let alone housing him. Griffin nodded. After finishing the official report, his tone shifted. My lord, there is one more thing. During the operation tonight, we encountered someone suspicious. He was wearing dark red night clothes and started tailing us from the East District before we discovered him. We had to circle through 4 alleys to shake him off. That person's skills were very professional. His movement speed in urban terrain was extremely fast, but he wasn't a well-trained soldier. It looked like it was practiced from street fighting. Moreover, there was no stench of chaos on him. He was just an ordinary human, and for now, I can't detect any heretical traits. Hell's Kitchen. Dark red night clothes. Able to tail Acadia veteran like Griffin in the middle of the night for 4 alleys before being shaken off. Professional skills but not from a military background. Not a heretic. He knew this person. Are you sure he was dark red? Certain. A street lamp illuminated him once. It was a dark, deep red, not black. Luo Sa was silent for a few seconds, his fingers tapping slowly on the coffee table. The dark red tights in Hell's Kitchen, there was only one person. Matt Murdock, Daredevil. By day, he was a blind lawyer who defended the poor, By night, he flew between the rooftops of Hell's Kitchen to oppose Kingpin. He was among the top tier of fighters among ordinary people in Marvel. Although he didn't kill, no gang he targeted ever had a good ending. Don't touch him for now. Luo Sa looked up, his tone shifting from the previous laziness to a serious order. However, he is a threat to us, not a threat in terms of combat power, but in terms of intelligence. He knows that our group has appeared in Hell's Kitchen, and he will investigate us sooner or later. Before he figures us out, we must figure him out first. Secretly tail him, find out his true identity, daily activity patterns, and base location, the more detailed, the better. Remember, do not get discovered. This person has extremely strong perception, he is blind, but his hearing can hear your heartbeat. Griffin's eyes narrowed slightly. He clearly didn't think that person in night clothes was a big deal, but since Luo Sa said his perception was extremely strong, he would not underestimate him. Understood, my lord. We will go and arrange it right now. Ever since they were targeted by that person in the night suit, Griffin's operational style had become much more low-key. Previously, they would disguise themselves as ordinary thugs and even dare to have a drink at a shady bar, but now they had even skipped the drinking part. Every time they went out, they had to replan their route, and there would always be someone walking at the back of the team to cover the rear. Luo Sa watched from upstairs as they changed their routines every day, feeling that these Cadia veterans were treating this mission as some kind of training. But the work that needed to be done didn't decrease at all. The small, unprotected gangs at the very bottom of Hell's Kitchen were having a streak of terrible luck. Today a safe would go missing, tomorrow a vault would be emptied, and the day after, even the petty cash hidden in a van would be pried away. These gangs were bottom tier to begin with, so when they lost things, they didn't dare to search for them ostentatiously and could only suspect each other. Griffin and his team didn't just watch the show, they also took advantage of the chaos to snatch a few more things. However, Luo Sa knew clearly in his heart that this was not a long-term plan. After shearing the sheep until now, the resources of the gangs at the bottom of Hell's Kitchen had been squeezed dry. What remained were either big gangs or those supported by big gangs. If they kept shearing like this, Hell's Kitchen would definitely fall into chaos. He had to think of a stable way to make money. It was just that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, he hadn't even obtained a legal identity yet, so he couldn't register a company to do legitimate business. Just as he was pondering these things, the intelligence from Griffin's side was almost ready. After a few days, the whole squad took turns tailing, and finally, they figured out the background of that stalker. Dark red tights, it was indeed Daredevil. His true identity was also dug out by following the clues. Matt Murdock, a lawyer at a small law firm in Hell's Kitchen by day who specialized in taking cases for the poor. And at night, he would wear that outfit and jump around on rooftops, reclaiming the justice he couldn't get in court with his fists. That was how he got all his injuries. After reading this report, Luo Sa suddenly became interested. A lawyer, someone in the Marvel universe with a law license, a law firm, and a social identity. To him, an undocumented person, this was quite valuable. He would have to solve his identity problem sooner or later. No matter how good a fake ID was, it wouldn't stand up to scrutiny, but if he had a legitimate lawyer to help him operate, many things would become much smoother. Boss, go and invite our little stalker over for a cup of tea. Griffin stood at attention. Should I tie him up and bring him back, or cripple him and bring him back? Be polite, invite him. Don't treat him like a heretic. Although this guy is a paranoid, he is at least a good person, and we might need him later. Understood. The scar on the corner of Griffin's mouth twitched, and he turned to go downstairs. At 1 o'clock that morning, on the roof of a factory in Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil was tracking a group of thugs who had just finished a drug deal. He crouched on the edge of the 5th-floor roof, listening intently to the activity in the alley below. Footsteps, heartbeats, the friction of unzipping a backpack, everything was crystal clear. Just as he was about to jump down, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. There were 3 more people behind him. 3 people, their breathing was almost imperceptible, and their heartbeats were ridiculously slow, he didn't even know when they had appeared behind him. He turned sharply, assuming a fighting stance, his radar-like senses fully engaged. The 3 people stood in a triangular formation, having already blocked all his paths of retreat. He could feel that the leader was a burly man. And the other 2 were no less physically imposing than the leader. Mr. Murdoch. Griffin spoke up. Our boss would like to invite you for a cup of tea. Please cooperate, we won't hurt you. Daredevil's heart skipped a beat. Murdoch, his real identity. The other party didn't call him Daredevil, but his real name. There were very few people in this city who knew his secret identity. Who is your boss? His voice was very low, his body tense to the limit, ready to act at any moment. You'll know when you get there. Griffin's tone was still polite, but his attitude left no room for negotiation. The boss specifically instructed us to be polite. Otherwise, we would be bringing back your corpse. These words were spoken very calmly, not like a threat, but rather like stating a fact. Daredevil was silent for a few seconds. He could hear that the heartbeats of these three people hadn't accelerated at all. It seemed they really didn't consider him a threat. Lead the way. The living room of the three-story building. Luo Sa sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, 2 cups of freshly brewed tea steaming in front of him. The sound of military boots climbing the stairs came from outside, the door was pushed open, Griffin stepped aside, and Daredevil walked in. He was wearing civilian clothes, no mask, but he wore a pair of sunglasses. He stood at the doorway for a moment, then turned toward Luo Sa on the sofa, his expression shifting from vigilance to confusion. He had originally thought the other party would be some arms dealer or gang boss, but the heartbeat he heard belonged to a young man. Hello, Daredevil, or should I say Mr. Murdoch, please sit and have some tea. Luo Sa pointed to the single sofa opposite him. Daredevil stood at the door, not moving. Although he couldn't see, his ears scanned the entire room. There were at least 5 other heartbeats upstairs, 1 standing by the window, and 2 at the top of the stairs. Every one of them had a heartbeat so slow it didn't seem like a normal person's, they were steady and powerful. The people who had invited him here just now were definitely not inferior to him in strength. Fighting was meaningless. He hesitated no longer, walked into the living room, and sat down on the single sofa opposite Luo Sa. He picked up the teacup, took a sip, and put it down. Say what you have to say, Mr. Luo Sa. Since you have already investigated me thoroughly, I must have some value to be utilized. Luo Sa raised an eyebrow. He had originally thought Daredevil would first ask who he was, where he came from, and what he wanted to do. He didn't expect the other party to skip all the preamble and pull the conversation into negotiation mode. Mr. Murdoch, you are much more interesting than I imagined. Luo Sa leaned back against the sofa. Indeed, I have something I need your help with, but I would rather have you work for me. Then you are overthinking it. I will not cooperate with gangs that kill and loot. Even if I haven't found evidence of you harming ordinary people for the time being. Luo Sa was not surprised at all. Just kidding, if Matt Murdock could be recruited with a single sentence, he wouldn't have argued with every teammate in the comics. He liked to fight alone, didn't kill, and strictly adhered to the bottom line of the law. Luo Sa never expected to convince Daredevil to work for him just by talking. Mr. Murdoch, actually, what I want to cooperate with is your daytime identity. Not the one at night. Daytime identity. The vigilance in his tone was replaced by confusion. You need legal aid. Forgive my bluntness, but with your financial resources, you could hire the best lawyers at any major law firm in New York. Choosing me suggests you don't need services at a formal legal level. Luo Sa chuckled. This guy's mouth was much sharper than he imagined, but then again, he was a lawyer, a sharp tongue was a professional skill. I don't need you to help me launder money, nor do I need you to fight lawsuits for me. Let me be blunt. I want you to become the legal advisor for my team. The future company will have legitimate business, formal contracts, and formal employment relationships, these need you to oversee them. I will pay you a salary at market rates, I won't have you work for free. He paused, leaned forward, and lowered his voice a little. Besides that, I will do one more thing. That is to make Hell's Kitchen a benchmark for public safety in New York. Murdoch fell silent. If he could remain calm when legal advisor was mentioned just now, that last sentence really hit him hard. He spent every night crouching on rooftops until dawn in tights, taking so many beatings and breaking so many ribs, all for this place. Now, a young man of unknown origin who had raided half the gangs in Hell's Kitchen in just a few nights was sitting in front of him, saying he wanted to help him achieve this goal. I don't understand. Murdoch put down the teacup. Why did you choose me? New York has plenty of lawyers better than me, and plenty of mutants more powerful than me. Any one of your men could crush me. Why do you have to pick me? Because you are the only lawyer who cares about Hell's Kitchen. And as a local, the intelligence you possess is exactly what I need most. Luo Sa answered quickly. Other people care about money, you care about this place. And I just happen to need a clean and orderly place. You may not agree with everything I do, but there is one thing you can rest assured about. The speed at which I clean up gangs is much faster than you fighting them one by one. Are you so sure I will agree? I'm not. Luo Sa spread his hands, smiling openly. But I think you wouldn't refuse a proposal that could make Hell's Kitchen better. After all, you spend your days in court helping the poor, and your nights in spandex catching criminals. Isn't that exactly what you're trying to do? Murdoch did not answer immediately. His fingers traced circles on the rim of his teacup. What Luo Sa said had truly struck a chord with him. To bring order to Hell's Kitchen. Spending his days as a lawyer and his nights as a vigilante, struggling for so many years, wasn't that exactly for this? But ideals are one thing. Matt Murdoch was able to leave opposing counsel speechless in court precisely because he didn't get fooled by pretty words. Your men are indeed very strong. He raised his head, his unseeing eyes accurately locking onto Luo Sa's direction. But how can you guarantee that you will actually do it? And, do you think you can really pull it off? Relying on just these few people won't be enough to flatten the whole of Hell's Kitchen. Luo Sa smiled. He didn't expect one sentence to convince Daredevil. If such a paranoid person were so easily swayed, he wouldn't have been fighting against the entire criminal underworld of New York alone for so many years. Anything I say now is empty, and you wouldn't believe it anyway. How about this? Before I prove it to you, we keep this a purely financial relationship. You take my commissions, take my money, and do things for me. When you see with your own eyes what I can accomplish, then you can consider whether or not to get on board. He leaned back on the sofa and added. After all, our goals are the same, just our methods differ. You don't kill, I don't care. You uphold the law, and I can try my best to cooperate. For now, that doesn't hinder our cooperation. Murdoch was silent for a few seconds, his lips twitched, and his expression became less serious. I can agree to that. Respected client, what do you need me to do? The topic changed fast enough. Luo Sa quite appreciated this efficiency. So, does that mean the employment relationship is now effective? As soon as the commission fee arrives, the employment relationship becomes effective immediately. Murdoch's tone was very serious, his lawyer persona switched back in a second. Luo Sa laughed out loud. All right, straightforward. First thing, I don't have a US identity. I need a legal, real identity that can be verified by any agency. You can treat me as an illegal immigrant and help me obtain an identity through legal channels. I don't want to use fake documents can't stand up to scrutiny. Murdoch nodded slightly. This was within his scope of work, he was very familiar with immigration law and asylum applications. Although helping an illegal immigrant of unknown origin apply for an identity was indeed a bit of a gray area, compared to the mess that happened in Hell's Kitchen every day, this was nothing at all. Second thing, after the identity is sorted out, help me register a company with the business scope listed as Weapons Research and Development and Security Services. List the materials needed for the specific qualifications, and I will provide them. Murdoch's eyebrows raised. Weapons R&D plus security services, this scope of business isn't something that gets approved easily in New York. But then again, the person in front of him was able to pull together a well-trained private armed force right under the noses of so many factions, him opening a security company was actually quite fitting. That's all for now. I'll pay in cash or gold, whichever is convenient for you. Luo Sa spread his hands and leaned back on the sofa. Murdoch picked up his teacup and took another sip. There are difficulties, but they can be overcome. But I need time to process it. No problem, I'll wait for your good news. Luo Sa turned his head and shouted upstairs. Boss, prepare the payment for Mr. Murdoch. Less than 2 minutes later, Griffin walked out carrying a bulging canvas bag and placed it on the coffee table. The bag wasn't tied tight, revealing stacks of neatly arranged US bills and a few gold bars inside. The gold bars shimmered in the dim light of the living room, although Murdoch couldn't see, his nose twitched, and he clearly smelled the mixture of metal and ink. If I'm not mistaken, is this all stolen money? Luo Sa laughed. Ha ha ha, yes. That's why I'm paying triple the price. The corners of Murdoch's mouth twitched, which was rare, it was hard to tell if it counted as a smile. Triple the price, I accept this commission. In 1 week, the documents will be in your hands. Fine. Then you go about your business, and don't bother following us lately. I don't have that much free time, Mr. Luo Sa. The person following you that day was someone I happened to run into while working out at night. Now that I have to work, it's no longer on my way. Murdoch picked up his teacup and took another sip, his tone still that same indifferent cadence. Luo Sa stood up and proactively extended his right hand. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Murdoch also stood up and accurately gripped his hand. Happy cooperation. Luo Sa tilted his chin toward the door. Boss, help see Mr. Murdoch out. Griffin strode to the door, pulled it open, stepped aside to clear the path, and made a gesture with one hand for him to proceed. Then see you next week, Mr. Luo saw. Murdoch nodded at the group and turned to walk out the door. Griffin closed the door, and the sound of Murdoch's footsteps gradually faded into the night wind of the block. After sending off this night ghost of Hell's Kitchen, Luo Saw sat back on the sofa. Daredevil was taken care of. Lawyer, identity, company registration. Once these three things were finalized, he would no longer be a ghost with no existence in the Marvel Universe, but a legitimate person who could walk in the sunlight. By then, whether renting a compound or hiring employees, he wouldn't have to rely solely on his fists to solve problems. But that was a matter for next week. Right now, there were more pressing matters. He needed territory, and he needed manpower. Hell's Kitchen was neither big nor small, with dozens of streets and dozens of gangs of various sizes. Kingpin's influence was rooted like tree roots into every sewer, and the ninjas of the hand hid like rats in every shadow. He currently only had 10 Cadia veterans in his hands. That was more than enough to beat the Three-Face Gang, but to swallow the whole of Hell's Kitchen. 10 was not enough, far from enough. It was time to summon new reinforcements. Luo Sa calculated his psychic energy reserves in his mind. Three-Face had given him a huge wave of experience, and since then, Griffin and the others had been clearing out small fries, bringing in more gains several times. Now, the psychic energy in his body was several times stronger than when he last summoned. Last time, that bit of psychic energy was enough to pull out 10 Astra Militarum. This time, he should try using more psychic energy to summon. Even if he couldn't pull an Astartes, pulling a few more squads of Astra Militarum would be fine. Expanding the existing organization from 10 people to a platoon or even a company would at least support him in carving out a piece of territory in Hell's Kitchen. However, more people also meant needing a larger place. This 3-story building was already slightly crowded with 11 people. If even one more squad came, someone would have to sleep in the underground room. If he was lucky enough to actually summon an Astartes, even giving up his own room wouldn't be enough to accommodate him. Not to mention he also needed to store equipment, train new recruits, and accommodate heavy firepower and vehicles that might appear in the future. For a proper base, these things were essential. Boss. Yes. Griffin walked over, his back straight. Start scouting for a new place. I want a larger territory, preferably a compound. Independent, with walls, controllable entrances and exits, and a wide field of view around it. A converted warehouse would work, or an abandoned factory. If there's really nothing ready-made, a plot of empty land will do, and we'll build it ourselves. Luo Sa stood up and walked to the window, pushing it open to reveal the noisy night view of Hell's Kitchen, as usual. He looked at this chaotic neighborhood, as if looking at a piece of wasteland waiting to be developed. To swallow Hell's Kitchen alone, 10 people is not enough. He turned around and leaned against the window frame. I will summon another batch of reinforcements. Once the identity and company registration are sorted out, we'll let loose. But before that, we need to pick the place first. Don't let the new brothers arrive and find there's nowhere to stay, that would be embarrassing. Griffin still didn't have much emotional fluctuation. Understood, I'll take men to scout it out first thing tomorrow morning. There are a few abandoned warehouses in the area of Hell's Kitchen to the west near the Hudson River. They used to belong to a freight company and have been empty for several years since it went bankrupt, which should meet your requirements. Go take a look. If it's suitable, take it directly. Don't worry about keeping the price too low, just make sure the seller doesn't talk back. Griffin's efficiency was as reliable as ever. The night after Luo Sa gave the order, Griffin returned at noon the next day with a crumpled transfer contract. The seller was an elderly Italian man who had been in the freight business in New York for over a decade. Business had been decent, but Hell's Kitchen had become increasingly chaotic over the past 2 years. He lost a truck every time he bought one, and his workers were beaten into the hospital by gangs on their way home from work. Now, he would rather sell at a low price than stay in Hell's Kitchen for another day. When they found him, he was handing out flyers at the door to attract buyers. Griffin didn't mince words. He walked in, sat down, and set his scarred face before him. At first, the old man wanted to negotiate the price, but Griffin didn't respond at all. He just placed $3 million in cash on the table, and for every word the old man said, he took away a stack. After Griffin took away $200,000, the old man stopped talking, picked up the contract, and signed it immediately. The warehouse was located by the Hudson River, just 2 streets away from the 42nd Street Pier. It used to be a transfer station for a freight company, covering nearly 10,000 square meters, consisting of 3 main 2-story steel-structured warehouses. Next to the warehouses were two auxiliary buildings. One was an employee dormitory with over 20 rooms on 2 floors, and the other was a canteen, bathroom, and boiler room. Although it had been abandoned for a few years without maintenance, the foundation was good, and it could be lived in after some cleaning up. Griffin and his men spent half a day cleaning up the dormitory area, testing the water pipes and electrical circuits, and repairing everything that could be fixed. It's much better than that dilapidated building before. Individual small rooms, hot showers, a place to cook, and most importantly, the warehouse was large enough. Not to mention the dozen or so people they had now, even if he brought in another 100, it would still fit. With the new territory secured, Luo Sa's mind immediately jumped to the next step. Summoning people. Subsequently, Griffin took 3 veterans to set up guard posts on the outskirts of the warehouse, while others cleaned up the rooms in the dormitory area. Luo Sa walked back alone to the hall, which had already been cleared of cargo. Most of the fluorescent lights on the dome of the hall were broken, with only a few still lit. Oil stains and tire marks from the old freight company remained on the gray-white concrete floor, and several rolls of rusty barbed wire were piled in the corner. Luo Sa stood in the very center of the hall and closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into the psionic source in his chest. Since judging 3-Face, his own psionic reserves had grown significantly. As Griffin and his men cleared out those small gangs outside every day, psionic energy poured into his body continuously. His current psionic reserves were at least 5 times greater than when he last summoned the 10 Cadian veterans. I can play a big hand this time. He took a deep breath, probed his consciousness into the depths of the psionic source, and began to guide it in the same way he had last time. The psionic energy didn't just disappear from his body, instead, it was as if he used it to open a door. Allowing the power from another dimension to flow in according to his will, and then shaping it. A pale golden light lit up from his chest, spreading along his blood vessels, nerves, and fascia to his limbs. The light grew stronger, enveloping him in a hazy golden halo. The psionic energy began to diffuse outward. Then, he felt a response. Immediately, he sharply increased his psionic output. Images began to emerge in his mind. At first, it was just a blurry outline, like silhouettes in a thick fog, with barely a dozen or so distinguishable. As he continuously poured psionic energy into it, those outlines gradually became clear, sharpened, and filled with color and detail. He saw the outline of power armor. Not the gray-blue greatcoats and flak armor of the Astra Militarum, but a heavier black plate armor that fit a female physique, with a silver imperial aquila embedded on the chest and ebony patterns rolling along the edges of the pauldrons. Battle Sisters. Luo Sa's heart skipped a beat. The image continued to clarify. 3 battle sisters stood at the very front of the formation, their helmets held in the crooks of their arms, revealing 3 resolute faces. The one in the middle was slightly older, with short, dark brown hair neatly tucked behind her ears and a long, thin old scar on the corner of her left eye. Her eyes were calm and hard. Her power armor was covered with various equipment. A delicate chainsword was tucked at her waist, a bolter pistol was strapped to the outside of her thigh, and a small ebony chalice pattern was embroidered with silver thread beneath the aquila emblem on her chest. Behind her were 2 young sisters, one had short, fiery red hair and a few freckles on her face. The other had fair skin, and her long golden hair was tied into a tight braid behind her head, looking like an angel that had walked out of a church mural. Behind the 3 battle sisters stood 10 Astra Militarum soldiers. They wore the same gray-blue greatcoats as Griffin Voss, and their faces beneath their steel helmets were equally weathered. 13 people, standing neatly in the depths of his consciousness, waiting to be pulled into reality. Luo Sa did not hesitate. He concentrated the psionic energy and gave a sharp tug toward those figures. In that instant, the psionic energy in his body rapidly began to drain away. These 13 people consumed more than 3 times the psionic energy of the 10 Astra Militarum soldiers last time, but it was still within his tolerance. The air began to twist, and then 13 figures appeared in front of him. The sound of military boots hitting the ground echoed through the hall, dull and powerful. Luo Sa opened his eyes. 3 battle sisters and 10 Cadian veterans stood in a neat formation in front of him. His gaze first fell on the 3 battle sisters at the front. Their power armor had a black luster under the warehouse lights. The joints were made of silver-gray elastic fiber, ensuring both protective performance and flexibility. The imperial aquila on their chests was inlaid with silver, shimmering under the lights. The older sister in the middle stepped forward and struck her right fist against her chest. She lowered her head to salute Luo Sa. The movement was clean and crisp, without the slightest hesitation. Order of the Aben Chalice, 5th Sisterhood, Sister Superior Cecilia Vera, reporting to you. May you, my lord, heir of the Emperor, lead us to purge all heretics in this world. The two sisters behind her struck their chests simultaneously, their movements uniform. For the Emperor. The 10 Cadian veterans followed in unison, their deep male voices interweaving with the clear female voices of the sisters, reverberating back and forth in the empty warehouse hall. Luo Sa stood there, looking at this brand new team in front of him. Honestly, it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. As long as you are a Warhammer player, who doesn't know the Battle Sisters? Those female warriors clad in power armor and wielding bolters were like roses blooming in black flames in the dark and desperate universe of Warhammer 40k. They had not undergone genetic modification, had no implanted organs, and their bodies remained those of ordinary, flesh and blood human women. But relying on a heart that was pure to the extreme and unquestioning faith in the Emperor, they forced themselves to have combat power no less than the Astartes. The elite of the Sisterhood could even tear apart chaos demons with their bare hands. In the Order of the Aben Chalice, Luo Sa flipped through his memories quickly. This order was famous for hunting heretical psychers, infiltrating enemy forces, and executing assassination and intelligence-gathering missions. They were not as good at frontal-heavy assaults as other orders, but they were very professional when it came to dismantling enemies from within. Intelligence gathering, assassination, infiltration. This was exactly the capability he needed most right now. Luo Sa suppressed the surge of excitement in his heart and let his gaze fall on the 10 taciturn Cadian veterans. He had summoned 13 people this time. Adding Griffin and his 10 men, he now had 23 combat personnel under his command. 3 Battle Sisters provided intelligence support and special operations capabilities, while 20 Astra Militarum veterans were responsible for frontal firepower and area control. This configuration, placed in this newbie village of Hell's Kitchen, was already capable of carving out a sphere of influence. But his expression did not reveal too much emotion. When it comes to putting on airs, the more natural it looks, the more real it seems. Luo Sa lifted his chin slightly, making his voice sound steady, carrying a hint of the calmness that a superior should have. Welcome, Cecilia. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the entire team. You have come at just the right time. The heretics on this land are more numerous than the stars in the sky, and we have too much work to do. The light in Cecilia Vera's eyes brightened for a moment, as if ignited by these words. A look of anticipation appeared on that resolute face. My lord, we are ready to fight at any time. Luo Sa nodded and turned to walk toward the office on the side of the hall. It was the temporary command room he had asked Griffin to prepare in advance. Familiarize yourselves with the environment first. Griffin and his men are already outside, he will arrange your accommodations shortly. From today on, this is our base. He walked to the door, paused, and looked back at Cecilia. By the way, Cecilia, Griffin Boss is the current person in charge here. You can coordinate with him regarding the current intelligence. Understood, my lord. Cecilia's fingers tapped lightly on the grip of the bolter at her waist, confirming it was still there. This was a veteran's subconscious action, and also a habit unique to the Battle Sisters. After returning to his private lounge, Luo Sa was finally able to drop that pretentious air he had been maintaining. He took off his coat, draped it over the back of the chair, and plopped into the swivel chair. He propped his feet up on the desk, leaned back, and began to calculate rapidly in his mind. The current configuration of his subordinates could already be considered luxurious for Hell's Kitchen. 20 veterans of the Cadian Astra Militarum and 3 Battle Sisters from the Order of the Aben Chalice. If this force were dragged onto a Warhammer 40k battlefield, it wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps in a Chaos Rebel's teeth, but on Earth in the Marvel Universe, especially in a battlefield like Hell's Kitchen where conflicts are settled with melee weapons and light firepower, it was like driving a dump truck to crush bicycles. However, Luo Sa knew clearly that while the combat strength on paper looked good, the loopholes were equally obvious. There were too few people. 23 people sounded like a lot, but spread across dozens of blocks and hundreds of strongholds in Hell's Kitchen, they wouldn't even make a splash. Fighting a raid was no problem, but to occupy, control, and maintain order, this manpower couldn't even hold a single street. More troublesome was that they were all combat personnel. There was no logistics, no technical staff, and no medics. Among the 20 men including Griffin, there were 2 who could simply treat gunshot wounds and fractures, but that was a rough method honed on the battlefield, they hadn't even touched a proper first aid kit many times. The maintenance of the Imperial standard equipment used by Griffin and his men was also a big problem. The energy packs for the lasguns could last for a while, but the mechanical wear on the firearms, the energy field generators for the power swords, and those sets of power armor for the battle sisters. If these things broke, where could he go to get them replaced? He couldn't just take a screwdriver and dismantle them himself, right? He didn't come from the Adeptus Mechanicus. If he dismantled them, there was a high probability he wouldn't be able to put them back together. Furthermore, he still dared not let his subordinates use energy weapons on a large scale right now. This was the point that gave him the most headache. Although the sound of a lasgun firing wasn't loud, the scorching beams and energy fluctuations were more conspicuous than fireworks in the night sky. Although Hell's Kitchen was chaotic, the chaos was due to gang warfare and street crime, not an alien invasion. Once someone filmed a video of an energy weapon firefight and uploaded it to YouTube, SHIELD agents would appear at his doorstep within 5 minutes. He was not yet prepared to deal with an organization like SHIELD, which was 100% full of heretics. That one-eyed Nick Fury had more tricks up his sleeve than a honeycomb. Once targeted by him, it was like having a piece of dog skin plaster stuck to you, impossible to shake off. Moreover, there were Hydra moles hidden within SHIELD. If Hydra noticed him first, those snake-playing lunatics would be much harder to deal with than SHIELD. Therefore, at the current stage, fighting gangs could only be done with cold weapons and firearms native to the Marvel Universe. Cold weapons. The Astra Militarum had absolutely no problem with that. Entrenching tools, combat knives, bayonets, these guys used them more skillfully than their own fingers. Native firearms. Although Griffin and his men had never used Earth's guns, if they were given a couple to handle, to familiarize themselves with the trigger pull and ballistics, they would get the hang of it in minutes. Thinking of this, Luo Sa suddenly remembered those points of criticism he had when watching Marvel movies before transmigrating, and the corner of his mouth twitched. With technology so advanced, those superheroes still insisted on close-quarters combat when fighting. Iron Man, a suit of armor that could fly, shoot, and fire missiles, ended up fighting Killian on the docks, only to rely on the Iron Shell's fists to smash at the end. That guy Killian had already become a self-destructing man. Wouldn't kiting him from a distance be better than melee combat? And Captain America, the super soldier serum recipient, the legendary hero of World War II, the best way to fight Ultron's robots was a chokehold. A chokehold on a robot. And Black Widow, an ordinary human agent, who dared to rush into a pile of aliens with 2 shock bracelets. Forget it, that's off topic. Luo Sa rubbed his temples, shook those messy thoughts out of his mind, and pulled his attention back to business. Instead of waiting for the enemy to move first, it was better to pick a soft persimmon to squeeze first. He had already figured out the power dynamics of Hell's Kitchen quite well over the past few days through the intelligence provided by Matt Murdock. At the top of the pyramid was Kingpin, Wilson Fisk. The underground emperor of Hell's Kitchen, whose intelligence network covered the entire New York, with industries under his control ranging from real estate to drug smuggling, from arms dealing to human trafficking, dealing with both the underworld and the legitimate world. This person's influence was no longer at the gang level, but a transnational criminal syndicate, even possessing his own private armed forces and intelligence network. It was too early to take him on. If his teeth weren't strong enough, he'd easily break them. Ranked behind Kingpin was the Japanese group, the Hand. A group of ninjas who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, worshipping a dark entity called the Beast, capable of resurrection, with strange sword techniques, elusive and mysterious. This group was more dangerous than Kingpin because they didn't play by common sense, and they possessed supernatural powers. Although Luo Sa wasn't afraid of the supernatural, he didn't even know where the true core of the Hand was hidden. Acting rashly might poke a hornet's nest. Then there was the Japanese Yakuza, which had several strongholds in Hell's Kitchen, mainly dealing in usury and casino businesses. Compared to Kingpin and the Hand, this group was relatively traditional, and their combat strength wasn't outstanding, but their headquarters was in Japan, and Luo Sa currently lacked the capability for transnational strikes. The Triads, a Chinese gang, mainly controlled gambling dens and illegal card rooms in several blocks. The Mexican drug cartel, these people were true desperados. They were upstream in the drug supply chain of Hell's Kitchen, having both cooperation and competition with Kingpin. Their strongholds were distributed in several hidden warehouses, armed to the teeth, but the organization was loose, and the leaders often had infighting. They fought hard, but weren't smart enough. At the very bottom was the Hellhound biker gang. A group of bikers riding Harleys and wearing leather jackets, making a living by robbery, collecting protection fees, and occasionally drug trafficking. There were quite a few of them, but their equipment was poor, their organization was chaotic, and their combat strength was pathetic. Simply put, they were just a group of organized street thugs, not even as good as the Three-Face Gang. Luo Sa put his feet down from the desk and turned the swivel chair toward the window. Which one to pick? Kingpin and the hand couldn't be touched for now. Touching them would be like roasting himself on a fire. Let the triads wait for now, observe them before deciding. The Japanese Yakuza and the Mexican drug cartel, these two were medium difficulty targets. Taking them down should yield not low psionic source gains, but it might trigger a chain reaction. The Yamaguchi Gumi behind the Japanese Yakuza and the cartels behind the Mexican drug cartel were not people to be trifled with. And the Hellhound biker gang. Luo Sa tapped his fingers on the armrest twice, revealing a trace of a smile. Persimmons should still be picked when they are soft. This biker gang had no backing, no brains, and no combat strength. They were practically moving experience packs. Wiping them out wouldn't trigger large-scale retaliation, and their area of operation was just in the few streets at the westernmost part of Hell's Kitchen, very close to his new warehouse base. So close that Griffin and his men could hear the roar of those Harley engines rumbling past on the Riverside Road every night. Taking them down would also allow him to seize a batch of motorcycles and weapons, supplementing his empty armory. More importantly, he needed a public victory to establish prestige. The operation to eradicate the Three-Face Gang was carried out in secret. Other gangs in Hell's Kitchen didn't even know or care that the Three-Face Gang no longer existed. Luo Sa stood up from the swivel chair, walked to the window, and pushed it open. The night wind, carrying the dampness of the river water and the faint sound of motorcycle engines in the distance, rushed into his face. He closed his eyes, and the psionic source in his chest warmed slightly, as if responding to his fighting spirit. It's you guys. Hellhound Biker Gang. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
American Comics. When the Warhammer Imperium and the Stellaris Empires arrive. Part 2. Since he had decided to take on the Hellhound Biker Gang first, the intelligence work had to be done right. In Hell's Kitchen, when it came to understanding local gangs, no one could compare to that blind lawyer who wore sunglasses during the day and a red bodysuit at night. Luo Sa leaned back in the swivel chair in the base office and picked up his phone to send a message to Matt Murdock. I need the most detailed intelligence on the Hellhound Biker Gang. Triple the price. After sending it, he tossed the phone onto the table, crossed his legs, and waited for a reply. A minute later, the phone rang. There were only 2 letters on the screen. Okay. Luo Sa looked at those 2 letters, the corners of his mouth curling up. The next afternoon, while Luo Sa was in the open space of the base watching Cecilia and the others train, Griffin walked over and said in a low voice. My lord, Mr. Murdoch has arrived. Please show him in. We'll meet in the reception room. Luo Sa brushed the melon seed shells off his hands and turned to walk toward the newly tidied up reception room. This room was originally the warehouse dispatch office, but Griffin had led his people to renovate it into a decent reception room over 2 days. The walls had been repainted with white paint, a carpet picked up from a second-hand market was laid on the floor, and a walnut-colored long table was placed in the center with a pot of artificial flowers on it. It wasn't luxurious, but at least it didn't look like a gang den anymore. Griffin led Matt Murdock inside. Murdock was wearing a dark gray suit today, his tie tied meticulously, and he carried a black briefcase in his hand, looking no different from any legitimate lawyer in New York. Griffin, get Mr. Murdock a cup of coffee. Hot Americano with ice, please. Murdock sat down opposite Luo Sa and placed his briefcase on the table, though it was impossible to tell what kind of expression was hidden behind those sunglasses. Luo Sa looked at him with a smile. Your efficiency is very high, Mr. Murdock. I sent the message yesterday afternoon, and you arrived this afternoon. I thought it would take you 2 or 3 days. I am serious about eradicating the criminal forces in Hell's Kitchen. I already had a lot of the intelligence, I just spent the night confirming whether there had been any changes. After all, you paid triple the price, so I have to be worth your money. Luo Sa chuckled. This lawyer claimed he wasn't doing it for the money, but he was clearer than anyone when it came to settling accounts. Very good. I hope our future cooperation will be just as pleasant. He reached out and took a bulging craft paper envelope from Griffin, pushing it toward Murdoch. Eradicating the Hellhound Biker Gang is just the beginning of our cooperation. This is the commission fee. Please count it. $50,000. Based on the standard fees Murdoch usually charged for taking cases for the poor, this single job was enough to support him for half a year. Murdoch didn't open the envelope, he just tapped his knuckles on the table twice. No need to count. Thank you for your contribution to charity. After saying that, he stuffed the envelope into his briefcase with a clean, efficient motion. Luo Sa tilted his head, examining the blind lawyer opposite him with great interest. Are you always this cold and aloof? This is me at my most enthusiastic. Murdoch locked his sight accurately onto Luo Sa with those unseeing eyes. Okay, I thank you. Luo Sa raised both hands in surrender. Chatting with this guy was more exhausting than defending a thesis to a professor. The atmosphere loosened up slightly. Murdoch picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. Then he put down the cup and pulled a folder out of his briefcase. Let's get down to business. Your identity issue is almost sorted out. It's a relatively simple matter, and I've already found a reliable immigration lawyer to handle it. But registering the company will take a few more days, about the same time I promised you last time. He paused, tapping his finger on the folder. The weapons R&D business cannot be handled through normal procedures. New York State has very strict regulations on weapon manufacturing, especially the kind of cutting-edge weapon R&D listed in your business scope. Just the pre-approval process requires visiting 7 or 8 departments. I will find a way to help you bypass some steps, but you cannot rush me on the timeline. Luo Sa waved his hand. I have no problem with the timeline, as long as it gets done. I'm not in a rush to go public anyway. Murdoch nodded and opened the folder. Alright, now let's talk about the specific situation regarding the Hellhound biker gang. Luo Sa leaned forward, clasping his hands on the table. The Hellhound biker gang has many branches across the US, including in California, Texas, and Florida. But there is no subordinate relationship between the various branches, each manages its own territory. It's just a group of people riding motorcycles using the same name, without even a unified command system. Murdoch turned to the first page, which had a candid photo attached. The image quality was blurry, but one could clearly see a burly man wearing a leather vest and covered in tattoos riding a Harley. The leader of this Hell's Kitchen branch goes by the nickname Mad Dog. His real name is Daryl McCoy. Mad Dog. Luo Sa raised an eyebrow. This group has interesting names. Does it mean he never lets go once he bites, or that he bites everyone when he goes crazy? Both. McCoy used to be a motorcycle stunt rider. He had great skills, but not much for brains. After being kicked out of his racing team due to drug use and violent tendencies, he started hanging around Hell's Kitchen. At first, he just led a few other dismissed bikers to rob convenience stores. Later, he gradually grew bigger, swallowed up a few small gangs, and became the current leader of the Hellhound biker gang. He turned to the next page, which showed a clearer photo, McCoy standing next to a chrome Harley, one arm around a scantily clad woman, a cigar in his mouth, his eyes fierce. This guy doesn't care about anything when he does things. No plans, no bottom line. He takes out anyone who gets in his way. He has at least dozens of lives on his hands, and countless others have been severely injured or crippled. Murdoch's voice dropped. He is very protective of his own life. He basically never goes out, and when there's business, he arranges for his subordinates to handle it. Even if he goes out occasionally, he brings at least a dozen thugs for personal protection, surrounding him completely, so you can't even find an angle for a sniper shot. I once tried to apprehend him. I tracked him for a month, figured out 3 travel routes, and selected 2 ambush points. But every time I tried to make a move, his people would always provide support very quickly. Don't worry. Luo Sa leaned back into his chair, his tone relaxed. This time we will help you completely eradicate them. Just wait and watch the news. He composed himself and turned to the next page. Continuing on, the Hellhound biker gang claims to have 3,000 to 4,000 members, but that number is exaggerated to intimidate others. In reality, there are only a little over 1,000 registered members. Most are peripheral, non-core personnel who only come on weekends to ride bikes, drink, and make up the numbers. The core members who actually get paid are about 300 people. These people are thugs handpicked by McCoy, most with criminal records, and a dozen or so are regulars on the FBI's wanted list. They are responsible for collecting protection money, seizing territory, and dealing drugs. They are the backbone of the Hellhound biker gang. Murdoch pulled a hand-drawn map from the folder and spread it on the table. The map marked the detailed layout of a street, with the location, height, and exits of every building clearly labeled. There were even several spots marked where weapons might be hidden and where underground room escape tunnels were located. They control an entire street in the eastern part of Hell's Kitchen called Stewart Avenue. Every shop, bar, and apartment on this street is either their property or pays them protection money. You could say the whole street is their territory. He drew a circle on the map with his finger. To prevent retaliation, McCoy mandates that all core members must live on this street at night. If there aren't enough apartments, they cram into the floors above the bars. In short, they are not allowed to leave after 10 at night. So, nighttime is when their core personnel are most gathered, and only core members and a few peripheral members are present. There are no bystanders, no ordinary residents, it's perfect for taking them all out in one go. What about their second in command? Luo Sa asked. The second in command goes by the nickname Razor, real name Dennis Hogan. Murdoch flipped to a photo showing a thin, pale man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He didn't look like a gangster, he looked more like an accountant. He manages the gang's business dealings, drug trafficking, money laundering, and bribing the police and officials. Hogan is in charge of everything. If McCoy is the teeth of the Hellhound biker gang, then Hogan is the brain. This man doesn't participate in street shootouts, but he is 10 times more dangerous than McCoy. McCoy only knows how to slash people in the open, while Hogan can make your entire family disappear from the shadows. And he has financial dealings with several politicians in New York. Luo Sa listened, then tapped his fingers on the table twice. Teeth and brain. Mad Dog and Razor. One is responsible for slashing people, the other is responsible for cleaning up the mess. A standard gang configuration, nothing new. But Murdoch is right, Razor is more dangerous than Mad Dog. Not because he can fight, but because he has a brain and a network of connections. The intelligence is very detailed. Luo Sa closed the folder and pushed it to one side of the table. This is enough. Now it's up to us. Murdoch stood up and pushed his empty coffee cup toward the inside of the table. Mr. Luo Sa, I'll take my leave then. I hope to hear news of your success. Rest assured, we won't let you down. Luo Sa was very confident. Murdoch nodded at Luo Sa, picked up his briefcase, and walked out. He stopped for a moment when he reached the door and turned his head. If you can really wipe the Hellhound biker gang off the map, my law firm will give you a 20% discount in the future. Luo Sa froze for a moment, then laughed. I thought you were going to say it would be free. I am a lawyer, not a philanthropist. Murdoch pushed the door open and walked out without looking back. His footsteps faded away in the corridor and finally disappeared at the staircase. Luo Sa looked down at the hand-drawn map on the table. Griffin walked in from the next room, carrying a freshly brewed cup of tea, and placed it in front of Luo Sa. Luo Sa took a sip of tea, put the cup down, and pointed his finger at the location of Stewart Avenue on the map. Gather everyone. Wait for me in the war room. Yes, my lord. Griffin struck his chest with his right fist and strode out of the reception room. Luo Sa was already simulating various possible scenarios in his mind. 300 core members, an entire street of properties, a mad dog boss who cherishes his life, and an insidious razor strategist. This isn't some small scuffle involving dozens of people like the Three-Face Gang. If all the core members on Stewart Avenue are wiped out, the remaining hundreds of peripheral thugs will be a scattered mess, he won't need to lift a finger, and they will naturally be carved up by other gangs. But conversely, if there is a slip-up in this operation and Mad Dog or Razor gets away, there will be some trouble later. Therefore, this operation must be completed in one go. No loose ends can be left. Luo Sa stood up from his chair, carried the unfinished cup of tea in his hand, and walked slowly toward the war room. The war room was located on the second floor of the middle building of the three warehouses. It was originally a storage room, filled with broken cardboard boxes and rusty iron racks left behind by the freight company. Griffin spent an afternoon clearing it out with his men, set up a long table, and bought a few folding chairs. It was a bit crude, but it was big enough that 20 or so people squeezed inside didn't feel stifled. When Luo Sa pushed the door open and entered, everyone had already arrived. The long table was filled with people on both sides. On the left were 20 Cadia veterans led by Griffin Voss, and on the right were 3 battle sisters led by Cecilia. Griffin had already made several copies of the intelligence brought by Murdoch and placed them neatly in front of everyone. Luo Sa walked to the head of the long table, put down his teacup, and scanned the room. Everyone has seen the intelligence. I won't waste words. I have 3 requirements. First, the middle and high-level members of the Hellhound biker gang must be wiped out, especially the leader Mad Dog and the second-in-command Razor. I want to see them alive or dead. Second, as for the other core members, leave no one who dares to resist. Third, all of the gang's assets must be pried out of their mouths. Cash, gold, real estate, vehicles, ledgers of drug deals, and evidence of bribing officials, not a single thing can be missing. These things are either money or protective amulets, they are far more useful in our hands than going to hell with them. He lowered his hand and looked at Griffin and Cecilia. I won't interfere with the specific operational plan. You are more professional in this regard than I am. Griffin and Cecilia stood up at the same time and struck their chests with their right fists. Understood, my lord. All right, start the briefing. Luo Sa pulled out a chair and sat down, assuming a posture of an observer. Griffin stood up first and walked to the whiteboard hanging on the side of the long table. The buildings on both sides of the street, every entrance and exit, the direction of the sewers, and the surrounding high ground were all clearly marked on the whiteboard. Griffin picked up a red marker and drew a large circle in the center of the map. Stewart Avenue is about 400 meters long. There are 17 medium-sized buildings on both sides, 11 of which are directly controlled by the Hellhound biker gang, including bars, casinos, pool halls, and several apartment buildings converted into dormitories. Mad Dog's stronghold is above a bar in the middle of the street. The bar is called Mad Dog's Den, the first floor is the business area, and the second and third floors are McCoy's private residence. Razor Hogan lives in an apartment building at the end of the street. On the top floor, it has the best view and 2 independent escape stairs. Cecilia stood up, walked to the whiteboard, took the marker from Griffin, and drew an X at the end of the street. Razor's residence requires special handling. He has 2 escape routes, one leads to the back alley, and one leads to the roof of the adjacent building. If we only block the front and back doors, he could easily run to the neighbor's roof and then disappear into the sewers. She put down the marker and turned to look at Griffin. I need 2 people to sneak into the building opposite the end of the street an hour in advance and set up a sniper point on the roof. Once Razor appears on the roof, kill him immediately. If he doesn't appear, block the roof exit after the raid begins to cut off all his retreat routes. Griffin nodded and jotted down a few notes in his notebook. I'll handle the high ground. I have 2 veterans under my command who are the best marksmen. Cecilia nodded and turned to continue marking the whiteboard. I will personally lead the raid on Mad Dog's Den. The first floor bar is an open space with only one entrance, and all the windows have iron bars, so forcing entry through the windows would waste time. Therefore, we will storm in through the front door and take control of the entire place. Hearing this, Luo Sa interjected. About how many people are in Mad Dog's Den? Cecilia flipped through the copy of the intelligence in her hand. According to the data provided by Murdoch, there are usually 30 to 50 core members drinking and playing cards on the first floor of the bar. The second and third floors are McCoy's private residence. Besides him, there are 6 bodyguards on duty year-round. The total number is between 40 and 60. That's not a problem for us. For us, the difference between 40 thugs and 60 thugs is just spending 2 minutes more or 2 minutes less. Luo Sa glanced at her, his mouth twitching slightly. Battle sisters are just that arrogant, but they certainly have the capital to be arrogant. Griffin stood back in front of the whiteboard, took the marker, and began to draw the operation route. I suggest setting the operation time for 2 a.m. He drew 3 arrows on the map, pointing toward Stewart Avenue from different directions. 2 a.m. is when people are sleepiest, and also when they are drunkest in the bar. The sentinels at the door will likely be dozing off, and the people in the bar will either be drunk or high, so their reaction speed will be at least half as slow as during the day. Cecilia nodded in agreement. 2 a.m. is fine. We have 3 hours of operation time before dawn, which is enough to clean up the scene and transfer the supplies. My lord, do you see any problems with this plan? I have no problems with it. You are the professionals. Does anyone else have any questions? Luo Sa scanned the room and confirmed that no one had any questions. Then it's settled. Operation time is tomorrow at 2 a.m. After tomorrow, the Hellhound biker gang will no longer exist in Hell's Kitchen. And our vault will have a large sum of money added to it. He picked up the cold cup of tea, downed it in one gulp, and turned to walk toward the door. Outside the window at the end of the corridor, the neon lights of Hell's Kitchen flickered with an ambiguous glow in the night sky. By this time tomorrow, that Stewart Avenue will have a new master. And his psionic level will take another step up. That evening, Luo Sa returned to his room early. He lay on the bed, crossed his legs, and scrolled through his phone for a while. To be honest, he didn't take tonight's operation very seriously. The Hellhound biker gang was, to put it plainly, just a bunch of punks riding Harleys. Luo Sa's current setup consisted of 20 Cadian Astra Militarum veterans and 3 battle sisters from the Order of the Aben Chalice. Put these people on a 40k battlefield, and they could hold their own for 5 minutes even against Chaos Space Marines and Tyranids. Now he was sending them to fight a group of street punks on Harleys. This was like using a plasma cannon to kill a chicken. The only thing he was worried about was whether Griffin and his men might get too carried away and kill everyone, leaving no one left to interrogate. But then again, it didn't really matter. After all, Cecilia would pack up and bring back all of the Hellhound biker gang's assets. Thinking this, Luo Sa drifted off to sleep. He slept soundly, without even a single dream. When he opened his eyes again, his phone screen showed 12:45 a.m. There was already movement downstairs. Luo Sa sat up from the bed and stretched, his bones cracking audibly. He washed his face, changed into clean clothes, and walked to the window at the end of the hallway. Hell's Kitchen in the middle of the night was not quiet. Sirens and the roar of motorcycle engines could be heard from the distance from time to time. Griffin walked up from the stairs carrying a cup of hot tea and handed it to Luo Sa. "My lord, your tea." "Thanks." Luo Sa took it and took a sip. He leaned against the window frame, tea in hand, and looked down. Cecilia was leading two battle sisters in a pre-battle prayer. Luo Sa couldn't hear what they were chanting, but he could feel the power of their devotion. The faith of the battle sisters wasn't just lip service, it was something carved into their very bones. On the other side of the warehouse, the Astra Militarum veterans were checking their equipment. Because Luo Sa had instructed that it was not the time to expose laser weapons, they were only carrying local firearms this time. Glock pistols, M4 carbines, and shotguns, all collected by Griffin and his men from various gangs previously. Although not as powerful as lasguns, the combat experience of the Cadian veterans was no joke. They could perform at a professional level regardless of what weapon they were given. No one spoke, no one looked around, everyone was silently and methodically doing their jobs. These were the warriors of Cadia. Luo Sa placed his teacup on the windowsill, put his hands in his pockets, and watched them quietly. He didn't intend to go down and give a pre-battle pep talk. This wasn't a movie where you needed an impassioned speech to boost morale. These people didn't need encouragement, their faith was firmer than anything else. 10 minutes later, Griffin came upstairs. He walked up to Luo Sa, stood at attention, and struck his chest with his right fist. "My lord, everything is ready." Luo Sa picked up his teacup, took another sip, and said casually. "Good, proceed according to the plan, and stay safe." Griffin nodded and turned to leave. There were 6 vehicles in total, 3 black SUVs and 3 vans, with no obvious markings and a low-profile appearance. The sound of car doors closing rang out one after another, engines started, and headlights turned on. The convoy slowly drove out of the base gate, turned onto the street, and quickly disappeared into the night. Luo Sa turned and walked back to his office, placed the teacup on the desk, sat down in the swivel chair, and casually opened the laptop on the desk. The screen lit up, showing real-time surveillance of Stewart Avenue. This surveillance system had originally been installed at great expense by the Hellhound biker gang's second-in-command, Razor, also known as Dennis Hogan. The cameras covered every corner of the entire street. While it was said to be for gang security, it was actually a tool for Razor to monitor everyone. A $1 million security system, with firewalls, encrypted transmission, and intrusion detection, it was quite well done. Cecilia had cracked it all in 10 minutes yesterday. It wasn't that the cybersecurity company Razor hired was incompetent. Rather, the infiltration capabilities of the Order of the Aben Chalice were a headache even for the Adeptus Mechanicus, let alone a street gang's surveillance system. Luo Sa leaned back in his chair and switched the surveillance feed to multi-view mode. 10 grids were arranged in 2 rows, covering every key location on Stewart Avenue from the street entrance to the end. The streetlights on both sides cast a dim yellow glow, and occasionally a few moths fluttered past the lens. The street was very quiet. No pedestrians, no vehicles, only a few guards standing at the street entrance and in front of the Mad Dog Bar, smoking and chatting. The time in the corner of the surveillance feed jumped to 1:12 a.m. 10 minutes later, the convoy appeared on the screen at the street entrance. The headlights appeared exceptionally bright in night vision mode. Luo Sa leaned forward and zoomed in on the image. The convoy didn't rush in directly but stopped steadily at the entrance. The 2 guards at the entrance clearly noticed the convoy as well. Seeing 6 cars driving in a line down Stewart Avenue at 1 in the morning was strange enough in itself. The 2 guards exchanged a glance, threw their unfinished cigarettes on the ground and stomped them out, then walked toward the lead car, one on the left and one on the right, with their hands resting on the holsters at their waists. The one on the right raised his flashlight, the beam sweeping across the windshield, trying to see who was sitting inside. Just then, the rear windows on both sides of the convoy lowered almost simultaneously. The two guards instinctively turned their heads to look. The next instant, two streaks of silver light flew out from the car windows. The speed was extremely fast, so fast that the beam of the flashlight couldn't keep up. Those were throwing knives from Griffin's men. The Cadian Astra Militarum never relied solely on ranged weapons, cold steel was also their specialty. Having guarded Cadia for a lifetime, their accuracy with throwing knives was more outrageous than the average person's marksmanship with a gun. The two throwing knives pierced the eye sockets of both guards almost simultaneously. The blades pierced through the eyeballs, penetrated the optic nerves, went straight into the brain, and instantly severed the brainstem. The entire process took a fraction of a second. Before the two guards could even feel pain, their bodies were already beyond their control. The flashlight slipped from the right hand, bounced twice on the ground, the beam spinning wildly before finally pointing toward the sky. The two bodies collapsed limply as if all their bones had been removed, the back of their heads hitting the asphalt with two dull thuds. Blood flowed from their eye sockets and nostrils, but the hilts of the knives were still exposed. The convoy started moving again, slowly driving into Stewart Avenue, and the car windows rolled back up. It was about 400 meters from the street entrance to the Mad Dog Bar. Occasionally, a few stray cats darted in front of the cars, arching their backs and disappearing into the alleys. Luo Sa stared at the surveillance screen and took a sip from his teacup. When the convoy reached a point about 50 meters in front of the Mad Dog Bar, the guards at the entrance finally reacted. Two burly men wearing leather vests walked out of the shadows by the entrance. One of them had a cigarette in his mouth, the glow of the ember particularly visible in the darkness. The other held half a bottle of beer, squinting drunkenly toward the convoy. They mistook Luo Sa's convoy for their own people. They hadn't received any report from the guards at the entrance, nor any message from the surveillance room. Maybe they were guests called by the boss. They didn't think too much about it. The guard with the cigarette even waved at the lead car. He signaled for the convoy to park in the street side parking spaces. The convoy slowly pulled over to the side of the street in front of the bar and killed the engines. The sound of car doors opening was very soft, and Cecilia stepped out from the back seat of the first SUV. Today, she was wearing tactical gear that Griffin had managed to acquire. A black combat suit, bulletproof vest, holster and scabbard strapped to her outer thigh, and her hair tied in a neat ponytail. The guard with the cigarette was stunned for a moment when he saw a woman get out, then his mouth twisted into a greasy grin. He chewed on his cigarette, tilting his head as he looked Cecilia up and down, his gaze shifting from her face to her waist, and then from her waist to her legs. Then he turned his head and said something to his companion who was holding the beer bottle. The guard with the beer bottle laughed too, sounding like he had a glob of phlegm stuck in his throat. Cecilia's expression didn't change at all. She knew what those two men were saying. She also knew that those two men would soon never be able to say anything again. She strode toward the entrance of the bar, her high-heeled combat boots making a rhythmic sound on the asphalt. The guard with the cigarette was still laughing, even taking 2 steps toward her, starting to spout lewd remarks. Hey, beauty, all alone so late. He didn't finish his sentence. Cecilia's right hand drew a throwing knife from the scabbard on her outer thigh. The movement was so fast that it seemed to have appeared out of thin air. With a wave of her arm, the blade flashed under the streetlights. The next second, the throwing knife was embedded right in the center of the forehead of the guard holding the beer bottle in the distance. The blade sank in at least 3 centimeters. The guard didn't even have time to react before his body stiffly fell backward. The beer bottle slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground. The grin on the face of the cigarette-smoking guard froze. He looked down at his companion's corpse, then looked back up at Cecilia. In that instant, his brain switched from flirting with a beauty to, oh crap, I'm dead. His hand reflexively reached for his waist, trying to draw his gun. But Cecilia had already moved. The combat knife flipped in her hand, blade upward, and with an upward slash, an arc of light cut across the guard's neck. The guard's head tilted, and then, trailing flesh and blood, it slid off his neck. The sound of the head hitting the ground was dull, like a bowling ball crashing onto the floor. During the fall, those eyes remained wide open, reflecting Cecilia's combat boots. He saw his own body. That headless body was still standing in place, right hand still resting on the holster. Cecilia flicked the blood off her combat knife. She didn't even look back at the 2 corpses. To a battle sister, these 2 gang guards were no different from a pair of cockroaches. Deafening heavy metal music continued to blare from the bar. It was shaking the bar's glass doors. The people inside heard nothing. Cecilia waved her hand toward the convoy, making a clean, sharp gesture. The engines of the last two vehicles roared to life, pulling out of the convoy and accelerating forward. That was the squad responsible for Razor. The two vehicles quickly disappeared at the end of the street, their taillights turning into two small red dots in the darkness. Everyone in the remaining four vehicles got out. Griffin climbed out of the second SUV, stood at the front of the vehicle, and issued orders using tactical hand signals. The 10 Astra Militarum veterans quickly dispersed according to Griffin's orders, taking up their respective positions. Griffin led the rest of the men directly to the bar entrance, pressing against the walls on either side of the door. They were in no rush to enter. They were waiting for Cecilia's signal. Meanwhile, Cecilia had already led her two battle sisters around to the back of the bar. The Mad Dog's Den bar was a three-story building. The first floor was the business area, and the second and third floors were Mad Dog McCoy's private residence. A direct frontal assault wasn't impossible, but it would waste time and make it easy for the target to escape through the back door or the roof. So the plan was simple. Griffin would storm the first floor from the front, secure the bar hall, and clear out all core members. Cecilia would go straight up to the second floor from the back, raid McCoy's private quarters, and capture or kill Mad Dog himself. Both lines of attack would unfold simultaneously, giving the enemy no time to react. Cecilia looked up at the lit window on the second floor, then took 2 steps back, ran, and jumped. Her explosive power far exceeded that of an ordinary human. The battle sisters' bodies had undergone extreme training and were bolstered by faith. Even without power armor, her physical fitness was several times that of the top special forces soldiers in the Marvel Universe. She grabbed the edge of the second floor windowsill with one hand and pulled herself up. She flipped up and crouched on the narrow windowsill. The window wasn't locked. She gently pushed it open a crack, and the sounds from inside drifted out. Someone was snoring. Someone was drinking and playing cards. And another person was whispering something. The content was unclear, but the tone was hurried, as if they were on a phone call. Cecilia glanced outside. 2 battle sisters were already in position. One was guarding the back door, and the other had climbed to the third-floor roof, sealing off the rooftop exit. Cecilia took a deep breath, pushed the window open, and vaulted inside. Luo saw everything on the surveillance monitor. Sitting in his office, drinking tea while watching the live broadcast, having his subordinates do the work and earn him experience. This feeling was quite nice. As Cecilia's command, "Move out," rang out over the communication channel. The people at the front door and along the outer walls of the bar moved almost at the same instant. Griffin had no time for unnecessary chatter. His right hand had already drawn the Glock from his holster, his body pressed against the wall to the right of the bar's main entrance. 2 Astra Militarum veterans stood opposite him, pressed against the left wall, having also drawn their guns. Griffin nodded to the opposite side. The veteran on the left raised his foot and kicked squarely at the lock of the bar door. The force of that kick far exceeded that of an ordinary person. The door lock let out a sharp metallic shriek, and the door panel burst inward, slamming against the wall. At the same time, the other veteran on the right kicked open the other door. Both doors opened simultaneously, and the stale air and deafening heavy metal music from inside the bar instantly poured out. Before the people inside could react, the second veteran had already pulled out a flashbang. He didn't even look inside, he simply reached his hand into the doorway and released his fingers. The flashbang hit the ground, bounced twice, and rolled into the center of the bar hall. Immediately after, a second and a third one followed. All 3 flashbangs detonated almost simultaneously. Boom! A blinding white light instantly exploded in the bar hall, the intense glare penetrating every corner. The deafening sound and intense light arrived simultaneously. The people inside hadn't even had time to figure out what was happening. Some fell off their chairs, others curled up under the tables covering their heads. Some instinctively drew their guns and fired blindly toward the door. The moment the flashbangs detonated, Griffin and his men were already moving. Griffin was the first to enter, his muzzle tracing an arc in the open space, sweeping from left to right. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the Glock was dull and rapid. 1 shot, 1 kill. The one on the left who had just been reaching for his gun now had a hole in the center of his forehead. The one on the right, crawling out from under a table, had a bullet enter behind his ear, and his body immediately went limp. As for the one directly in front crouching behind the bar holding his head, Griffin didn't shoot him directly. Instead, he first shot away the drink menu board blocking him, and the moment the plastic shards flew, he fired a second shot, striking him squarely in the face. The other Astra Militarum veterans opened fire simultaneously. Everyone had their own sector, their muzzles pointed without overlapping. Their trajectories crossed, weaving a web of death as they advanced from the doorway inward. In less than 10 seconds, over a dozen people were lying in pools of blood. Some lay on their backs on the sofas, eyes still open, the confusion of drunkenness frozen on their faces. Some slumped over tables, faces buried between bottles and ashtrays, blood flowing from bullet holes in their temples, spreading along the grain of the tabletop and soaking the scattered playing cards. Some leaned against the walls, their bodies slowly sliding down, leaving long streaks of blood on the wall surface. A burly man with a thick beard sprang up from a sofa. His right hand reached for the Smith & Wesson revolver at his waist. His movements were actually quite fast. But he was facing a group of Cadia veterans. Just as he raised his revolver, before the muzzle could aim at anyone, a bullet had already passed through the wrist of the hand he was using to pull the trigger. The revolver, along with his severed hand, fell to the floor, and blood gushed from the stump like a fountain. The burly man looked down at his bare, severed wrist, his mouth opened, and before a scream could escape, a second bullet pierced his forehead. Griffin stepped over the broken glass and blood covering the floor, steadily advancing into the depths of the hall. Behind him, 9 Astra Militarum veterans spread out in a fan formation, each responsible for their own sector. No one looked back, no one hesitated, no one fell behind. The remaining Hellhound biker gang members completely collapsed. It wasn't a collapse of fighting spirit, because most of them had never had any fighting spirit to begin with. It was a collapse of their survival instincts. Their brains were left with only one thought: run. Some ran toward the back door, charging into the alley behind, only to be shot dead by a single burst of fire from the Cadia veterans guarding the alley entrance. Some tried to crawl out through the ventilation ducts, only to get stuck halfway, unable to move forward or backward, letting out pig-like squeals from inside the duct. The gunfire in the first-floor hall went from dense to sparse, from sparse to sporadic, and finally, it fell completely silent. Only the music continued to play. Griffin stood in the center of the hall, his muzzle slowly sweeping the surroundings to confirm there were no moving targets. His tactical vest was splattered with blood, but none of it was his own. Griffin pressed his earpiece, his voice hoarse but steady. First floor cleared. 84 targets, all neutralized. 0 casualties. Cecilia's voice came over the communication channel. Second floor is being cleared. Mad Dog is in the bedroom, still alive. The scar on the corner of Griffin's mouth twitched. It was hard to say if it counted as a smile. Keep him alive, my lord wants him taken alive. Don't worry, he's missing a leg and won't be running anywhere. I'm looking at his punchable face right now. A dull thud came over the channel, like someone being kicked, followed by Mad Dog's incoherent cursing, which turned into a scream halfway through. At 3 a.m., the lights were still on in the base courtyard. 6 vehicles drove in one after another. The doors opened, and the Astra Militarum veterans filed out, all more or less stained with blood, but not a single one was injured. Cecilia jumped out from the back seat of the second SUV, her black combat suit covered in dark red bloodstains. She shook her ponytail, turned to open the trunk, dragged a blood-covered brute out from inside, and tossed him onto the ground as casually as if she were throwing away a bag of trash. Daryl McCoy, the Mad Dog himself, the leader of the Hellhound biker gang. He did not look very mad right now. In fact, he now looked like a stray dog that had been run over by a car. Mad Dog was kneeling on the ground with his hands tied behind his back, emitting incoherent groans. His right leg was twisted to the side at an eerie angle. About a third of the way down from his knee, the broken bone pushed the flesh into a horrifying lump, though fortunately, it had not pierced the skin. His face was even worse, his cheeks were swollen high, the corners of his mouth were torn, blood dripped down his chin, and his entire mouth looked like a smashed tomato. He had lost at least half his teeth, and the remaining ones were dangling precariously from his gums. His eyes could still move, but they no longer held the ferocity expected of a gang leader, leaving only fear, pain, and bewilderment. Luo Sa walked out of the office building, and upon seeing Mad Dog's current state, he paused. Whoa. He tilted his head and looked him up and down. Cecilia, you call this a massage? Cecilia took a canvas bag out of the trunk, which contained several ledgers and a laptop found on the second floor of the Mad Dog's den. My lord, he just broke a bit of a sweat. I haven't even cranked up the intensity yet. Alright then. Luo Sa decided not to delve into what exactly the Battle Sisters massages entailed. Some things are better left unknown. Mad Dog lay on the ground, mumbling something incoherently that Luo Sa did not catch. On the other side, Razor Dennis Hogan walked off the car himself. He was wearing pajamas, his hair was messy, but he did not have a single wound on him. When the Astra Militarum soldiers brought him out of his apartment, the process was extremely simple. At the time, Razor was sleeping, with a cup of cold chamomile tea and a half-read Wall Street Journal on his nightstand. Two Astra Militarum veterans silently opened his bedroom door and stood by the bed, looking down at him like two statues. Razor was awakened from his sleep by some sort of sixth sense. He opened his eyes and first saw the muzzles of two suppressed pistols, then two expressionless faces, and finally the faint sound of gunfire from the direction of the bar in the distance outside the window. He was silent for 3 seconds, then said, quite calmly, "Do I need to change my clothes?" The veteran shook his head at him. Razor then threw off the quilt, put on his slippers, walked to the walk-in closet, picked out a dark gray cashmere coat to drape over his shoulders, took a USB drive and an envelope from the nightstand drawer, and handed them to Griffin. The USB drive contains the complete records of the fund accounts, and the envelope contains evidence of bribes to the directors of several New York Police Department precincts. Since you are standing here, it means I have no bargaining chips. Cooperation is the only way out. Then the two veterans took the items, glanced at them, and said, "Let's go." Razor really just followed them. The entire process involved no resistance, no argument, and nothing unexpected occurred. Luo Sa looked at Razor, who was standing in the courtyard with messy hair but looking in good spirits. He then looked at the blood-covered Mad Dog lying on the ground and could not help but sigh. Both are leaders, so why is there such a huge difference in how they conduct themselves? Razor was taken into the interrogation room on the second floor. There was a table and 2 chairs inside. Griffin poured him a glass of water. He said thank you, took a sip, and then began to talk incessantly, confessing everything. The Hellhound biker gang's financial structure, money laundering channels, and transaction details with the Mexico drug cartels. The list of police officers bribed and the amounts, and the gray industries secretly operated on Kingpin's territory. Even the dirt that other gangs kept with him. Razor confessed it all, detailed and coherent, as if he were giving an end-of-year report. Luo Sa sat opposite him, listening and smiling, until he could not help but retort at the end. "You are truly very loyal." Razor pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, his expression remaining calm. "In the face of life and death, loyalty is a luxury. It's that simple." Luo Sa stared at him for 2 seconds and laughed. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you after hearing all this? If you did not need me, you would not be sitting here chatting with me for so long. You have already taken all my people and territory, killing me would be no loss to you. But by keeping me, you gain a brain that understands the underworld of Hell's Kitchen. No matter how you calculate it, you will not lose out." Luo Sa raised an eyebrow. This guy was not only smart but also knew how to demonstrate his value at the negotiating table. "Fine." Luo Sa stood up and brushed the wrinkles off his pants. "Stay here for a few days, and we'll see when I'm in a better mood." He walked to the door, paused, and looked back at Razor. You're quite interesting." He pushed the door open and walked out. Luo Sa stood in the hallway for a moment and looked down at the psionic source on his chest. From the moment the operation began, the psionic source had not stopped, with new energy pouring in continuously. He could feel that his psionic reserves had at least doubled. At 4 a.m., all the spoils were counted. Griffin took some men to the underground vault that Mad Dog had disclosed, pried open 3 iron doors and 2 safes, and found a total of $12 million in cash inside. The cash was packed into over a dozen canvas bags, piled in the corner of the base warehouse. 6 gold bars, each 400 ounces, with a purity of 99.99%, were worth about $6 million at market price. Luo Sa weighed one of them in his hand. The feel was really good, much better than the ones in the Sadie vault. 3 paper ledgers recorded every income and expenditure of the Hellhound biker gang for the past 3 years, from collecting protection money on the streets to cross-border drug trafficking. The entries were neat, the handwriting consistent, and all written by Razor himself. The data on the USB drive was even more detailed, including every transfer record of the money laundering accounts and the login information for overseas accounts. On the list Razor disclosed, the names of 3 directors from the New York Police Department, 2 New York City Council members, and 1 local judge were prominently listed. Luo Sa made 2 copies of the list, locked one in his own safe, and gave the other to Griffin. "This list is worth much more than that cash." Luo Sa put the copy into a craft paper envelope and sealed it. "Keep it, it will be useful later." The pistols, rifles, and shotguns seized from the Mad Dog's den and the various strongholds on Stewart Avenue filled 3 large iron trunks. Although most were cheap, they could still be used if picked through. Cecilia walked over from behind, holding a tablet computer, which displayed some of the content from Razor's USB drive. It was a hand-drawn map of the power distribution in Hell's Kitchen, marking the territorial boundaries of major gangs, the locations of their strongholds, and even estimates of the armed personnel at each stronghold. My lord, this is very useful. Cecilia handed over the tablet. Razor's intelligence network is much deeper than we imagined. He not only has informants in the police department and city hall, but also has a source of information inside Kingpin's organization. Although he does not know that person's true identity, every piece of intelligence has been verified, and the accuracy rate is very high. Luo Sa took the tablet, swiped through it, and his eyes lit up. The grand chess game of Hell's Kitchen was clearly dismantled on this map. Kingpin's influence was like a giant tree, with roots digging into every sewer, every office building, and every legal and illegal industry. The Hand's strongholds were marked with black skulls, distributed in several hidden locations, 2 of which did not even have street names on the map. The Japanese Yakuza's casinos were marked with red circles, densely occupying nearly half the map. The Mexicans' drug warehouses were marked with green squares, all near the port. The Triad's gambling dens were concentrated in the southeast corner, small in scale but very stable. Luo Sa returned the tablet to Cecilia, turned, and walked to the warehouse door, looking at the still dark night sky outside. Griffin. Here. Clean up the scene before dawn. Has the fire at the Mad Dog's den been extinguished? It has. The fire department came and handled it as an ordinary fire. Very good. Tomorrow during the day, melt the gold down and recast it, do not leave any traceable marks. Hand the ledgers and USB drive to Cecilia for safekeeping, she is an expert in this area. Griffin noted everything down one by one, then asked a question. How should we deal with Mad Dog and Razor? Luo Sa was silent for 2 seconds. Bring Mad Dog to the courtyard. Subsequently, Mad Dog was dragged to the center of the courtyard. He knelt on the cold concrete ground, covered in blood, like a beast waiting to be slaughtered. Surrounded by 20 Astra Militarum veterans and 3 battle sisters, everyone was expressionless. Luo Sa stood in front of Mad Dog and looked down at him. Mad Dog raised his head, his swollen eyelids struggling to open a slit, and with a mouth that had only a few teeth left, he mumbled a few words incoherently. Who, exactly, are you? Luo Sa did not answer. He took a deep breath, and the psionic source on his chest began to surge. Pale golden light seeped out from his body, spreading along his arms to his fingertips, looking exceptionally dazzling in the night. Daryl McCoy. Luo Sa's voice was not loud, but everyone in the courtyard heard it clearly. By the authority granted to me by the Emperor of Mankind, and in the name of the Holy Inquisition, I hereby pass final judgment. Mad Dog's eyes widened sharply. He could not understand what Luo Sa was saying, but he could feel that oppressive pressure. That feeling was not like facing a person, but rather like facing some existence far beyond the scope of his understanding. The charges are murder, human trafficking, organ trading, desecration of the dead, and harming imperial subjects through heretical means. The aforementioned charges are clear in fact and supported by irrefutable evidence. Luo Sa raised his right hand, pale golden psionic energy condensing in his palm, finally forming the shape of a longsword composed purely of energy. For all crimes combined, I sentence you to death. Execute immediately. The golden blade fell. Mad Dog did not even have time to let out a scream. His body froze in place, maintaining a kneeling posture for a full 2 seconds, then fell straight forward, his forehead slamming into the concrete floor. Luo Sa retracted his right hand, and the psionic energy dissipated. Keep Razor for now, lock him in the underground room, and do not let him contact the outside world. Observe him for a few days, if he is obedient, he might be useful. Griffin struck his chest with his right fist. Understood, my lord. Luo Sa returned to the room and slept until the afternoon. When he woke up, sunlight was already leaking in through the gap in the curtains. He lay in bed scrolling through his phone for a while before slowly getting up. Walking to the living room, Griffin had already served lunch on the table. Steak, vegetable salad, and a cup of black tea. Cecilia was there too. Luo Sa sat down to eat, but after only 2 bites, he felt the 2 people opposite him staring at him. Do you two have something to say? He didn't even lift his head while forking the steak. Griffin and Cecilia exchanged a look. It is like this, my lord. When we were clearing out the territory of the Hellhound biker gang and dispersing the peripheral personnel, we discovered some things. Griffin spoke first. What things? We found a ledger in one of the strongholds, which recorded human trafficking business. Cecilia took over. And they don't just traffic people, they also trade organs, corpses, and large amounts of blood. Luo Sa's motion of chewing the steak paused. Corpses and blood. He frowned. I can understand human trafficking, but what do they want with corpses and blood? Does the ledger state who the buyer is? The ledger does not record it, but Razor confessed. Cecilia said, the buyer is the hand. Luo Sa put down his fork and leaned back against the chair. The hand, huh? He thought for a moment. That is not surprising. These Japanese ninjas are an organization that worships Loki, and they can resurrect the dead through sacrificial rituals. Their ultimate goal is to summon the arrival of a Loki called the Beast. By the standards of the Empire, they are similar to followers of the Warp Loki, just of a lower grade. Cecilia's brows knitted together. My lord, the sacrificial ritual requires a large number of living sacrifices. The hand buys corpses and blood, which indicates that their rituals have never stopped. The large number of missing persons in Hell's Kitchen every year is likely inseparable from this. Luo Sa nodded. Cecilia was right. He had only thought of the hand as heretics before, but hadn't thought deeply in this direction. According to the standards of imperial law, such an organization should be uprooted, leaving none behind. My lord, should we start investigating the hand? Cecilia asked, her eyes full of disgust for the heretics. No rush yet. Luo Sa waved his hand, then tilted his chin toward the door. You two go to the door and invite Murdoch in, he has already arrived. Griffin and Cecilia got up and went out. Luo Sa leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table twice. The hand. He hadn't originally intended to touch this tough nut so early. But the problem now is that the Hellhound biker gang was wiped out by them, and the hand's supply source was directly cut off. Given the nature of those Japanese ninjas, it would be strange if they didn't retaliate. Luo Sa sighed. Fine, let's figure out the bottom line first. Before long, Griffin led Matt Murdoch in. A dark gray suit, carrying a briefcase in his hand, it was impossible to tell what expression was behind his sunglasses. Have you eaten? Do you want to eat something together? Luo Sa continued eating his steak. Griffin, pour Mr. Murdoch a cup of coffee, hot Americano with ice. Your efficiency is very high. Murdoch sat down opposite him. It has already spread on the streets that the entire core of the Hellhound biker gang was wiped out by a mysterious force last night, and the first and second in command disappeared mysteriously. Now, all the big and small forces in Hell's Kitchen are talking about this matter. It's all right, just a bunch of street thugs, it's no big deal for us. Luo Sa said vaguely while chewing the steak. Organizations have already started paying attention to you. Murdoch said, I came today just to remind you. I know, the hand. Murdoch paused. How did you know? My people discovered it when they were clearing things out today. Mad Dog had been selling people, corpses, and blood to the hand. Murdoch fell silent. Luo Sa glanced at him, stuffed the last piece of steak into his mouth, chewed and swallowed it, then picked up the black tea, took a sip, and said slowly. You reminded me to watch out for the hand, which means you are quite wary of them too. Yes. Murdoch did not deny it. The hand's intelligence network in Hell's Kitchen is deeper than Kingpin's. They lost Mad Dog as a supply channel, so they will definitely investigate who did it. Although you did it very cleanly, those people in the hand do not play by the rules, they might not need evidence, suspicion is enough. Then let them come. Murdoch's brows knitted. Are you sure? Not sure. Luo Sa shrugged. But since it's already like this, I can't just do nothing because they might come looking for trouble, right? Murdoch did not reply. What do you plan to do? He asked. If the enemy doesn't move, I don't move. Luo Sa put down the teacup. As long as they don't come to provoke me, I will ignore them for now. The people I have on hand are not enough to fight the hand head on, I need time. The hand is not easy to deal with, Murdoch reminded. I know, so I will figure out their bottom line first. Murdoch was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Within a day, I will organize all the intelligence I know about the hand and give it to you. Luo Sa raised an eyebrow. Aren't you unwilling to cooperate too deeply with me? I am not cooperating with you. Murdoch stood up and picked up his briefcase. I am cooperating with someone who can clean up the gangs in Hell's Kitchen. So far, I have seen what you have done. Luo Sa smiled. Is this considered a compliment? Consider it a statement of fact. Before Murdoch left, he stopped at the door. He turned around, his face behind the sunglasses facing Luo Sa, his lips moving as if hesitating about something. Luo Sa leaned against the doorframe of the reception room, hands in his pockets, waiting for him to speak. Mr. Luo Sa, Murdoch said. If you need me to deal with the hand, I can. Stop right there. Luo Sa raised his hand to interrupt him. You, a daredevil, are fine being a lawyer during the day and wearing spandex to beat up a few street thugs at night, but against those ninjas of the hand who can resurrect, you would just be throwing your life away. Murdoch's lips tightened, but he didn't refute. Luo Sa leaned against the doorframe, watching Murdoch's back disappear at the end of the corridor, then turned and returned to the reception room. Luo Sa sat back down in the chair, put his feet on the edge of the table, and rested his hands behind his head. Tell me, what are your thoughts on this matter with the hand? Griffin spoke first. My lord, with our current manpower, the odds of winning a head-on confrontation with the full force of the hand are not high. So what is your suggestion? Investigate first, then act. Cecilia took over. Figure out all their strongholds in New York, especially the location of the resurrection altars. After finding the altars, carry out a surprise attack to destroy all the altars simultaneously, so they have nowhere to resurrect. Then clear out their members one by one. Luo Sa nodded. Cecilia's line of thinking was the same as his. The hand's greatest reliance is not combat power, but resurrection magic. As long as the resurrection altars are still there, killing as many as you want is useless, they will come out alive and kicking the next day. Therefore, the first step is not to fight, but to find. Find the altars and destroy them all at once. Only then can we talk about wiping them out. Fine. That's settled. Luo Sa stood up from the chair, walked to the window, and pushed it open. The afternoon sunlight shone in, casting a long streak of light and shadow on the floor. Murdoch will send the intelligence within a day. Cecilia, you are responsible for organizing and further reconnaissance. The hand's resurrection magic requires sacrifice, so there must be clues of missing persons around their strongholds. Investigate in this direction. Cecilia struck her chest with his right fist. Understood. Griffin, the base's defense needs to be upgraded. The hand is not the Hellhound biker gang, they lost their supply channel and will not let this rest. They might already be targeting us. Griffin nodded. I will arrange for rotating guards and add hidden sentries to the perimeter of the base. Luo Sa turned around and looked at these two people. Alright, that's it for now. Each of you perform your duties and start taking action. Yes, my lord. Luo Sa did not yet have specific intelligence on the hand. Griffin and Cecilia had already dispatched men, splitting up to investigate the movements of the hand. But Hell's Kitchen was so large, and those Japanese ninjas were hiding like rats in a sewer. It wouldn't be easy to figure out their background in such a short time. However, based on Luo Sa's understanding of Japanese people, especially an organization like the Hand that always seeks revenge for the slightest grievance, they surely wouldn't just let it go. The Mad Dog gang had been wiped out, and the Hand's supply line had been directly severed. Given the nature of those ninjas, it would be strange if they didn't retaliate. Sure enough. That same night, suspected ninjas from the Hand appeared near the base. Luo Sa was lying on the bed scrolling through his phone when his chest suddenly felt hot. The psionic source pulsed violently, carrying a sharp warning. He put down his phone and expanded his psionic perception outward. 4 evil auras were approaching the base from different directions. The aura wasn't particularly strong, but it was dirty. It was like someone had mixed rotten meat and burnt hair together, and added something that didn't belong to this dimension. They really came. Luo Sa sat up from the bed, put on his coat, opened the door, and walked out. In the hallway, Griffin happened to be coming up from downstairs, his face gloomy. My lord, did you feel it too? Yes. 4 of them. Luo Sa said while walking. Have everyone assemble, fully armed. Battle Sisters are to wear power armor, and the Astra Militarum are to be issued laser rifles. We won't be holding back this time. Griffin struck his chest with his right fist and turned to pass on the order. 5 minutes later, in the first-floor lobby of the base, 23 Imperial soldiers were all in position. The 3 Battle Sisters had already changed into ebony-colored power armor. Cecilia stood at the very front, her helmet cradled in the crook of her arm, a chainsword hanging at her waist, and a bolter pistol in the holster on the outside of her thigh. Each of the 20 veteran Astra Militarum soldiers held a laser rifle, the Imperial Aquila emblems on the guns shining faintly under the lights. Energy packs were fully charged, frag grenades hung from their belts, and entrenching tools were strapped to their backs. Griffin stood at the front of the line, the scar on his face looking particularly ferocious. Everyone stood in silence, waiting for Luo Sa's order. He did not speak. His psionic perception was still feeding back information. Those four evil auras had stopped, right on the roof of the abandoned apartment building directly opposite the base. It was less than 200 meters away. They didn't attack, nor did they retreat, they just stood on the roof looking down. Reconnaissance. Just as Luo Sa had guessed, the Hand didn't know the situation on their side either, so they had sent people to scout. Cecilia walked out of the line, looked up at Luo Sa, and struck her chest with her right hand. My lord, let me take some men and finish them off. Her voice was steady, but her eyes were already burning with fire. I cannot tolerate such evil heretics jumping around under our noses. Every second they stand on the roof opposite is a blasphemy against your majesty. Griffin also stepped out, striking his chest with his right fist, his voice hoarse and low. Yes, my lord, the soldiers of the Empire never fear death. What is more unacceptable to us than death is that heretics are right before our eyes, yet we remain indifferent. His scarred face looked exceptionally fierce under the lights, and his anger was almost uncontrollable. Luo Sa looked at them, silent for 2 seconds. He could feel that anger. These people had fought their way out of that hellish Warhammer 40k world. In their worldview, it was impossible for a leader's bedchamber to be spied on by heretics while the soldiers did nothing. That was an insult to the emperor and a trampling of their faith. Now, Luo Sa was their emperor on this land. Those ninjas standing on the roof opposite spying on the emperor was equivalent to urinating in front of the imperial banner. Luo Sa knew that if he didn't let them go out and fight this battle today, these people would be angry enough to commit suicide. Very well. He walked down the stairs, stood in front of the line, and swept his gaze over everyone. The heretics outside, leave none alive. Execute them all. Cecilia's eyes lit up, and the corners of her mouth even curled up slightly. Yes, my lord. She turned to face her two battle sisters, her voice suddenly rising. For the emperor. Griffin also turned around and roared at the veteran Astra Militarum soldiers. Everyone, disengage the safety on your laser rifles, split into groups and flank them. If one escapes, don't bother coming back. Yes. Luo Sa walked to the window, pushed it open, and the night wind poured in. On the roof opposite, 4 blurry black shadows were still standing there, completely unaware that the god of death had already crept up behind them. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Luo Sa shook his head. The Hand is also stingy, sending 4 of the lowest level peripheral ninjas to scout. Did they really take me for a fool? Just as he picked up his teacup, Cecilia's voice came through the headset. My lord, we are in position. Ready to act at any time. Immediately followed by Griffin's voice. My lord, the front is also ready. Luo Sa took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and said into the headset. Do it. 2 short responses came from the headset. For the Emperor. For the Emperor. The next second, the first scream came from the roof opposite. The 4 ninjas were crouching at the edge of the roof, completely unaware of the movement behind them. They were too focused. One was holding a micro-telescope, staring at every window of the base opposite. One was recording rapidly in a notebook, and one was half-crouching behind the railing on guard. The leader was kneeling at the very front, eyes closed, using some kind of psionic sensing ability to perceive the energy fluctuations inside the base. They thought they were hiding in the shadows. A black shadow stood up silently from behind the ventilation duct. Cecilia Vela. She had somehow circled behind these 4 people, the closest distance being less than 5 meters. The power armor made almost no sound when moving at low speeds. Cecilia moved. She walked toward the nearest ninja, her military boots making a slight crunching sound as they stepped on the gravel. The ninja using the telescope twitched his ear and turned his head sharply. Cecilia was already standing in front of him. Her right hand opened wide, gripping his head like an iron clamp. Her thumb pressed against his left temple, and the other 4 fingers gripped the right side of his skull. Then she pulled back. The cervical spine made a dense series of popping sounds, and the sound of ligaments tearing was like a wet towel being ripped in 2. The head left the neck, and blood gushed from the severed carotid artery, splashing onto the face of the ninja who was recording nearby. The headless body swayed twice, then fell to its knees with a thud. The remaining 3 ninjas drew their swords simultaneously. The sound of katanas being unsheathed overlapped, and 3 silver flashes crossed in the moonlight. The leader roared, "Enemy attack!" In Japanese, the 3 of them instantly formed an attack formation and charged at Cecilia. It was a pity. Cecilia didn't even blink. She drew the chainsword from her waist, pressed the start switch with her thumb, and the humming sound of the teeth rotating at high speed instantly tore through the silence of the roof. She charged forward, and in the first encounter, she shredded the katana in the middle, along with the person holding it, into 2 pieces. The chainsword cut in from the left waist and exited from the right rib, the upper and lower halves of the body falling to the ground half a second apart. Before the second ninja's sword could even fall, Cecilia had already backhanded a strike, slicing off the hand he was holding his sword with. The severed hand flew off along with the katana, and the ninja's scream had barely begun before she kicked him in the chest, sending him flying 3 meters away. His back smashed through the railing at the edge of the rooftop, he hung in midair, swaying twice, and then fell down. A dull thud came from downstairs, and the screaming stopped. There was only one left, the ninja who had been taking notes. He had thrown away his notebook and drawn his sword, but he didn't dare to take a step forward. He looked at Cecilia, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints, his fingers gripping the hilt turning white from excessive force, and the tip of the blade trembling slightly. He took 2 steps back, his back hitting the railing at the edge of the rooftop, he had nowhere left to retreat. Cecilia sheathed the chainsword back at her waist and walked toward him empty-handed. It wasn't to let him go, but to kill him with her own hands. The ninja let out a hoarse roar and swung his sword at her with both hands. Cecilia dodged the blade by turning to the side, grabbed his sword-wielding wrist with her right hand, and twisted her fingers. The sound of his wrist bone shattering was as crisp as snapping a dry piece of firewood. The katana slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. The ninja's mouth opened, but before the scream could come out, Cecilia's left hand had already grabbed his throat. Her 5 fingers closed, the knuckles sinking deep into the muscles on both sides of his throat, blocking his trachea and carotid artery, and she lifted him up. His feet left the ground, hanging in midair. The ninja kicked desperately, his hands trying to pry Cecilia's fingers away, but those fingers extending from the power armor gloves remained motionless. Cecilia tilted her head, watching him struggle in midair, as if looking at a fish lifted out of the water. His face turned from red to purple, from purple to black, his eyeballs bulging, his lips turning dark. His tongue uncontrollably stuck out from the corner of his mouth, and a garbled, gurgle, sound came from his throat, as if trying to suck in air. Cecilia waited until his kicking lessened before slowly tightening her fingers. The cervical vertebrae snapped one by one in her palm, like breaking a bunch of chopsticks, each sound crisper and louder than the last. Then she gave a violent yank. The head, along with half of the spine, was ripped out of the body, the cross-section jagged, with bone fragments and nerve tissue dangling and swaying below. The headless body stood in place for 2 seconds, a gush of dark red blood pouring from the severed neck, before it toppled straight forward. Blood splattered all over Cecilia. She threw the head onto the ground casually. The head bounced twice on the ground, rolled to the side of the railing, and stopped, the expression on that face forever frozen at the last moment before death. Eyeballs bulging, mouth wide open, tongue hanging out. Cecilia looked down at the blood on her power armor and frowned. She pulled a cloth from her pocket and unhurriedly wiped the sticky bloodstains from her fingers. When Griffin led his men rushing onto the roof, the battle was already over. 4 ninjas lay scattered all over the ground. One headless, one cut in 2, one had fallen downstairs and turned into a puddle of meat paste, and there was another head with half a spine thrown by the railing. The cross-section of the neck was jagged, with white bone fragments exposed. Blood flowed all over the ground, black as ink in the moonlight. Griffin glanced at the gruesome scene on the roof, then looked at Cecilia, who was wiping her hands, and the scar on the corner of his mouth twitched. You handled it all by yourself, so why did we come up here? To look at the scenery. Cecilia didn't even look up, continuing to wipe her fingers. You came up to clean up the bodies. Griffin was silent for a second, then turned and waved to the veteran Astra Militarum soldiers behind him. Pour oil, burn them. Several veterans took oil drums from their backpacks, unscrewed the lids, and poured gasoline evenly over the 4 corpses. Gasoline mixed with blood, emitting a pungent odor. AI model. Gemini 3.5 flash. He flicked on the lighter and tossed it aside. With a loud whoosh, the flames surged up, reaching over a person's height. The orange-red firelight illuminated the entire rooftop, and a wave of heat carrying the burnt stench of burning fat rushed over him. The 4 corpses twisted, shriveled, and turned to ash in the flames. Luo Sa stood in the shadows of the second-floor balcony, watching the entire process from beginning to end. To be honest, before transmigrating, he had seen plenty of bloody scenes in movies, but those were all special effects. The sound of a real person's head being ripped from their neck, of cervical vertebrae snapping one by one, that kind of visual impact was on a completely different level compared to movies. But he didn't feel disgusted, or even uncomfortable. Standing on the balcony, he watched the headless corpse fall forward, with only one thought in his mind. This is how it should be. When dealing with heretics, you couldn't let them die too quickly. It wasn't cruelty, nor was it perversion, it was a matter of principle. The imperial law wrote it down clearly. The sin of heresy does not deserve a swift death. Looking at the whole process, the stake, the gallows, the guillotine, which one of them allowed for a comfortable departure? None of them. Because the sins of heretics were too heavy, dying too quickly would be disrespectful to the victims. Of course, Luo Sa admitted he was no saint either. He indeed felt a sense of satisfaction. Watching those heretics, who were still spying on his base from the dark 10 minutes ago, being killed one by Cecilia like ants being crushed. That feeling of control and security was 10,000 times better than winning a video game. He turned and walked back inside, set his empty teacup on the table, threw on his coat, and went downstairs. When he reached the first floor lobby, Griffin and Cecilia happened to walk in from outside. Cecilia's power armor was splattered with blood, from her chest all the way down to her thighs. Her right glove was stained with the most blood, and there was even shredded flesh that hadn't been wiped clean. Luo Sa leaned against the staircase handrail, hands in his pockets, watching them walk in. Cecilia was the first to notice his gaze. Her steps paused, and she struck her chest with her right fist. My lord, the 4 heretics have all been executed. Luo Sa nodded, a grin slowly spreading across his face. I saw. His gaze swept from Cecilia's face to the bloodstains on her power armor, looking into her calm eyes. Beautifully done. Just those few simple words. But when Cecilia heard those words, her back visibly straightened even more. For a battle sister, the Emperor's recognition was weightier than any reward. Griffin stood nearby, hesitated for a moment, and spoke. My lord, by the time we went up, she had already killed 3 of them. The last one. I saw that too. Luo Sa interrupted him, turning to look at Griffin as he added with a smile. Your speed in going up to clean up the corpses wasn't slow either. The scar at the corner of Griffin's mouth twitched, and he didn't reply. Luo Sa straightened up from the staircase handrail and clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. All right, that's enough for tonight. Those on duty, get to duty, those who should sleep, go to sleep. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone. 4 ninjas aren't even an appetizer. The hand's power in Hell's Kitchen goes far beyond these few small fry. Losing 4 people today means they'll send 8 tomorrow, and 16 the day after. That Japanese crowd is like cockroaches. You step on one, and 100 more scurry out of the nest. Griffin's expression grew solemn again, and Cecilia also shook off her slight relaxation. Murdoch's information on the hand should arrive in the next couple of days, and our own people are also digging into their background. Before we have detailed intelligence, we won't take the initiative to strike. Luo Sa turned and went upstairs, returning to his room to change into clean clothes. Then he walked through the corridor to the empty warehouse at the deepest part of the base. This was specifically set aside for summoning. Luo Sa walked into the warehouse and shut the iron door behind him. Standing in the dead center of the warehouse, he looked up at the fluorescent light tubes overhead and took a deep breath. This time, he planned to go all in. He had already run out of patience for this wretched place, Hell's Kitchen. Since transmigrating, he had first slept under bridges, gnawed on apples, and been bullied by punks. Then, bit by bit, he built up his assets, gathered a crew, fought 3 face, and wiped out the hellhounds. Every step had been taken with extreme caution, like dancing in a minefield. He knew this was a necessary period of low-key development, but he was truly sick of it. This filthy, chaotic neighborhood, filled with heresy and crime, needed to be thoroughly purified. Not street by street cleaning, but turning the entirety of Hell's Kitchen upside down in one breath. To achieve this goal, the 23 people he currently had on hand were not enough. Far from enough. So, he had to call for backup. He would bet all of his psionic energy. Luo Sa closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into the psionic source in his chest. Ever since he judged Mad Dog, his psionic reserves had surged significantly, supplemented by the experience points contributed by the 4 ninjas tonight. Although the psionic energy provided by the 4 outer ninjas was far less than what Mad Dog alone provided, even mosquito legs were meat, every little bit helped. His current psionic reserves had at least more than doubled compared to when he last summoned the Battle Sisters. It's enough. Clenching his back teeth, he mobilized all the psionic energy in his body, like turning on a faucet, and all the water surged in one direction. This was not the gentle guidance of the first 2 times, but a violent, reckless pouring. The psionic source in his chest expanded violently, like a balloon inflated to its limit, ready to burst at any second. A pale golden light seeped from his body, illuminating the entire warehouse, even dimming the fluorescent light tubes overhead. He didn't stop. The psionic energy was still pouring in. He could feel his body reaching its limit, his blood vessels burning, his nerves screaming, and every inch of his muscles trembling. But the response from the psionic source grew stronger and clearer. And then, he saw it. Deep in his consciousness, a dense crowd of figures began to emerge. At the very front was the Astra Militarum. A massive crowd of them. Gray-blue military greatcoats, steel helmets, lasguns, and weathered faces, with eyes carrying the coldness and determination unique to Cadians. Luo Sa did a rough count, there were at least 50 people. Behind the Astra Militarum were the Battle Sisters. Over a dozen female warriors clad in black power armor, the Imperial Aquila on their chests glittering with silver light in the space of his consciousness. The leader was half a head taller than Cecilia, with short, silvery white hair that stood up like steel needles. Then, he saw people he had never seen before. 7 or 8 figures in white uniforms stood at the very back of the line. They were not dressed as combat personnel. Their uniforms were clean and neat, without any wear and tear, the white fabric reflecting a soft luster in his conscious space. Their faces lacked the weathered, weary look of the Warhammer world, instead, they carried a refined air unique to intellectuals. Some wore glasses, some held datapad-like devices, and others carried some kind of portable scanning instrument slung over their shoulders. Could they be scientists? Luo Sa's heart skipped a beat. What was he lacking most right now? Was it combat power? Yes, but that was only an immediate need. In the long run, what he lacked was technology. It was something that could elevate his faction from a street gang level to a universe-spanning level. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the Stellaris technology tree was. Focused arc emitters, dragon-scale armor, dark matter thrusters, megastructures, Dyson spheres, matter decompressors. These things couldn't be unlocked just by killing people. He needed scientists. Real scientists who could conduct research, climb the tech tree, and turn those sci-fi technologies from the Stellaris world into reality one by one. And now, these people stood in the depths of his consciousness. Luo Sa took a deep breath, composed himself, and focused his attention on the figures in white uniforms. He began to count them in his mind. 7. 3 in white robes looked like theoretical physicists. 2 in dark blue jumpsuits looked more like engineers. And 2 in light gray uniforms. 7 scientists. Plus the 50 Astra Militarum veterans and over a dozen battle sisters in front of them. The total number of people in this summon wave was around 70-something. Luo Sa felt his psionic energy draining at a rate visible to the naked eye. But he did not stop. He knew that if he relaxed for even a single breath right now, the summoning would be interrupted. Those figures would be veiled once more, and the next time he wanted to summon them, it would only cost even more psionic energy. No. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed out the very last drop of his psionic energy. Not one less. All of you, come out. His body swayed twice, his knees buckled, and he dropped to one knee on the ground. With one hand supporting himself on the concrete floor and the other clutching his chest, he gasped heavily for air. Keeping his head down, he panted for a good while before slowly raising his head. The warehouse was no longer empty. Over 70 people stood before him, densely packing the entire warehouse. Gray-blue military greatcoats, black power armor, and white uniforms, the 3 colors intertwined under the off-white light, completely filling the once empty warehouse. The front row of Astra Militarum veterans stood in perfect alignment, 50 of them in total. Their faces beneath the steel helmets were all different, but their eyes shared the same coldness and determination. Behind them were the Battle Sisters. 16 of them, clad entirely in ebony power armor, the Imperial Aquila gleaming silver under the lights. The leading sister with the short, silvery white hair stood at the very front, her gaze sweeping from left to right across the entire warehouse. At the very back were those 7 uniformed scientists. Standing at the base of the innermost wall of the warehouse, some were adjusting collars wrinkled from the teleportation, some were looking down to check if the instruments in their hands were damaged, and others were whispering among themselves. The middle-aged man with dark brown hair stood at the front. Pushing up the glasses on the bridge of his nose, his gaze passed over the Astra Militarum and Battle Sisters in front of him, landing on Luo Sa, who was kneeling on one knee. His gaze was very calm, carrying a scholar's characteristic curiosity about the unknown. Luo Sa slowly stood up, pushing off his knees. Though his legs were still weak, his back was straight. 50 Astra Militarum, 16 Battle Sisters, and 7 Stellaris scientists. Adding them to his original crew, he now had nearly 100 people under his command. Luo Sa leaned against the warehouse wall, a grin slowly spreading across his face, smiling like a child who had just opened a blind box. Oh boy. His voice was hoarse, carrying obvious exhaustion, but the smile on his face could not be suppressed. This time, I'm definitely going to turn the entire Hell's Kitchen upside down. Luo Sa didn't even have time to say a word to the newly arrived soldiers. The moment the summoning was complete, the psionic source had dried up so much that not a single drop could be squeezed out. That feeling of weakness from the inside out spread throughout his entire body in an instant. He leaned against the warehouse wall, his vision went black, and he collapsed. In his final moments of consciousness, he only heard a flurry of chaotic footsteps rushing toward him. Someone shouted, "My lord," and then everything fell into silence. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next afternoon. The orange-red sunset leaked through the gap in the curtains, casting a long streak of light across the ceiling. Luo Sa stared at the streak of light for several seconds, his mind a complete blank, even feeling a momentary daze about who he was. Then, memories surged forth and began playing in his mind. Summoning. More than 70 people. Astra Militarum, Battle Sisters, scientists. And then he collapsed. He turned his head and saw a glass of water on the nightstand, with fine beads of water condensing on the glass. It was still cool. Next to the bed was a chair, and Cecilia was sitting on it. She had changed into clean clothes and was not wearing her power armor, but the chainsword at her waist and the bolter pistol on her leg were both present. She was leaning against the back of the chair with her arms crossed, eyes closed, unsure if she was dozing or meditating. As soon as Luo Sa moved, Cecilia's eyes immediately opened. My lord. She stood up from the chair and struck her right fist against her chest. You are awake. Her voice was not loud, but it was full of energy, with absolutely no signs of fatigue from having stayed up all night. Luo Sa noticed that there were not even dark circles under her eyes, and he couldn't help but marvel at the constitution of the Battle Sisters in his heart. How do you feel now? Cecilia asked. Yesterday, I felt that your exhaustion was caused by overusing your psionic energy. You have been unconscious since last night, and Griffin has already come to check on you 3 times. Luo Sa propped himself up on the bed, leaned against the headboard, and took a sip of the water. Much better. He moved his neck, and his cervical spine cracked twice. My psionic energy has started to recover slowly, there is no major problem, so don't worry. He was telling the truth. The psionic source was indeed recovering. Although the speed was not fast, he could feel that warm energy gathering bit by bit. Cecilia's expression relaxed significantly, but she didn't say anything, just nodded. Luo Sa put down the water glass and asked the question he was most concerned about right now. Have the brothers from yesterday been settled in? They have been arranged. Cecilia replied. The dormitories Griffin cleaned up last time are enough for them to live in. 50 Astra Militarum veterans shared 25 rooms, and 16 Battle Sisters occupied the other 8 rooms on the second floor of the dormitory building. It's a bit crowded, but the conditions are much better than where they lived on Cadia. Luo Sa nodded, waiting for her to continue. As for those few scientists. Cecilia paused, as if weighing her words. Griffin arranged rooms for them just like yours. 1 person per room, with a private bathroom, and the sheets and bedding are all newly purchased. He said that scientists need a quiet environment to think and cannot be crowded together with the soldiers. Luo Sa's mouth twitched. Griffin, that old soldier, is great at fighting and doesn't slack off when taking care of people either. Griffin was not wrong. Scientists indeed need better treatment than soldiers. The research conducted by those scientists from the Human Federation cannot be done just anywhere. All right, as long as they are settled. He took another sip of water, remembering something else. Nothing happened while I was unconscious, right? Cecilia shook her head. The hand hasn't made any moves, and they haven't sent anyone else over. I guess after those 4 ninjas lost contact last night, they couldn't figure out our background, so they dare not act rashly for the time being. And then, Cecilia's expression became a bit subtle. Mr. Murdoch sent over information regarding the hand. He is still waiting in the reception room right now, saying he will leave after you wake up. Luo Sa's eyebrows raised. Murdoch. Waiting until now. He glanced at the sky outside the window, it was around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Murdoch usually works at his law firm during the day and goes out as a vigilante at night. Being able to make him put down his work and sit in the base's reception room waiting for several hours must be more than just delivering intelligence. Is there something up with him? Luo Sa asked, puzzled. He didn't say. Cecilia's answer was like a status report. He just sat there waiting, and he's already had 3 or 4 cups of coffee. Griffin asked him what was going on, and he wouldn't say, just saying he'd wait until you were awake. He answered 2 calls in the middle, then continued to sit there. Luo Sa was silent for 2 seconds. Matt Murdock, the daredevil of Hell's Kitchen. A Tsunere lawyer who could keep saying, "I don't work with gangs," while simultaneously taking his money to help him get things done. This guy never does anything without a purpose. Making him sit in the reception room drinking 3 or 4 cups of coffee waiting for several hours, it's either a matter of the sky falling, or. Alright. Luo Sa threw off the quilt, stepped barefoot on the floor, and looked around, but couldn't find his slippers. Let him wait another 10 minutes, I'll wash my face and go down. Cecilia struck her right fist against her chest and turned to walk out. She paused when she reached the door and turned back. By the way, my lord, Griffin asked me to report for him. There is one among the newly arrived Astra Militarum who is his superior, who previously led a company on Cadia. He said that when it is convenient for you, he would like to report the reorganization plan to you. Luo Sa was stunned for a moment, then smiled. All right, one by one. Let's see Murdoch first. Cecilia nodded and pushed the door open to leave. Luo Sa stood by the bed, looking down at his bare feet. He glanced at the half-drunk glass of water on the nightstand again and suddenly felt a bit amused. Having been unconscious for nearly 20 hours, the first thing he did upon waking up was to ask about the settlement of his subordinates. The second thing was to meet a lawyer who had been waiting for him all afternoon. But this seemed better than Yellow Weasel, at least he wasn't as miserable as him. Luo Sa washed up briefly, changed into clean clothes, and walked through the corridor to the reception room. Pushing open the door, a wave of warmth hit his face. Matt Murdock was sitting on the sofa near the window. He was sitting with his legs crossed, his dark gray suit jacket unbuttoned, but his tie was still tied meticulously. He had a pair of Bluetooth headphones in his ears, his head tilted slightly, as if he were listening intently to something. His right hand was holding a cup of coffee, which he brought to his lips and sipped, his expression quite enjoyable. When Luo Sa walked in, Murdoch turned his head toward him. His hearing had, of course, long since detected that someone had arrived. Sorry, Matt, I was suddenly feeling a bit unwell and slept a bit longer. Luo Sa sat down on the sofa opposite him, casually pushing the box of untouched tissues on the coffee table to the side. Murdoch took off his headphones and slowly tucked them into his pocket. He picked up his coffee and took another sip before speaking unhurriedly. It's fine, I understand. Anyway, I didn't have much to do today, so I drank a few extra cups of your coffee while waiting for you. Luo Sa was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Matt Murdock. That guy who could roast the opposing lawyer into silence in court during the day. And the paranoid freak who wore red spandex at night and beat thugs until they had fractures was actually joking with him. Drank a few extra cups. When this comes from someone else, it's just politeness. When it comes from him, it's a joke. Since Luo Sa had known him, this was probably the first time he had heard him speak in this tone. It seems this lawyer finally didn't treat him as purely an employer. Luo Sa leaned back on the sofa, smiling as he looked at the blind lawyer wearing sunglasses opposite him. All right, tell me, what big matter makes you so anxious to see me? I don't think you came here just for these few cups of my instant coffee. Murdoch put down his coffee cup, his expression returning to his usual cold demeanor. Regarding the hand, I have already handed over all the intelligence I could get to Griffin and Cecilia. He paused, directing his unseeing eyes toward Luo Sa. AI model. Gemini 3.5 Flash. I'm just here to soak up the heating and coffee, don't overthink it. Luo Sa looked at him for 2 seconds, and then a slow grin spread across his face. He understood instantly. Soaking up the heating. The heating from that second-hand air conditioner in the base's reception room was mediocre at best. Murdoch's own law firm had much better heating than this place. Soaking up the coffee. It was instant coffee, $3 a box to brew a whole pot. What he usually drank was bought by Griffin from the supermarket. This guy had squatted here all afternoon, drinking 3 or 4 cups of terrible instant coffee, just to wait for him to wake up. And then told him, I'm fine, just soaking it up. Wasn't this just worrying about him? He was worried that something had happened to him but was too embarrassed to ask directly, so he made up an excuse to sit here and wait. Once he woke up and saw he was fine, he casually said, don't overthink it. Luo Sa leaned back on the sofa, looking at Murdoch's expressionless face, and silently complained in his heart. My goodness, what a tsunere. He didn't plan on exposing Murdoch. With this kind of paranoid, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted fellow, the more you exposed him, the more awkward he would get. Let him keep acting, as long as they both knew what was going on, it was fine. All right. Luo Sa leaned back against the sofa, resting his hands behind his head, smiling as if nothing had happened. Then take your time soaking it up. If the heating isn't enough, I'll have Griffin add another heater. There's plenty of coffee, instant. The corner of Murdoch's mouth twitched slightly, almost imperceptibly, but Luo Sa saw it. I've already handed the intel over to them, so I won't repeat it. Murdoch stood up, buttoned his suit, and picked up the briefcase resting on the armrest of the sofa. The hand is not easy to deal with, so be careful. Don't think they're pushovers just because you took out 4 little ninjas last night. Luo Sa also stood up, putting his hands in his pockets, nodding with a smile. I know. You too, stay safe when you go out for your nightly workouts. Don't get your ribs broken again. Murdoch didn't reply, carrying his briefcase toward the door. When he reached the door, he paused and turned his head. Next time you're not feeling well, let me know in advance. Then he pushed the door open and walked out. His footsteps echoed down the corridor, quickly fading away at the stairwell. Luo Sa stood where he was, looking at the closed door, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. This fellow is quite interesting. He shook his head, turned back to sit on the sofa, and reached out to look at the coffee cup Murdoch had used. There was still a sip left at the bottom, completely cold. Griffin. He called out toward the door. Griffin poked his head in from the corridor. My lord. Buy a better coffee machine. Let's stop drinking instant all the time. Next time Murdoch comes, let him have something good. Griffin froze for a moment, and then the scar at the corner of his mouth twitched, though it was hard to tell if it was a smile. Understood, my lord. By the way, get me something to eat, and let me look at the intel Matt brought over first. Finally, we'll go together to meet the new brothers. Luo Sa instructed Griffin. All right, my lord. Griffin, the tool man, still showed no emotional fluctuation as he turned and left. 10 minutes later, Griffin walked in carrying a tray, followed by Cecilia. On the tray were a fried egg, 2 slices of toast, a small plate of bacon, and a steaming cup of black tea. Luo Sa took it, eating while taking the tablet handed over by Cecilia. My lord, this is the summary of the intelligence brought by Mr. Murdoch. Luo Sa chewed on his toast, his eyes falling on the screen. Cecilia had organized it very clearly, with absolutely no fluff. Murdoch had indeed put a lot of effort into it this time. The Hand. This group of ninjas was never an ordinary gang from the very beginning. Their history could be traced back to 16th century Japan. Initially, they were just a secret society composed of samurai, but were later annexed by an ancient ninja clan called Snakerut. Snakerut worshipped a primordial demon known as the Beast, and the Hand became a cult organization from then on. Later, they took root in Japan and gradually developed into an international criminal network, doing everything from assassinations and drug trafficking to money laundering. But the origins of this branch in Hell's Kitchen were a bit different. At least, that was what Murdoch's intelligence said. The leaders of this faction of the Hand were said not to be Japanese, but elders exiled from a mystical city called Kowloon. They had lived for untold centuries, sustaining their lives by stealing dragon bone fossils, and had drifted all the way to New York. No matter what their origins were, the things they did were equally dirty. As for their strongholds, Murdoch wasn't able to pinpoint all of their locations this time. The Hand's buildings had a sort of cloaking spell, even if ordinary people passed by, they wouldn't see them. The 3 strongholds he could confirm were beneath the Japanese Club, Black Bamboo, on the east side, the underground transit station in the abandoned warehouse district of the docks, and the catacombs of an abandoned old church at the border of Clinton District. In terms of personnel, the Hand's ninjas were divided into 3 tiers. The lowest tier was the Genin. The 4 whose heads were snapped by Cecilia last night belonged to this category, responsible for chores like scouting, running errands, and collecting protection money. Above them were the Chunin, the true main combat force. Their physical attributes far exceeded those of ordinary people, and they specialized in cold weapons, numbering around 80 to 100. The top tier was the Jonin, high-ranking officers of the Hand. They were extremely few in number, and each could be resurrected using the altar, with combat power far beyond that of the Chunin. Murdoch had fought one of the Jonin, and had 2 of his ribs broken in a single exchange, leaving him bedridden for 3 weeks. As for the specific leaders of the Hell's Kitchen branch, Murdoch's intelligence mentioned a few names. A woman named Alexandra, said to be the supreme leader of the 5 Hand leaders, who had lived for an unknown number of years. She carried herself like an elegant and noble old lady all day, but was actually ruthless and cruel. An old Chinese lady named Madame Gao, who looked frail and in her 70s or 80s, but could actually send someone flying with a single slap. Under the cover of the Rand Corporation, she controlled most of the heroin trade in Hell's Kitchen. There was also a Japanese man named Nobu, Daredevil's old rival, whom Murdoch had previously assumed to be the highest-ranking leader of the Hand in New York. Murdoch couldn't say for sure who among them was a Jonin or who was in charge of what. Even more troublesome than these was their ability to resurrect. The core members of the Hand, Chunin and above, could be resurrected at the altar after death by sacrificing living humans. There was more than one altar. Murdoch only knew about the one beneath Black Bamboo, and the locations of the other few were completely untraceable. Resurrection required a large number of sacrifices, which explained why the Mad Dog Gang had been supplying them with people, corpses, and blood. It also explained why the number of missing persons in Hell's Kitchen over the past 3 months had doubled compared to the same period last year. At the end of the intelligence report, Murdoch wrote a final line in red. The strength of these people is unfathomable. Don't go seeking your own death. Alexandra has lived for at least 400 years, and Madame Gao can slap you into a wall. Wait until I've investigated thoroughly before you make a move. Luo Sa swallowed his last bite of toast, took a sip of tea, and placed the tablet on the table. 100 to 200 people, 3 strongholds, resurrection capabilities, and some Jonin. He leaned back on the sofa. They are indeed a much tougher nut to crack than the Mad Dog Gang. Cecilia took a step forward. My lord, resurrection is merely a stalling tactic. As long as we destroy the altars, they are just ordinary people. The problem is that we don't know all the altar locations. Luo Sa said. Keep investigating. Focus on that transit station in the docks and that church. Don't alert the enemy. Also, we need to do some thorough research of our own on the intelligence regarding Alexandra, Madame Gao, and the others. Understood. Luo Sa stood up and brushed the crumbs off his pants. Let's go. First, we'll meet the newly arrived brothers. Griffin, call the scientists as well. I have some questions for them. Yes, my lord. Luo Sa and his group walked through the corridor and arrived at the largest warehouse on the east side of the base. This place used to be piled with rusty containers and broken tires. Griffin took people to clean it up for 2 days before it was tidy. Now, walking in and taking a look, Luo Sa was taken aback. The floor was covered with anti-slip mats, and a row of brand new fitness equipment was placed against the wall. Dumbbell racks, weight benches, pull-up bars, and even a few sets of reaction targets, everything was there. The Imperial Aquila flag hung on the concrete pillar, its gray-blue fabric looking exceptionally solemn under the fluorescent lights. Griffin, you're quite fast. Luo Sa exclaimed sincerely. Reporting, my lord, this was modified together with the brothers who arrived yesterday. Griffin said. It's an Astra Militarum tradition. Wherever we go, we set up a training ground first, otherwise our hands get itchy. The warehouse was very lively, with dozens of people training. Some were lifting dumbbells, some were sparring, and some were crouching in the corner, disassembling and assembling laser rifles. The moment Luo Sa and his group walked in, everyone stopped what they were doing simultaneously. The sound of military boots hitting the floor rang out densely and rhythmically. 50 Astra Militarum veterans stood at attention in unison, striking their chests with their right fists. The faces under the steel helmets were all different, some were young, some old. There were no rank insignias on their gray-blue greatcoats, but the killing intent on each person could not be hidden. That was something only those who had survived real battlefields possessed. 16 battle sisters were lined up on the other side of the warehouse. They were not wearing power armor, only the black habits of the sisterhood. The sister with short, silver-white hair stood at the very front. Everyone was looking at Luo Sa. Luo Sa paused in his steps. Being stared at by nearly 70 people with such gazes, it would be a lie to say he didn't feel a bit nervous. But he didn't panic on the surface and walked forward with a smile. All right, don't be so nervous. He walked to the front of the formation and pressed his hand down. I'm not here for an inspection today, just to get to know everyone. No one in the formation laughed, but the gazes of a few veterans clearly relaxed a bit. Griffin walked out from behind Luo Sa and nodded at a burly man standing at the very front of the formation. My lord, this is the sergeant major I mentioned to you before. The burly man strode forward, his military boots making a dull sound on the floor. He walked up to Luo Sa and stood still. He was 1.9 meters tall, with shoulders as wide as a door panel. His gray-blue greatcoat was stretched tight by him. His face was crisscrossed with several old scars. The most prominent one slashed from his left eyebrow down to his right chin, cutting his entire face diagonally in half. It looked like it had been scratched by the claws of some beast. He stopped in front of Luo Sa, struck his chest with his right fist, his voice as loud as thunder. Cadia 8th Regiment, 1st Company Sergeant Major, Carl Julian, reporting to you. Luo Sa looked up at this burly man who was almost a head taller than him, was silent for a second, then extended his right hand. Sergeant Major Julian. Griffin mentioned you to me, saying you led a company in Cadia and are a true old Cadian. Julian looked down at the hand Luo Sa extended, was stunned for a moment, then shook it. You flatter me. There are no old or new Cadians, only those who survived and those who didn't. I've just lived a bit longer, that's all. Luo Sa raised an eyebrow. That was quite arrogant. He withdrew his gaze and swept a glance over the orderly formation in front of him. 50 Astra Militarum soldiers, 16 battle sisters. Including Griffin's original 23 people, he now had nearly 90 people under his command, not counting those 7 scientists. He counted silently in his heart and had a rough idea. All right, Sergeant Major Julian, let the brothers continue training. He patted Julian on the shoulder, finding the man's shoulder as hard as an anvil, hurting his own hand. I'm just here to show my face today, everyone carry on with what you were doing. Julian struck his chest with his right fist, turned around, and roared at the formation. Dismissed. Continue training. The Astra Militarum soldiers continued training, the sound of equipment clashing and the dull thuds of military boots filling the warehouse again. But on the other side, the 16 battle sisters did not disperse. They stepped forward in unison, the sister with short, silver-white hair leading the way, and stopped in front of Luo Sa. Then, all 16 knelt on one knee, their movements uniform. Luo Sa stood in front of them, looking down at these 16 battle sisters kneeling on the ground. He knew this was different from the Astra Militarum. The Astra Militarum saluting and standing at attention were military courtesies, the obedience of a subordinate to a superior. But the moment the battle sisters knelt, it wasn't courtesy, but faith. In the Warhammer world, the faith of the battle sisters was the Emperor himself. They worshipped the Emperor as a deity, not just as the leader of the human empire. They prayed, chanted, and sacrificed, all their battles and sacrifices were for the glory of the Emperor. And now, in this strange world without the Emperor, they had transferred this faith to him. Luo Sa, an ordinary PhD student who was still worrying about his graduation thesis just a while ago, was now the spokesperson of a deity in the eyes of a group of fanatics. To be honest, this feeling was quite strange. But he didn't panic, nor did he deliberately put on airs. He knew that if he panicked or said the wrong thing at this moment, it would be a huge blow to these sisters. Their faith was harder than steel, yet more fragile than glass. Rise. Luo Sa's voice wasn't loud, but it was clear. He didn't use any solemn tone, just his usual way of speaking, even with a touch of casual gentleness. The 16 battle sisters stood up simultaneously, their movements still uniform. The sister with short, silver-white hair stepped forward, striking her chest with her right hand. My lord. Order of the Aben Chalice, 43rd Task Force, Canoness Electra von Straben, reporting to you. She paused, her gray-blue eyes looking directly at Luo Sa. 16 battle sisters, awaiting your orders at any time. May the Emperor's fire, through your hand, burn away all heresy in this world. The 15 sisters behind her echoed in unison. For the Emperor. The piety that burst forth from the depths of their souls made the air in the warehouse tremble. Luo Sa looked at Electra's gray-blue eyes and nodded. Commander Electra, welcome aboard. He gestured to the surroundings of the warehouse. The conditions are simple, just make do for now. When I'm done with the current tasks, I'll find you a proper place. Electra's expression changed slightly, but it was almost imperceptible. My lord, we have lived in worse places. This is already very good. Luo Sa chuckled, thinking that battle sisters were indeed born ascetics. All right, then that's settled. I'll have Griffin arrange specific tasks for you later, we need your help analyzing intelligence on the hand. Understood. Electra struck her chest with her right fist, turned around, and led the 15 sisters to the side to continue maintaining their equipment. Luo Sa stood at the warehouse entrance, watching the bustling scene before him. Dozens of Astra Militarum veterans were sweating profusely in the training area, the sounds of equipment clashing and the dull thuds of military boots rising and falling. Gray, blue and black intertwined, the entire warehouse looked like an activated war machine. Although they were all ordinary people, Luo Sa knew clearly in his heart. This group of people were the pinnacle among ordinary people. The Astra Militarum were veterans who had crawled out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in Cadia. The Battle Sisters were believers who pushed their bodies to the human limit through faith. Placed on Earth in the Marvel Universe, any one of them could easily crush the top Special Forces soldiers. It was enough. Griffin. Luo Sa put his hands in his pockets, a smile on his lips. Let's go meet the new scientists first. Yes, my lord. Griffin stepped aside to clear the path, speaking as they walked. I arranged for them to be on the floor above the sisters. This way, it can ensure their safety without disturbing their research. Luo Sa glanced at Griffin, a bit surprised. You big brute, how come you've been so meticulous lately? Griffin's voice was still in that indifferent tone. But what he said made Luo Sa almost think he had misheard. I quite enjoy being a butler for you, my lord. AI model. Gemini 3.5 Flash. Luo Sa was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Alright, then you keep doing it. I'll issue you a butler certificate later. The two walked through the corridor, bypassed the training area, and arrived at the standalone two-story building on the north side of the base. The first floor housed the scientists, dormitories and temporary research labs, while the Battle Sisters lived on the second floor. Griffin pushed open the white wooden door at the end of the corridor, and Luo Sa walked in. 7 people in white uniforms were gathered around a long table, completely failing to notice anyone entering. They were arguing heatedly. Your energy conversion efficiency calculation is wrong. The value for the third stage must be at least 2 orders of magnitude higher than your current figure. Nonsense. Your basic assumption is flawed. This world's physical constants don't fully match our reference data. Resolve this first before you talk to me about thresholds. Gentlemen, stop arguing and look at this. I measured the local electromagnetic wave background and found a very interesting anomalous signal. I looked at your anomalous signal. It's highly likely just spillover from a local communications satellite and has nothing to do with our equipment. How do you know it has nothing to do with it? Have you measured it? Of course I have. I stayed up until 3 in the morning yesterday to measure it. The data is right here, see for yourself. A young man wearing thick-rimmed glasses slapped a data pad onto the table with a loud crack, then picked up his coffee cup and took a sip. No one noticed that Luo Sa had already been standing at the door watching for nearly half a minute. Griffin finally couldn't help but cough heavily twice. Ahem, ahem. 7 heads turned at the same time. The arguing around the long table came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The young man with glasses still had his mouth open, holding his coffee cup in midair, completely freezing the moment he saw Luo Sa. The other middle-aged man who had just slapped the table still had his hand hovering over the data tablet. A tall, thin man standing on the far edge instinctively hid the instrument in his hand behind his back, looking like a student caught playing with his phone by a teacher. The air froze for about 2 seconds. Then, as if they had all been electrocuted, the 7 of them moved at the same time. Some adjusted their collars, while others pushed up their glasses. The tall, thin man who had hidden his instrument brought it out from behind his back again, unsure whether to put it down or keep hiding it. After a flurry of rustling and shuffling, the 7 of them stood in a neat line before Luo Sa. Wearing lab coats, white shirts, and dark blue overalls, they were of all heights and builds. But they shared one common trait. Their eyes all held that curiosity and excitement toward the unknown, unique to intellectuals. The young man with glasses stood on the far left. He wiped the coffee from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, took a deep breath, and spoke. His voice still carried the residual excitement of the argument, but his tone had adjusted to a formal reporting style. My lord, I apologize for not noticing your arrival just now. We were just discussing some preliminary findings. Ha ha ha, it's fine, it's fine. Luo Sa waved his hand, smiling easily. Seeing how quickly you've gotten into the groove makes me feel very reassured. He took a couple of steps forward, glancing at the unnamed instruments and equipment on the table. Then he looked back at the 7 people standing straight in front of him. However, could you introduce yourselves first? I only know you are scientists, but I don't know who is who yet. And while you're at it, what were you arguing about just now? The 7 scientists looked at each other, their eyes filled with the hesitation of, you go first. In the end, it was the young man with glasses who spoke first. He took half a step forward and straightened his back. Reporting, my lord, we are scientists from the Human Federation. It is our great honor to serve you. He gestured toward the 4 people on his side, then pointed to the other 3. The 7 of us are split into 2 directions. The 4 of us in white uniforms are physicists. The 3 in blue overalls are engineers. Luo Sa nodded, his gaze sweeping across each of their faces. The four physicists were of various heights and builds, but they all carried the distinct aura of someone who had spent too much time in a laboratory. The three engineers were more solidly built. One of them, short but broad-shouldered, looked like someone who frequently disassembled and reassembled equipment. All right, physicists and engineers, we have a full house. Luo Sa put his hands in his pockets and looked at them with a smile. So, what were you arguing about? I was listening at the door for a while. All that talk about energy conversion efficiency and mismatched physical constants completely went over my head. The young man with glasses opened his mouth, then closed it, turning to look at the middle-aged man who had just slapped the table. The middle-aged man cleared his throat and was about to speak when the tall, thin man standing on the far edge couldn't hold back any longer. My lord, we discovered that this world's physical constants do not fully align with our original reference frame. All right. Luo Sa raised his hand to interrupt him. You can explain these technical details to me slowly later. Right now, I only want to know one thing. He looked into the eyes of the seven scientists. What do you need? Equipment, materials, instruments, make a list and give it to Griffin. I'll do my best to get whatever can be acquired. For what can't be, tell me how to build it, and I'll find a way. The eyes of all seven scientists lit up simultaneously. The young man with glasses pushed them up his nose, unable to suppress a grin. My lord, then we won't stand on ceremony. We are still unclear about this world's physical laws, so we need to conduct some experiments to gather the necessary data. He pushed his glasses up again, his speaking speed noticeably quickening, as if a torrent of words had finally found an outlet. So first and foremost, we need a physics laboratory. Luo Sa nodded, waiting for him to continue. As for experimental equipment, the young man reached out to pick up the data pad from the table and swiped his finger a few times, revealing a long, dense list on the screen. Spectrum analyzers, particle counters, high-precision oscilloscopes, signal generators, spectrum analyzers, these are the most basic. It would be even better if we could get an electron microscope and an X-ray diffractometer, though those are quite expensive and bulky. He paused, then added. Also, we need a complete set of electromagnetic field measurement equipment, including Gauss meters, flux meters, and magnetic field probes. This world's electromagnetic wave background differs greatly from our original reference frame, so we must establish baseline data first. The engineer in blue overalls next to him took over, his voice slightly deeper than the young man's. My lord, once the physics lab is set up, our engineering side will also need a small machining workshop. It doesn't need to be highly advanced. Lathes, milling machines, drilling machines, and welding machines will suffice. We can fabricate some components ourselves. Otherwise, if we rely solely on buying them, many experiments won't be feasible. Luo Sa fell silent for 2 seconds after hearing this. He turned to look at Griffin. Are these things easy to get? Griffin thought for a moment. Most of them can be purchased from professional equipment companies, but some are subject to export controls and will require special channels. Additionally, big machines like electron microscopes can be found on the second-hand market, but we'll have to get lucky. Money is not an issue. Luo Sa said. Make a list first and prioritize them. Buy what can be bought directly, and I'll find a way for what can't be. The eyes of all 7 scientists lit up at once. The young man with glasses nodded vigorously. Understood, my lord. I'll put the list together tonight. Luo Sa patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Don't rush too much. Make sure to get some rest. I don't want my scientists working themselves to death at the lab bench. The young man's ears turned slightly red, and he didn't reply. Luo Sa smiled, glanced at the group, and then left with Griffin. Afterward, he instructed Griffin to satisfy all of the scientists' requests. After all, his next plan depended on them to be realized. Griffin was still very reliable in handling matters. That evening, he took his men and the list provided by the scientists to do some shopping. To transport all the required equipment back at once, Griffin took over a dozen Astra Militarum soldiers with him. Driving 3 pickup trucks, they hurriedly left the base. After the convoy disappeared around the street corner, Luo Sa turned and returned to his office, plopping into his swivel chair. He spread the intelligence Griffin had organized before leaving all over the desk. The reports sent by Murdoch, combined with the scattered information his men had gathered over the past few days. Piled together, there were at least several dozen pages. He flipped through them one by one, drinking a cup of black tea from hot to cold, his fingers swiping across the tablet screen countless times. Slowly, the situation regarding the hand became clear in his mind. The good news was, the Hand's upper management. Those old monsters who had lived for who knows how many years, like Alexandra and Madame Gao, had not yet noticed the trouble in Hell's Kitchen. Their attention was either on the mess at Rand Enterprises or on other, more important territories. It was the middle management that was truly anxious. After the Mad Dog gang was wiped out, a gap appeared in the Hand's supply chain. The middle-level cadres responsible for daily operations couldn't sit still and sent 4 lower-level ninjas to scout the area, but they ended up disappearing. They were likely in a very awkward position right now. They knew something had gone wrong, but they didn't know who was responsible, nor did they know the background of their opponent. Middle management cares, while upper management hasn't noticed. He muttered to himself, which means, I still have time. Time is meant for preparation. The Hand is not like the street thugs of the Mad Dog gang. Over 100 mid-level ninjas, plus a few high-level ninjas who could be resurrected using altars, 3 strongholds, and at least 3 altars. To deal with such a disgusting organization, one must strike a fatal blow and not give them a chance to breathe. Otherwise, once they react, they will be scattered everywhere, and with the current manpower, it would be impossible to handle. Luo Sa tossed the last piece of intelligence back onto the desk. He leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling for a while. There was no need to rush regarding the Hand for now. Middle management was jumping up and down, upper management hadn't noticed, and he still had time to slowly figure out the locations of the altars. Intelligence gathering must continue, it couldn't stop, but there was no need to increase the effort. The current manpower was sufficient, any more would likely alert the enemy. What he was truly worried about right now was something else. Money. Griffin and his men had nowhere left to rob. He felt it was absurd just saying it out loud. A gang leader actually worrying about not being able to rob money. But that was the reality. The small gangs in Hell's Kitchen had been cleaned out by Griffin and his men over and over again. Now they were either bankrupt and disbanded, or they had hidden their last bit of survival money tighter than their own lives, making it impossible to even find a trace. More importantly, all the small gangs knew. A new group had arrived in Hell's Kitchen, specializing in robbing small gangs. They were ridiculously strong, impossible to fight, and impossible to find. Now, whenever these people heard the slightest wind, they would turtle up. Even if Griffin had heaven-defying skills, he couldn't squeeze any more wool out of them. Luo Sa sighed. With the current funds on hand, he couldn't even afford a decent physics laboratory. Let alone letting those 7 scientists build some superweapons or spaceships. The material costs for those things alone could bankrupt him 300 times over. But those were the things he truly wanted. Any technology from the world of the stars, if just one were pulled out and placed on Earth in the Marvel Universe, would be something this group of people wouldn't even dare to imagine. Each one was a paradigm-shifting existence. Even the most basic technological achievements of the human empire would be black technology leading by centuries in the Marvel Universe. The problem was, he couldn't even afford the most basic research equipment right now. Need to make money. Luo Sa straightened up in his chair. Make money the legitimate way. The robbery path wasn't working, so he would take the legitimate path. It was time to get the company up and running. The registration procedures on Murdoch's side should be nearly finished. Once the license came down, he would be a proper CEO of a weapons R&D company, not a gang leader. With a company, he could take on legal contracts and earn legal money. Arms deals, security services, technology licensing, there were plenty of ways. Of course, those were things for later. The most important thing right now was to set up the laboratory first and let the scientists produce something that could be sold for money. Even if it was just battery technology 1 generation ahead of what was on the market, the licensing fees would be enough for him to live on for years. Luo Sa picked up his phone and sent a message to Murdoch. How's the progress on the company registration? 3 seconds later, the phone vibrated. License next week. No use rushing it, it's just the process. Luo Sa chuckled and threw the phone back on the desk. Fine, next week it is. Anyway, the matter with the Hand wasn't urgent for a day or 2. He stood up from his chair and pushed the ice-cold black tea aside. Instead of sitting here thinking, I might as well go ask those scientists directly. He muttered to himself, reaching out to press the call button on the desk. A few seconds later, Cecilia pushed the door open and walked in. My lord, did you call for me? Help me notify those scientists, we'll have a meeting in the conference room in 10 minutes. Luo Sa picked up the notebook on the desk, flipped through it, and closed it again. I want to talk to them about what we can actually produce with our current conditions. Understood. Cecilia turned and left. Luo Sa tucked the notebook under his arm and walked out of the office too. The heating in the hallway was sufficient, and there was no sound when stepping on the carpet. Passing by the training area, Sergeant Major Julian was leading a few veterans in combat sparring, with the muffled sounds of fists and feet colliding constantly. Someone saw Luo Sa passing by and was about to stand at attention to salute, but he gestured for them to stop. Continue your training. He walked through the hallway and pushed open the door to the conference room. The long table was already set, with a few bottles of mineral water and a stack of blank paper on it. Griffin had had people clean it up beforehand. The whiteboard still had the force distribution map drawn from the last combat meeting, though most of it had been erased. Luo Sa sat down at the head of the table, spread the notebook open, turned to a new page, and wrote a few words at the top. What can we produce? Then he leaned back in his chair, waiting for the scientists to arrive. The scientists arrived faster than he expected. In less than 10 minutes, a flurry of messy footsteps and low-voiced discussions, or rather, arguments, could be heard in the hallway. I think we should start with materials science. The alloy formulas in this world are too primitive. Materials science takes too long. I think we should start with energy. Even a micro-fusion reactor would work. Can you two be realistic? We don't even have a high-precision oscilloscope right now, and you're talking about materials. The sound of arguments poured into the conference room along with the sound of the door being pushed open. 7 scientists in white and blue uniforms filed in. Seeing that Luo Sa was already sitting inside, their voices instantly died down significantly. The young man wearing glasses. Luo Sa remembered his name was Lucas. He was walking in the front, holding a data pad in his hands, his face still flushed from the lingering heat of the argument. My lord. Several people sat down on both sides of the long table, with Lucas sitting in the position closest to Luo Sa. Luo Sa scanned them, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. What were you arguing about outside just now? Let me hear it. Lucas pushed up his glasses and coughed. My lord, we were discussing the priority research direction. We don't have a unified opinion. Perfect. Luo Sa pushed the notebook forward. I called you here today because I want to hear it. Given our current conditions, what can we actually produce? He held up a finger. I mean, right now. The equipment hasn't arrived, the laboratory is still on paper, just this broken warehouse of ours and the few instruments you brought from the Federation. Under these premises, what can we produce? The 7 of them looked at each other, and for a moment, no one spoke. Finally, Lucas spoke first. He put the data pad on the table, his tone much steadier than before. My lord, if we only use the equipment we have on hand, what we can do is indeed limited. But limited doesn't mean nothing. Lucas set the data pad on the table and pushed up his glasses. My lord, we could actually start by working on clean energy. He reached out and swiped a few times on the data pad, pulling up a photo from a Stark Industries press conference. Tony Stark was standing in front of a glowing ring, wearing an infuriatingly smug smile. I've noticed this company, Stark Industries. Their clean energy project has made quite a splash, it's all over the news. Lucas zoomed in on the photo and pointed at the glowing ring. Honestly, by the Federation's standards, this thing is extremely primitive. The energy output is pathetic. Back in the Empire, it wouldn't even be enough to power the shabbiest slave ship. He paused, a smirk he couldn't suppress tugging at the corner of his mouth. However, the Federation figured out this technological path a very, very long time ago. It's just that because the energy output was so low, it wasn't even enough to power communication equipment, so it was shelved and never developed further. The engineer in the blue jumpsuit next to him chimed in, his voice significantly rougher than Lucas's. Shelved or not, the technical principles and design blueprints are all stored in our heads. Even if the Federation didn't research it deeply, it's still far beyond the level of technology Stark Industries currently possesses. Lucas nodded repeatedly, getting more excited as he spoke. Exactly, that's what I mean. We can pick up that old Federation blueprint and remake it under current conditions. Make it a bit bigger, and then, neuter, the power output. When he said the word, neuter, he raised an eyebrow and gave a, you know what I mean, expression. Scale it down to a level that looks advanced but isn't too outrageous, then bring it to market. The energy industry is the biggest cake in the world. Stark Industries can't eat it all by themselves. Even if we only cut off a piece the size of a fingernail, it would be enough for us to become a commercial empire. Luo Sa leaned back in his chair, listening to this, and remained silent for 2 seconds. He looked at Lucas's face, which was slightly flushed with excitement. Then he looked at the equally bright eyes of the engineers nearby. Clean energy. Neutering the output. And selling it for money. The corners of Luo Sa's mouth slowly curled up. You mean? He said slowly. Taking old technology that the Federation discarded who knows how many years ago, neutering it, and using it to, dimensionally crush, the energy market on Earth in the Marvel Universe. Lucas nodded vigorously, his eyes behind his lenses shining like light bulbs. That's exactly what I mean, my lord. That's a good plan. Luo Sa sat up straight in his chair, bracing his hands on the edge of the table, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the 7 scientists. Then it's settled. Clean energy, neutered output. You all get the product proposal made first. Whatever equipment or materials you need, keep procuring them with Griffin. I'll figure out the money, you just focus on the technology. He looked at Lucas. I hope to launch this product immediately after the company is registered. Lucas, you take the lead. He paused, the corner of his mouth curling up. I'll make sure you get the credit. Lucas stood up abruptly, pushing his chair back with a harsh screech. He stood ramrod straight, light shining in his eyes behind his lenses. Yes, my lord, I will not let you down. His voice wasn't loud, but he enunciated every word heavily, as if making a military vow to himself. Although the other scientists didn't stand up, the light in their eyes also brightened. Luo Sa nodded and waved his hand. All right, meeting adjourned. Get to work. The 7 scientists filed out. They hadn't gone more than a few steps into the corridor before the arguing started again. This time, they weren't fighting, they were fighting over who got to do the work. I'll do the energy core, I'm familiar with that. Familiar my ass. The last core you built back in the Federation had terrible stability, let me do it. Does anyone have any ideas about neutering the power output? I only know how to build things to be higher powered, I've never tried to make them lower powered. How about trying to lower the constraint field intensity by 2 levels? The output should be able to be suppressed. 2 levels. I'm afraid it'll shut down if we drop it by even half a level. The original design threshold of this thing is too low. Luo Sa leaned against the door frame of the conference room, watching the 7 white and blue figures disappear at the end of the corridor, and couldn't help but chuckle. And so it begins. Cecilia stood nearby and added impassively. My lord, scientists are all like this. If you had ever seen those people from the Adeptus Mechanicus, they're even crazier than them. Luo Sa returned to his office, and just a few minutes after sitting down, he heard faint arguing coming from down the corridor. No, it was a discussion. He shook his head, picked up the tablet on the table, and continued browsing intelligence. Time passed quickly. Griffin took people out to shop, and they were gone for the better part of the day. By the time he pushed 2 large crates of equipment and materials back to the base, it was already past midnight. Luo Sa wasn't asleep yet. He was standing in the corridor, holding a cup of bubble tea handmade by Cecilia, looking at the window of the temporary laboratory from afar. The lights were still on. He walked over and pushed the door open. All 7 scientists were there. The long table was covered with blueprints, data pads, and small parts whose names he didn't know. Lucas was squatting on the floor with a dismantled instrument in front of him, holding a screwdriver in his hand and a data cable in his mouth. He was arguing about something with the engineer in the blue jumpsuit next to him. The cup of coffee on the table had long since gone cold, untouched. No one noticed that Luo Sa had come in. Griffin stood at the door, placed a cardboard box containing the new equipment on the floor, and coughed. Ahem. Lucas looked up, the data cable still in his mouth, and shouted an indistinct, my lord. Then he quickly took the data cable out of his mouth and stood up. The other scientists also looked up one after another, their faces wearing the dazed look of people dragged out of deep thought. Luo Sa leaned against the door frame, hands in his pockets, watching them with a smile. It's past midnight, aren't you going to sleep? Lucas pushed up his glasses, which had slid to the tip of his nose, his tone laced with embarrassment. My lord, we are discussing the plan. Luo Sa walked in and glanced at the mess on the table. What have you discussed? Lucas and the engineer beside him exchanged glances, then confessed honestly. My lord, to be honest, optimizing a technology is very simple for us. Increasing power, improving efficiency, shrinking size, we can do all of that with our eyes closed. He paused and scratched his head. But, reverse optimization, we're not very good at that. Luo Sa was stunned for a moment. What do you mean by reverse optimization? Lucas's ears turned a little red. It means taking a technology that is already very mature and deliberately making it a bit worse, a bit more backward, but not too bad or too backward. It has to be just a cut above the existing level of this world. His voice grew quieter as he spoke. We've never really done this before. The Federation's education system teaches how to make things the best, not how to make things bad. Luo Sa looked at him, remained silent for 2 seconds, and then burst out laughing. Fine, take your time figuring out this, reverse optimization, business, there's no rush. He patted Lucas on the shoulder. But it's midnight, time to sleep. I don't want my scientists to die of overwork before they've produced any results. Lucas opened his mouth, wanting to say something else, but was silenced by a look from Luo Sa. Work on it tomorrow. Now, turn off the lights and get out. The 7 scientists looked at each other and finally started cleaning up the things on the table. Lucas was the last to leave the room, and when he turned off the lights, he looked back at the data pad on the table, as if saying goodbye to it. Luo Sa stood in the corridor, watching the window that had been lit all night finally go dark. He picked up his bubble tea and took a sip. Reverse optimization, that's a full fresh term. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.